fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude. Fuck it. I'm saying it. America deserved 9/11. 9/11. Only thing I know about the song that's I think it's really funny. What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking liar. 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 Fucking What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Literally lying. What a fucking liar. Holy fucking, what the fuck?
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. It's Pete Tong, BBC One, Radio One. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Awesome Ever broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles on this wonderful day, beautiful day, fantastic day here in sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, I hope all the girls, I hope all the MBs are having a fantastic one. That's an old throwback to AHMC. I'm saying it featuring Hasanabi. That's right. I'm live and alive, and I hope everyone's having a great one because today is a beautiful day. Hopefully my mom can rest for the next couple hours. That's right. She can. I'm live. I'm alive. And I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. This is a beautiful day here. It is somewhat relatively hazy, I would say. Relatively hazy day in California, but it's somewhat sunny. I'll still take it. Beautiful day, 60 degrees. And this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. And I would say that before I get into my personal news, I must admit, because some of that personal news you saw, because I was on the Peach Jar stream alongside Seer, okay, working out and stuff. But let me tell you, it's a beautiful day for a couple different reasons. One of the most important reasons being that it's a day of celebration. That's right, it's Friday. Ladies and gentlemen, it's fucking Friday.
You know we finally here, right? It's Friday then. It's Saturday, Sunday, what?
Folks, it's Friday. It's Fuck a Fan's Mom Friday. It's Fucked Up Friday. And we got a lot of stuff to cover today. That's right. I got hair everywhere, man. It's crazy. It's become a part of my life now. But let me tell you, it's time to freaking enjoy the freaking weekend. You say Friday, I say Friday. Or how about Fry Slay? How about Fry Bay? That's right. Freaking Friday, baby. We're live and alive, but you know who's not live or alive? Alex Navalny. That's right. It's also Friday. Anyway, why did his ass go back to Russia? Do you know? I don't even know. Anyway, more important, new Yeet album dropped. Hell yeah. There was a massive anti-state demonstration in Hungary. Please, if possible, cover it. Sure. Why not? Thoughts on Dune boycott? The only boycott I'm doing is putting this boy cock in the fucking Dune sandworm popcorn bucket. No? Didn't work? Okay. Dog, my country just elected a genocider. Man, help us. What do you mean, brother? That's like every country. Ooh, sheesh. Let me tell you, last night, after I was done with your mom, a lot happened. But yesterday, we went around. We did some IRL content after some fun stuff on a Thirsty Thursday. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that. Wow, Chad is usually horny to pretend a cock joke was funny. Yeah, Poggenheimer. IRL content yesterday was fire. I think so as well. I always love doing IRL content. It makes me feel better. Makes me feel good. Unfortunately, yesterday's IRL content was a little bit of a sore spot for me as I went in and got incredibly invested in a jacket that I've been looking for, like a tux jacket that I've been looking for many years, basically. And I was not able to acquire it because it didn't fit me because I am, I guess, caked up. I got buys for days. Should have bought the cum jacket. What did you end up deciding to wear? It's the most predictable thing, as always. I ended up getting some Japanese shit, which I think is cool, and we'll see. I got them Yiddies though. But yeah, we got a little pamper sesh and it was fun. We got a little pamper sesh out the way. Okay. And I personally thought it was dope. Hosh Shame, what is this?
The only other thing I wanted to try is that mannequin fit you had, the vest with the overcoat. That's fire.
That I might for you, but for him it won't fit.
No, we'll try it for me.
Look at that. March is starting to get those fin angles, dude. We're starting to make content, baby. He's starting to be a little bit synced up. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, it was basically like that for the most part. I now realize though, like looking back at the photos, because I was so in love with the jacket that Will was wearing, I didn't realize that the jacket that I was wearing is pretty good. I mean, it was a pretty solid tux. You shouldn't have let chat talk you out of it. The other tux was also kind of solid. It's just that I don't know. I wanted something unique.
The way that they're city.
Gosh, I mean, come on, Hassan. We look like we're about to rob a bank.
You know, Sunday best, yeah? Fucking hell. You take the boy out of Yorkshire.
Where'd you? Oh, there he is. He didn't have the ginger beer, so he's making you like a
That's
beautiful
totally
martini.
fine. I'll drink anything.
It's coming down.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a degenerate.
I'm not.
Fucking March. I thought you were great in the movie Maestro. No, mine is like this one you're wearing looks a million times better than Will's. Chat, I already have like a shit ton. I have multiple black tuxes. I don't want to wear like a regular ass black tux. I already have multiple black tuxes. Maestro was a garbo ass movie. Don't even chat. And I think I got so invested in the like matching tux fit that I don't know. It just it basically broke me. And then I didn't feel invested in anything else. And then I ended up getting another Japanese jacket, which I think I got a really cool one though this time. Did you already gonk in the suit, you know, to break it in? Anyway, respectfully, you're too caked up. Yeah, but yeah, after that, we got the tabbies. Yeah, this morning we worked out with my trainers at my gym, at my facility. And I brought Sear and Peach with me, and this is how they repay the favor, okay? By putting my ass on the map. Show us your fit. You'll see it tomorrow, okay? Don't try to cut ahead of the line here. Oh, I guess the LSF one is that one as well. So, your ass is the map, bro. But BBL confirmed. Yeah, I got a BBL. New, I did a thing video for later. I made a double barrel spear gun to get big fish. Love that. Even though I'm the fish legend, I'm the fishmonger. As you guys all know, Kaya's a messy bitch. Kaya got no chill, dude. I love Kaya so much. She literally is the greatest. She is the greatest little angel. She can do no wrong.
They just want me to grab the toys so they can play by themselves. Kaya, my water. Kaya, here, come here. Kaya, no. Oh God, there's spit on the camera now.
She drools too.
There's a lot of spit on the camera. Kaya! No. Oh my God, stop it.
That's so funny. She knows we're talking about her, and she like looked up. The 9-month
Today,
cruise that TikTok is obsessed with. Yeah, I mean, I've covered it before, briefly on the Fear End podcast, but we can do another deep dive into it if we have time. Yeah, she's she loves screen time. She's a bit of a camera hoe. She's a thought daughter. She is my thought daughter.
Ew.
100%. And you guys got to meet her boyfriend as well.
Kaya, girl.
Kai's birthday's coming up in 2 weeks. Any plans? I don't know. But yeah, this is what I did this morning after the what was I gonna say? After the IRL stream yesterday, I went out to dinner, and the thing is, like, for me, I have dude, my brain is fried this morning. I'm already slowing down, and I just started. That's crazy. Oh, okay. I didn't even blast off yet. What was I gonna say? So you're right. I should do a Kaya birthday stream. That's actually a brilliant idea. I got to think about this now. Bro, it's all the Zin. I haven't been Zinning that hard. I've like taken Zin a little bit. Shouldn't have gone so hard on Chat's mom last night, shaking my head. You're absolutely right. So I should do a Kaya birthday stream. You're so right on that, Chat. Jesus Christ. March 5th is her birthday. Yeah. Anyway, we did the IRL stream. I got the tabbies, by the way. I'm gonna be rocking the tabbies on the fit. I think it really pulls it together, for the record. So I hope you guys I hope you guys appreciate that. Yeah. They had the last one. They don't have a lot of tabbies in my size apparently, but I'm gonna be the tabby terrorist. Yup. So that's exciting stuff. Anyway, honestly, I don't get the appeal of the camel toe shoes. You rich bitch. I mean, I am. Yeah. And no, I love the fucking camel toe shoes. Are you crazy? I'm a weeb. This is literally the most like, it's like weeb but high fashion. It's the appropriate way to be a weeb. It's the sickest. Yeah, Osama Bin Laden, the tabby terrorist. What the hell is a camel toe shoe? They're the Margiela tabbies. They're like they're a very famous type of shoe. They're pretty expensive. Isn't that like less expensive than you would think though? It's the same as like a YSL boot, and those shits last you a lifetime. So it's kind of wild when you think about it, because like the shoes were like I think like $1,200 or something before tax, like $1,300, which is very expensive for a shoe. And then you think about like what women pay for a bag, and you're like, holy fuck, dude. Being a dude, you get like shoes, and that's pretty much it. It's like leather shoes. There's a shit ton of money. Okay. And then you think about like bags that people buy, and you're like, oh, it's like $3,000, $4,000. It's nuts. $1,300 but made for $200. It's always how it is. Not all women. Those bags are stupid for most of us. Yeah. Or watches is even way more expensive than that. Yeah. Like a small ass YSL bag is like fucking $2K, $3K. It's like, that shit sucks. Have you touched on the Fannie Willis case? We will in a little bit. Pay for a bag. My brother and Chris, we pay 50 cents at the grocery for a bag and then kick ourselves for forgetting the one we have at home. Made for 200? Not even. It probably is. Like the Margielas are probably made for like 200. They're expensive most likely, because like we're talking like expensive ass sourced leather. Oftentimes the craftsmanship is like higher too. It's not like try finding a bra for under $3K for a bag. Fuck that. Give me PC parts. That's what I'm saying. Everybody has like some shit that they spend that kind of money on, but 200 of supplies, materials, maybe, but there's a lot more that goes into it. Also, try making them yourself. Lol. No, exactly. Anyway, the thing I was gonna say is, other than the fucking the tabby time, after that I went to dinner. Austin was paying, and I hadn't eaten all day, and I was fucking starving. I was like lightheaded, right? So I just downed a protein shake real quick before dinner, because I was like gonna die. I go to the dinner with the Frenchies, Lucas and like his crew, and they're late. So I just very rudely ordered before they even got there. And something very incredible happened to me on the diet front that I guess I have to reveal here to you guys. Normally when I go out to dinner somewhere, like it's impossible for me to hold myself back, especially when I'm really hungry. I just down everything. I just become a monster, right? And this was the first time ever, I guess, in my life where I got dinner and I ordered a burger and I ate like 3 bites of the burger and I didn't finish it. 1, because the burger was kind of shitty, and 2, because I just could not, like, I don't know what happened to me, but I could not finish my food. I'm usually a clean plate club boy, but it's because of Ozempic. Yeah, thank you for saying that I'm using Ozempic. I'm not, but that makes me feel good that you think that I'm getting so skinny that I must be using Ozempic. Are you on Wegovy? Fuck no, dude. Dude, people say, are you on Wegovy, without realizing that, like, have you not seen my ass just a second ago? You think that chatter,
They just want me to grab the toy so they can.
Hold on, let me. Bro, does this look like a Wegovy ass to you? I mean, come on now, dude. Look at my fucking body. Are you out of your mind? Yeah, more like we go way too hard at the gym. That's my Wegovy. We go work out. This is what I'm doing. Anyway, you have to stop showing that. Some of us are at work and can't take that right now. Sorry. It's Friday. You can take it. We go V hard. Exactly. We go very hard. I can't let my wife watch you anymore. I saw the form specialist on LSF saying like, those are too heavy for me. And it's like, no, those are 85 pounders and I'm doing a fucking great job with that form. Okay. You're out of your goddamn mind. Form police. Anyway, helped that one guy by running a top of the hour ad break on his wife. We're 31 minutes in. I'm not going to run the top of the hour ad break yet. I'm going to run a 1 minute ad break instead. Cause like we haven't even gotten out of the parasocialist hour yet. So it's so easy to critique form when you aren't working out. Yeah. Very important information in my last message, bro. If I watch muted 14.4p, what happened? Why did you get blocked? If I watch muted on 144p, do I still get ads? You just got clapped. I don't know why. When's politics hour? It's coming up in a second. We have a lot to talk about today. So here's the thing. So I worked out this morning on camera. I think you guys saw some of it. There will be an OK Buddy today. Hopefully we have a slammed ass show today. Okay. We have a slammed show today. I know you don't read positive posts, but I want to know that I saw the pic of you on Twitter trying on clothes and you look so jacked and handsome that I lifted weights for the first time today in years. You're a real inspiration. I want to thank you. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Bro, talked to Mersheimer yesterday. He said he's a gaming frog, but he only plays LOL. Okay, dude, get out of here. John Mersheimer is not playing League of Legends. Like, no shot. That'd be pretty funny, though. Yeah, we have a slam dash show today. We got Jeff Wittek coming on, probably playing Skull and Bones with Will later as well. If I don't know if I have enough time, though, to basically do that. We have Carl Bayer coming on. Okay. We have Carl Bayer coming on. He's a Jacobin writer, a leftist who lived in Ukraine. Okay, he's gonna have some cool takes on Ukraine, some updates on Ukraine, because we got to talk about that. We got Putin's opponent and Russian politician Alexei Navalny. There's a new Jabri vid on Jeffrey Jebediah Epstein, and not only is there a new Epstein video, there is also apparently an Epstein video game that's coming out as well. So I might even browse that beautiful little number there instead of hell diving or skull and boning at all, really. So we'll see, because I do want to try out the Epstein game. I am a little worried that it's probably going to be like an annoying reactionary right-wing guy that will possibly do like anti-Semitic shit. But it's a Turkish dev? Okay, that can go in either direction. Last time the Turkish devs made a video game, it was called Far Cry, okay? Forsen played it. It's not really a game. No, don't play it. It's just a game with template assets. I don't know what that means, but we'll see. Can Turkey do this? Officially legalize same-sex marriage? It's kind of wild that Greece officially legalized same-sex marriage. That's gay as fuck, dude. Actually, after inventing it thousands of years ago. Navalny is dead. Ukraine updates with Carl Bayer. I don't know if this is the correct way to say his last name. Plus Jeff Wittek cuts my hair later. Fonnie Willis drama. What did you mean today by Poland has beef with you? The Poland subreddit has beef with me. Later, Jeff Wittek cuts my hair. It's a slammed Friday. Get in now. Polander Brigaders? Yeah, the fucking... yeah, Poland doesn't have internet, so it's obviously not fucking... it's obviously not actually Polish people. Can we start keeping track of how much money Trump is losing? He just got told today to pay like 379 million. Yeah, I'll cover all that. Anyway, here it is. We're blasting off, ladies and gentlemen. Are you getting a low taper fade? Fuck no. Is Poland mad because you said there's only one computer in Poland and one can use it because the screen is covered in whiteout? Yeah, they're mad because there is actually only one computer in Poland, and it's used specifically to make Cyberpunk. It's specifically used to make CD Projekt Red games, and they're mad for that reason. It's a meme, man. CD Projekt Red hogging Poland's only computer. CD Projekt Red. Fuck. CD Projekt Red is literally like at a certain point, and this is not even a joke, CD Projekt Red comprised a not insignificant chunk of the entire Polish economy. This is not a joke. This is not a meme. I'm being 100% for real on this. I think it was literally like, no, I think it was more than 10%. Yeah, we'll talk about Judge Engoron with the Trump fines and stuff. 0.35% of the Australian population was at a Taylor Swift show last night, which is wild. Trump ordered to pay over 350 million and barred from New York business. Yeah, we're going to talk about that. During the House Anabi discourse, I imagine your house would look something like this. This is the most blank check house I've ever seen, and honestly, we've never seen a home with this many amenities. Mansion, resort-style pool, shooting range, gaming room, go-kart, track, 4K square feet day spa with hot tub. Bro, the day spa, their day spa in this house is the size of my house. Gilbert, Arizona. Yeah. A 6,000 square feet man cave with kitchen, golf simulator, gaming situations, dance studio with ballet. Currently listed for $20 million in Gilbert, Arizona. Yeah, if you are like literally Breaking Bad, okay, if you are straight up breaking the most bad, like cooking the cleanest meth in all of Albuquerque, New Mexico, this is your chateau, okay? $20 million in Arizona is so stupid. This is the house your haters think you have. I know. This is the house my haters think I have that I bought with my father's oligarch money. As the wise FTC signifier once said, no shade, but that's a normalized house. I mean, it's like, it's a nice house. It's not like a fucking, you know, it's not a busted down house. It's nice. It's just, I don't really give it. Draymond is unhinged. I did see that. He is unhinged. Typical though, because, you know, you defend the idea of one time, and this is how you're going to operate for the rest of... Look at his eyes, bro. Anyway, why is everyone coming in here with the breaking news? I know, man.
Child. You know I gave birth to her? I birthed her out of my body.
Yeah, that's like the number one, like...
I didn't know that a lot of dog owners say that, for the record.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought it was like...
Sorry for the repeat message. I just wanted you to know you're appreciated and are making a difference. I'm a trans woman, and I had a really hard time yesterday with gender dysphoria and being the heaviest I've been in my whole life, 330 pounds, 6'1". Watching your stream encouraged me that I'm not trapped enough, and that I can start making a difference today. Started working out today. Hell yeah, Foxy Mara. I'm excited to hear about your fitness journey. You can keep us posted, okay? It's a cat owner thing. Do you know where they come from when you're a guy? Yeah, my butt. Okay, I gave birth to this dog. I don't care. No dick riding Hassan, but you smoke too tough, your swag too different, your bitch too bad, they'll cancel you for it. Yeah, my house too nice. Hassan, they'll kill you. Your house too nice. Your bitch too bad. Your bitch too well behaved. You know what I mean? Like, people are cooking Sean Evans. All of Hassan's ops are struggling this week. I know, but Sean Evans is not a real op, though. He's like a fun op. He doesn't even know I exist. My actual ops are getting cooked left and right, sometimes dying. But like Sean Evans is like a joke. You dated adult film star Melissa Stratton, but as soon as the news of your relationship went public, you broke up with her a few days later, despite looking cool while eating hot wings for a living. Is it fair to say you're the type of person who easily crumbles under pressure? That's a good one. That's a fire take. Sean is a legend. He has a lot of bad to do before I'll turn on him. Yeah, no, he's such a nice guy as far as I've seen from his like output in general, that I personally think that he secretly acted like he broke up with her, but they're still in a relationship. They just want to maintain a privacy. You know what I mean? Like that's in my head canon. That's how much I like him. Maybe I'm being fucking delusional, but he seems like such a inoffensive guy. As soon as I found out he was dating a sex worker, I was like, wow, he's so fucking nice. The girl's new boyfriend, by the way. Why? Where did this come from with me and the bald head? I look like the Yakuza pervert, dude. What the fuck? You're Delulu? She came out and says Sean can handle the porn star. Yeah, I think no, she's blasting him. Oh, she is. Oh my God. Okay, well maybe it is kind of crazy that he thought like he could date a porn star and like keep it like a private relationship, which is fine. Like that's perfectly valid. But he literally went to a motherfucking Super Bowl party with like every celebrity. You know what I mean? It's nuts. And it's like the absolute worst thing you can do, because when you do shit like this, then like all the fucking clown asses are going to come out of the gates and just like be gross about it. Like that's a gross fucking thing to do, man. That's a gross ass thing to do. Okay? I think that's a gross ass thing to do. I totally understand why he's like a private person in general. Will thinks First We Feast made them broke up to remain family friendly. From what reports say is that she leaked their info to TMZ. I mean, that's kind of fucked up if that's the case, but I'm not very ready to believe things like that. Bro, you guys keep linking me this. I saw. New jank ad shows a woman who can't buy eggs because Biden needs money to kill Palestinians. The tank is using the genocide Joe argument. The tank is re-election and get Trump back in the White House. Yeah. Classic tanky jank Uyghur, okay? I guess in a way he's closer to like being a tanky because of how reactionary he fucking is about dealing with crime. But it's genocide argument. Genocide Joe argument. That's all you need to understand about that side of the internet and how they analyze the news and information and how fucking delusional they are otherwise about like real world things that are occurring. Other than thinking that it's just simply a genocide argument. Also, saying Cenk is a tanky is fucking awesome. Like, he literally wants to run for president as a Democratic Party person. Anyway, that's wildly reactionary, like more than your average liberal. Yeah, the ad is pretty good. We watched it. We watched it yesterday. I think it's like good to show the dollar value, because I was having a conversation with my French buddies last night about like American taxes, especially in a place like California. And they had absolutely no idea. A lot of people that are outside of the United States of America think that Americans don't pay any taxes at all. There is this meta that under our progressive taxation structure, our income taxes are actually quite low. And this is completely and utterly incorrect. Unless your money is, unless all of your assets are in the stock market, you abso-fucking-lutely do pay a relatively high tax rate, especially if you're at the top marginal tax rate. So for me in California, the top marginal tax rate hits me 37% for federal and 13% for state. Okay. And it's really funny because they were just shocked. Okay. They were like, what do you mean? What do you fucking mean you pay like 50% for your top marginal tax rate? That makes no sense whatsoever. But the reason why they were saying that, and the reason why they were shocked to find this out, is because we get no fucking amenities. So they're like, where does the taxes go? Like, where do they go? I don't understand. You have no health care. You have nothing. Your roads are awful. And then I sat down and explained to them how the military industrial complex works and how it is just a way to recycle funds directly back into doing more war and waging more war and selling more weapons that we already purchase ahead of time from companies that we subsidize with tax dollars. But yeah, if you live in, for example, if you live in California and are in the top marginal tax rate, if you're fortunate enough to be there, you're paying fucking 50%. It's true. What is this? Release the hostages. New GDF video just dropped. Okay, we'll watch it later. What is this? Where did the California taxes go? I don't know. Fucking projects that never actually end up getting built. And also, my lord, you shouldn't play so much. What do you mean? I'm not even... dude, I have no issue with paying taxes, as you guys know. What I do have an issue with is how those taxes are spent. Okay? I think it is patriotic to pay taxes. I think it's a good thing to pay taxes. It's the only real fucking patriotism. Because even though the distribution of those resources are complete ass cheeks in the United States of America, especially right now, still a decent amount of it goes to places that absolutely need it, like schools. You know, your income, I mean, your like my property taxes go into funding the public education structure, and I think that that's a good thing. Okay, I think that's a wonderful thing. Some of it goes to roads, some of it goes to infrastructure, even if it's a tiny margin of it. So I think no matter what, like it's still a good thing. It's still a wonderful thing, and I feel good, and I don't mind it. I do think that we need to overhaul our tax structure as far as like how we tax assets in general, because I think a lot of the assets are hidden in the United States of America. That's another thing I was trying to explain to people about, explain to the Frenchies about how, like, remember how during the Panama Papers we didn't have any American names leak? That's because we don't need to go to Panama, or we don't need to go to the Seychelles to create shell companies. We can just go to a different state and legally do it. That's right. A lot of things that are classified as assets are just reclassified income, like executive compensation with options. Yep. But that's also a tiny percentage of that's a tiny sliver as well. Anyway, business expenses also. Well, business expenses and deductions only lower your tax burden, right? And that is not even what I'm talking about. That also exists in France too. What I'm talking about specifically is how the top 1% of 1%, like the real fucking money havers, how they operate, and how much income we just kind of leave out there in the ether to grow and grow and grow and exacerbate income inequality, and how much of that could go back to how much that could be just simply taken out of the economy if you're a MMT guy, you know what I mean? Especially because, like, in America, money is extra fake. Capital gains needs to have several more tax brackets. No reason why $1 million in capital gains is 20%, and $1 billion in capital gains is also 20%. Yeah. Also, you have another issue with Social Security. Social Security top earners, it caps out at like what, $175,000 or something. So it doesn't matter if you're making 175 grand a year or making $174 million a year. You're still paying the same fucking tax. It's insane. It's like, are you out of your fucking mind? That's unimaginable to me. Republicans love talking about how Social Security is going to be defunded. Social Security is going to be defunded. And it's like, bitch, you fund it then. The fuck do you mean? Anyway, but yeah, it was really fun. It's always really fun. If you have any European friends, try to describe to them the concept of an HMO versus a PPO and have their minds melt right in front of your eyes, where they just like, they're like, this is a crime, which it is. It literally is. Talk to any European person or anyone with like some understanding of like socialized medicine and healthcare that's government funded and government provided, and then explain to them the concepts of insurance networks. So like, not only are you, or the concept of insurance in general for healthcare, health insurance in general, the fact that it's tied to your, I explained to them COBRA, for example. For those of you who don't know what COBRA is the wonderful patchwork solution that the Democrats fought hard for. Shouldn't you be excited? Where if you lose your fucking job because your healthcare is tied to your goddamn job, you can still have the privilege to pay out of pocket the premiums and the deductibles, or the premiums for your healthcare, except you can stay on the same plan, which is great, except it's insanely expensive, and you're doing this insanely expensive, insanely costly thing while simultaneously you're out of a job. That's the good solution. That's the good patchwork solution. It's fucking sick, dude. And then I explained to them the fact that corporate healthcare is better in America, and if you are a sole healthcare purchaser, even if you're rich, you can't buy the same level of healthcare. You have to go to a broker, and then the broker like sifts through all of the available healthcare, and even then it's like the all access premium no network gaps coverage that you normally could get with like a normally you would get with your job, you can't get on your own. Yeah, that's right. Insurance providers only sell full coverage insurance usually to they only sell it to corporations. So like if you look at like the gold packages or the platinum packages and you're like, I want to buy this as a standalone individual, they're like, nope, you can't buy it. That's right. That's corporate insurance only. How fucking sick is that? And then we talked about how you know, so there's like extra billing too. Healthcare brokers, what the fuck? I'm Canadian. I'm still confused with the concept of stuff like copays. Yes. And then of course, then you think about how expensive healthcare is, and then you begin to understand why our GDP is so high. And it's like, yeah, dude, it's high because a lot of this shit is like incredibly costly. Why is it incredibly costly? Because capitalism is very innovative. It's just not innovative in the way that you understand innovation. It's innovative in the field, in one field only, and that is creating new middle managers, creating new mediators that will also tack on to the overall cost of the regular thing that you would normally purchase. Insurance providers have no interest in like genuinely lowering the healthcare costs. They're working alongside the hospital networks oftentimes, which are also heavily subsidized by the government regardless. In America, we literally do all the things. We pay a decent amount of taxes, especially if you're in a lower tax bracket. You straight up are paying a ginormous chunk of your yearly income, okay, like the yearly amount of revenue that you bring in comparison to a wealthy person who doesn't give even like 0.0001% of their yearly increase of their net worth. All of this spurned out of one of the Frenchies saying that the house that they were staying at, the heat broke, okay, like apparently the heater broke in their house. And one of them realized America is wonderful and it's awesome until you have a problem. Okay, one problem and then you're fucked. Like they brought it back to healthcare basically, where they're like, everything is great. This is La La Land. This is Disneyland until you have an issue, and then you're just so fucked. You're so unimaginably fucked. Yeah, the U.S. pays more for healthcare than other OECD countries. Yup, and we have worse health outcomes than most health on most health metrics. 100%. We're like number 37, I think, in overall health outcomes across the board, and that is there are 1,000 different reasons for it, but like in the most reductive terms, I think like having a massive multi-billion-dollar for-profit industry slapped into the middle of it all that spends hundreds of millions of dollars in lobbying to make sure that we never ever change the healthcare system plays a big role. The U.S. has lower life expectancy than Algeria, a poor African country that was in a civil war a few years ago. Yep. Will your John Brown hunting hat be restocked anytime soon? Probably not. Not everyone pays into Social Security due to certain retirement programs of the workplace. What is this? Can you please explain why it is legal for those health insurance companies to only sell full coverage to corporations? I'm Belgian and insanely worried / confused. What do you mean? It's America, baby. There is no answer to that question other than money. Cha-ching. I don't think you get it. America is 5 corporations in a trench coat, and we have no recourse. We have no legal recourse. We have no protections, and everything is fucked. All right, let's get to the glorious People's Republic of China. Chinese live streamer who spends 3 seconds promoting each product made 18.7 million in 7 days. Look at this. I've seen this video. It's incredible, dude. Look at this shit.
14块钱放22双，8块，16块钱50个衣架来上车，10块，38，10块，Triple D 高功率15上车，上点关注，10块，14，1584点，10块，10块，29，5块，14块。
It worked. I bought all of those things. The production team behind this must be sweating off stream. I mean, she's sweating all fucking stream. These are really great prices. Saw him playing video games on stream. Market socialism at work. Yeah. Socialism with Chinese characteristics, baby. This is what fundamentally what ads are. Hold up the shiny thing. Do you want it? Yeah. They're literally, bro, they're doing capitalism better than us, okay? They're pooping on us, okay? They're pooping on us over in China. They're doing... They've maxed out. They're min-maxing capitalism, dude. They're so far ahead. It's crazy. I don't even know how to explain it. It wasn't enough that they were doing QVC. They were like, no, we got to do XQC QVC. Okay. The Amerifat mind cannot comprehend fast-paced QVC like this. Anyway, but yeah, hold on, Carl. Speedrun capitalism is literally Bukharin. Did you see the cop who shot up a car with a suspect inside? Yes. We covered it the first day. Zizek talks about this. Authoritarian state is ideal for capital. Yes. She's in trouble now for doing that. That's crazy. Free my girl, okay? Free my girl. Serious question. Is China even serious about it being a transitional socialist state, or have they been completely captured? I love questions like this because, like, I don't know, man. I don't. Like, how am I supposed to know if it's genuine? Like, I don't know. I mean, I'll go ask Xi, okay? I mean, there are, like, some of the major differences, like I always say, is that, like, in America, the government works at the behest of corporations. In China, the corporations work at the behest of the government. Okay, so it's like a skeleton. They have like capitalist characteristics up and down. They have obviously mass commodity consumption and a culture surrounding it as well. Things that I actually do appreciate that exist here, that I think is a very good mechanism for making people feel good and sedating the masses. Okay. Yeah, but overall, it's like everything is still almost entirely controlled by the government. So there are a lot of instances where, like, if a business owner is like selling spoiled baby milk, okay, baby formula, yeah, they're gonna get executed. Shit that would never happen anywhere else. Isn't sedating the masses bad? No, I think it's a very realistic approach to governance. Couple things that immediately do look good, though, is the overall acceptance and not just the overall acceptance, but like the overall happiness that people report about their government. According to Western studies conducted, show that the Chinese population is like surprisingly very happy with the performance of their government. And why shouldn't they be? Many of them know abject poverty and have experienced it and lived through it, and have seen tremendous prosperity over the course of a very short period of time. So I totally understand why they would feel that way. This does not mean that there aren't major issues in China, especially in terms of social restrictions of free speech and whatnot. And I do agree that those are major issues. Okay. Yeah. Civil liberties are very, very important. Just tuned in, and I'm not surprised we got derailed to China somehow from Greece gay sex. I don't even know how we got there. It's exactly the same here in Brazil when people say they don't understand why so many people like Lula. Yeah, dude, listen, dude, if you are dead fucking broke, okay, and the government comes and helps you, this is an unimaginable concept for Americans, because when has the government helped you? Okay? When has the government helped you last? We have an antagonistic relationship with our government because you know the government should not be working at the behest of citizens anyway. It should be working at the behest of corporations. That's the nature of the beast in America and in Western capitalist countries in general. Last time you got like at least a fraction of belief that the government actually works for you was when you got COVID checks. Okay, and that was because they had to do that. You know what I mean? Starving the beast is one of the most impactful Reaganomics sentiments that has been long lasting. Is China starving their beast? No, dude, their beast is hungry, but also constantly fucking fed. How are working conditions in China? I'm not here to criticize. I do genuinely want to learn more about China. I really love your input. I mean, it's better in comparison to where it used to be, but it's still not great. China has a long ways to go in many issues, okay? But you have to always compare it to where it was 10 years ago. And you can look at it with respect to America, where America was 10 years ago in terms of like, work conditions or overall prosperity, or the feeling of prosperity versus where we're at now. Healthcare is bad too in China. That's another. Healthcare, I would say, is one of the most, one of the worst aspects, like that needs genuine improvement, like a lot more improvement. In the grand scheme of things, China, as we know it today, is still fairly young. Yeah. Mainland Chinese I met in Western countries often try to act like they don't like it back home at first, but when they see I'm not fully anti-China, they open up and seem mostly proud of their country. And they should be. They should be. I want to be proud of America, but it's hard to be proud of America when, you know, we got $95 billion in weapons packages going to fucking Taiwan, Ukraine, and Israel, most importantly, of course. While, you know, our people here are fucking suffering and starving. It's a jobs program. That's it. That is not like, I'm not even talking about like the output of that, the impact of that. I'm talking simply on economic terms, okay? In terms of the economy and the impact of said economy, look no further than Russia. Russia's invasion of Ukraine, unjustifiable and monstrous invasion of Ukraine, has led to the Russian GDP actually performing infinitely better than the expectations that people had, especially when they measured the impact of the sanctions, when they baked it into where how the Russian economy was going to perform. Why did it perform well? Because they did America shit. Okay, they did America shit, and it helped their GDP. Does that mean the people are happy? No, but it doesn't matter. My point always is like, because the military, Hassan, the Russian GDP is not doing good. Are you insane? No, it's not doing good. It's doing infinitely better than projected expectations. I use my words very carefully here. Okay, yeah, they're operating on a fucking war economy. They're doing America shit. The Economist wrote an article even in 2022 why the Russian economy keeps beating expectations. But then beyond that, there's more to it. The Russia's economy forecast to outperform U.S. within 2 years. From Newsweek, Russia's economy is expected to grow faster than the U.S. in 2024, according to the IMF. Following Putin's invasion of Ukraine on February 24, 2022, Russia was hit by Western countries with tough economic sanctions designed to isolate it from the global financial system. In its report released Tuesday, the IMF said that Russia's gross domestic product growth had gone into negative figures, minus 2.2% in 2022. However, the IMF predicted that the Russian GDP would rebound slightly to 0.3% growth, and in 2024, the Russian economy is predicted to grow by 2.1%. That's higher than the IMF projection for the United States, which is said to see only 1% GDP growth that year, and down from a predicted 1.4% in 2023 and 2% the U.S. enjoyed in 2022. This chatter is correct. One thing I've noticed about China so far after moving here 3 weeks ago is that they really have really cheap treats. Food is incredibly cheap here, and the average person can order the equivalent of Uber Eats whenever they want. You also talk about jalapeno poppers, and they have that here. That is very important. I often joke about jalapeno poppers and the sedative impact that the jalapeno popper has on the mind of a hog, but that's also a necessity. That's a substitute. That's a placeholder statement for just treats in general. Treats are very, very, very important in keeping people happy. Okay, one of a major, in my opinion, major issue with the USSR was a lack of treats, which the government actually tried to compensate for by doing the ice cream shit, famously. But you had like literal riots over coffee. Okay, that's it. You need the treats. You have to have treats. Anyway.
Good afternoon. I'm heading off to East Palestine in a moment, but I wanted to say a few things this morning about.
Let's talk about Russia.
Alexei Navalny. You know, like millions of people around the world, I'm going
to say it real quick. Everyone in Russia, everyone involved in Russian politics is Vladimir Putin's guy. Okay? And just because this guy was not technically Vladimir Putin's guy does not automatically make him a good guy. Vladimir Putin, very bad guy. We all know that. Alexei Navalny, not a good guy either. Okay? Just anti-Vladimir Putin, which is why, of course, many people immediately jumped on the train of like being like, oh, Navalny, he's so, he's based. He hates Putin. He's like, and then you find out about his like personal opinions on xenophobia and racism, and you're like, oh, never mind. Never mind. But regardless, there was a dude who made a documentary on him. I was supposed to have him on the stream to get a better insight into Navalny's. How the fuck do you know Putin's bad? How the fuck do I know Vladimir Putin is bad? Well, one, I'm from a country that has our own Vladimir Putin. His name is Recep Tayyip Erdogan. And across the board, not good, okay? Not good at all. So that's number one. Number two, I don't know. Think about all of the things that Vladimir Putin has done in his rise to power, okay? Whether it be invading neighboring countries like Ukraine or aligning himself with or engaging in brutal actions in his foreign policy in general. He's done some cool shit like ride horses shirtless. That much is true. Or bring forward phenomenal American talent like Steven Seagal to make them ambassadors. Okay, but overall, yeah, Chechnya. I mean, there's a lot of assassinations. So much good stuff overall, but some actually good stuff like Steven Seagal. So who's to say if he's really a bad guy at all? Let's continue. Let's hear what he had to say about Navalny, though.
Both not surprised and outraged by the news. Reported death of Alexei Navalny. He bravely stood up.
Yeah, I love when people go, what do you think about Vladimir Putin? What do you think about Vladimir Putin being, how do you know he's a bad guy? We're literally watching like his I guess main opposition that is like outside of the sphere of Putin's influence, partially because he was most likely backed by American interests in general. That one guy who just died. So I wonder how that happened. I mean, this Putin guy.
To the corruption, the violence, and all the bad things that the Putin government was doing. In response, Putin had him poisoned. He had him arrested. He had him prosecuted for fabricated crimes. He sentenced him to prison. He was held in isolation. Even all that didn't stop him from calling out Putin's lies. Even in prison, he was a powerful voice for the truth, which is kind of amazing when you think about it. And he could have lived safely in exile after the assassination attempt on him in 2020, which nearly killed him, I might add. But he was traveling outside the country at the time. Instead, he returned to Russia.
Big L, big mistake, by the way. Don't do that.
Russia, knowing he'd likely be imprisoned or even killed if he continued his work. But he did it anyway because he believed so deeply in his country, in Russia. Reports of his death, if they're true, and I have no reason to believe they're not, Russian authorities are going to tell their own story. But make no mistake, Putin is responsible for Navalny's death.
I mean, this part is like true on every front. Even if he died to natural causes, which very unlikely, even though the timing of it is suspicious leading up to like an election, right? Technically, he is at the responsibility of the state. He's in prison. If you die in prison, the state fucked up, no matter what. Okay? So that part is 100% true, regardless.
Is responsible. What has happened to Navalny is yet more proof of Putin's brutality.
Yeah, while there's no like immediate motive, I guess, while there's no immediate motive, I do still believe that, come on.
No one should be fooled, not in Russia, not at home, not anywhere in the world. Putin does not only target his citizens of other countries, as we've seen what's going on in Ukraine.
There's no motive in the sense that he's already in prison and he already had been like very publicly poisoned by Putin. You know what I mean? That's what I mean. Like, there's obviously a motive, like a broader motive, but it's more like there's already like the obvious motive, right? It just, I think it's more so like I guess it brings up additional political complications for him. I don't really know. I don't really know if that translates to like real issues domestically at all. Anyway, let's continue.
Right now, he also inflicts terrible crimes on his own people, and his people across Russia and around the world are mourning Navalny.
Keep that same energy for Epstein. I think you're lost here if you don't think that I have the exact same energy for Epstein, like almost identical, unless you're talking about just like Joe Biden saying these things, because yes, Epstein was, oh, you meant Biden. Okay. Because Jeffrey Epstein's death was also incredibly suspicious. And not only that, but also Jeffrey Epstein's death was also incredibly suspicious, but he also died in federal prison under very suspicious circumstances. So yes, I still maintain the position that he did not kill himself, but instead absolutely was assassinated by the federal government. And the same principle stands for Jeffrey Epstein. He is supposed to be cared for by the fucking state. Okay? He's supposed to be cared for by the state. He died under Trump. Yes, he died under Trump. And Bill Barr is the primary responsible party in this circumstance. as the head of the DOJ. And not only that, but also like it is worthy of an investigation. If there wasn't actual bipartisan support on things of that nature, in my opinion, considering that he was also most likely an asset for the State Department
today, because he was so many things that Putin was not. He was brave, he was principled, he was dedicated to building a Russia where the rule of law existed and where it applied to everybody. Navalny believed in that Russia.
What is this fish?
He knew it was a cause worth fighting for, and obviously even dying for. This tragedy reminds us of the stakes of this moment. We have to provide the funding so Ukraine can keep defending itself against Putin's vicious onslaughts and war crimes. You know, there was a bipartisan Senate vote that passed overwhelmingly in the United States Senate to fund Ukraine. Now, as I've said before, and I mean this in a literal sense, history is watching. History is watching the House of Representatives. The failure to support Ukraine at this critical moment will never be forgotten. It's going to go down in the pages of history. It really is. It's consequential. And the clock is ticking. And this has to happen. We have to help now. You know, we have to realize what we're dealing with Putin. All of us should reject the dangerous statements made by the previous president that invited Russia to invade our NATO allies if they weren't paying up. He said if an ally did not pay their dues, he'd encourage Russia to, quote, do whatever the hell they want.
My controversial opinion on this, which, oh my God, I probably should not have a controversial opinion on this, is that it wasn't, I mean, I'll wait for obviously an investigation, even though, like, come on, it's not going to be a real one. We'll probably never know, right? It's almost impossible to get fucking real information on things such as this, regardless. Wait, hold on 1 second. I gotta bring in, I'm gonna bring in my guest in a second. Actually, you know what? Let me do that real quick, because we have a Ukraine expert that I will have coming on, because we're going to be talking about like Ukraine updates as well. Where is it? What is is that Jeff Wittick, star of The Bachelor? No. The H3 Bachelor? No. We were talking about how Navalny said Muslim migrants are cockroaches. Yeah. I'm not a fan of the guy either. Okay, I'm not a fan of either of these people. Let's do it. Okay, send your request. Okay, boom. Okay, I'm gonna give a call to Carl Bayer right now, and we'll continue talking about this with him on board. Hello.
Hey, can you hear me? You there?
Oh my God, the audio is really bad. Holy shit. Hello. Do you? Okay, I would look at your sources real quick on your user settings and look at click on voice and video, because it's like crazy bad.
Shit. All right, give me a sec.
Yeah, look at your input device and cycle through them. And I can also hear myself as well, so I think you might have like the stream open or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it loud? Is it distorted? What's going on?
It's like incredibly. It just sounds robotic. It's patchy. It sounds like there's like an input issue. It's like distorted. It's everything. I don't know how else to describe it.
Ah, shit.
Wait, it might be getting better. Wait,
is the same better?
It's a little bit better, but it's like still super blown out. What kind of microphone are you using? Is it a headset mic?
I have a Yeti. I don't think the hardware is the problem. I think I just have poor reception out here. I don't have so.
No, it's definitely not the reception. I think it's the hardware. Do you mind flipping it off of like the Yeti to something else? Do you have anything else? Like your gain is really high. I think that your microphone gain is really high. I would lower that. I would on the Yeti. There's a knob. I would maybe play around with that a little bit and lower it. In worst case, we can just do it over the phone, because I think like a phone would most likely be better. But I mean, just play around with the knob a little bit and then get back to me and speak, and I can let me see and tell you if it's, because your audio quality is like not great. Hello, Carl. Okay, you're deafened now, so you can't hear me. Hello. Anyway, while we're waiting on that, I'll give you guys a little bit of a background on Carl and also give you a little bit of a background on the top of the hour ad break, which is coming right now. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Okay, that's number one. Number two, Carl Bayer is a Jacobin Mag writer. Okay, he lived in Ukraine for a couple years. And I would say that he has he works for the People's Policy Project, the think tank, a crowdfunded think tank, and writes for Jacobin magazine. And I think that he has a very interesting take on Ukraine in general as someone who's lived there. And I've been meaning to have him on to discuss for a minute now. Can you hear me, Carl? Discord reads like you're speaking. You have a green circle around you, but I can't hear you at all. So maybe you lowered the gain a little too much potentially. I don't know. I can't hear you at all now. Hello? Oh, I hear you breathing. I think I just heard you breathe.
Hello?
Wait.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Oh, okay. This is a little bit better. Can you hear me now? Oh, you're still deafened. Jacobin subscriber here. They do fantastic work. Says paleontologizing. That's a sick name. Paleo salute. Paleontologizing. I assumed that you were a paleontologist. I dig dinosaurs. I assumed that you do that. It would be an odd name to have if you didn't do that. That's sick. That's cool as hell. I love Twitch channels that have like unique interests like that or unique work like that. Stop hiding Godzilla. Oh shit. Don't get the Godzilla truthers started in here, dude. Uh-oh. Chris Pratt is mid and homophobic and I'm tired of pretending like he's not. That's cool. I don't know where that came from, but okay. I just log on the phone and call in that way, in my opinion. Probably the best and fastest way to do this. Okay, while he's working on that, I'm going to hello, Carl, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me right now?
Oh, dude, perfect. It worked.
There?
You fixed it. You fixed it completely. Let's go.
Right before I came on, there's a driver download that just totally messed up my headphones and my headphone mic and everything, and so I think that's what happened.
Okay. Carl, can you give us well, you know, it happens. We're all tech boomers out here. So obviously a lot has occurred in the time frame where I asked you to come on, especially for like Russian politics, I guess, which we can touch on, as well as we were just watching Joe Brandon talk about how Alexei Navalny's death is a result of Putin and his thugs, he said, taking a strong stance against Vladimir Putin. And I don't know if you like looked at all of the Hassan Ukraine takes that was swirling around as I asked you to like go through them a little bit. Maybe you didn't, maybe you did. I don't know. We can go through them as well.
Yeah, I looked through it a bit and looked at some of the responses and that kind of thing. So I have a general idea, I think, of what's going on.
So you are. Do you mind giving a little bit of your background to those in the audience that might not be familiar with your work? Because I feel like while you are also a dirty little lefty, I feel like your opinion on Ukraine is shaped by your experience with Ukraine. You lived there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You lived there.
Yeah, I lived there between 2017 and about 2018. And I was just teaching there. I went out there to teach English. I've also lived in Russia. I lived in Moscow for a little bit. And besides that, you know, I have some academic background in Russia. I'm a member of the Association for Slavic, East European, and Eurasian Studies. This is, I would say this is kind of like my geopolitical field, or as close as it comes. But yeah, I've been to both countries and been sort of all over Ukraine, traveled all over the place, and feel like I have a pretty good handle on what's going on there.
Okay, perfect. On that note, I think that there was, I feel like in the Russian invasion of Ukraine, there were a lot of people who took L's, myself included, in terms of like reading the situation and thinking that I had this like a famous tweet that everybody keeps always bringing up, where I said that Putin is a bad person and not a mad person, and that he would never be able to permanently annex a country with 44 million people that has a national project of like being not a part of Russia, which is albeit reductive terms, but I think that I still stand by the second part of that. But this was the reason why I was very callous in my analysis, alongside many of our friends, our mutuals, like the Chapo boys as well, saying that Russia will never invade Ukraine. You guys are fucking going crazy over that kind of thing. And you had I guess you had a slight difference in perspective at that time, maybe considering your background, and I wanted to hear, like, I wanted to get started on that part. I wanted to go all the way back to, I guess, square four. Wouldn't say it's square one, but
so I mean, I think a lot of this relitigation of the invasion and who got it right and who got it wrong was silly, because the fact is, the people who got it right, it's not like they had some kind of access to intelligence of what was actually going on at the battlefront or anything like that. They just believed people who we didn't believe, or who a lot of folks on the left didn't believe.
So like the State Department.
And it's silly to kind of say, well, I guessed right, and sort of position yourself as having credibility besides that. And I also think that people were very justifiably skeptical of what was going on. The fact is that Putin had troops at the border, but they've had troops at the border for since 2014. This has been an ongoing situation, and for most of the time, Putin had not invaded. So I thought that it's always possible that it's going to flare up again. I was out in Kharkiv, and I could hear gunshots when I was there, and this was all the way back in like 2018. So it's not like this battle, it has just now started. This war has been going on for a long time. But I guess the reason that I got it right was probably just knowing that it was entirely possible. They're already in Donetsk. They're already in Crimea. There's no real reason for him not to. And Putin's game, he's done the same thing in Georgia, where he sort of tests the boundaries sometimes of what the rest of the world will allow. And historically, he's only sort of gone like an inch at a time forward and then moved back. So I was expecting something more like that. Nobody I know was actually expecting a assault on Kyiv. That is still shocking to me. And I think that people who say that they did expect it are really underappreciating what a crazy move that was. This is an assault on one of the oldest capitals of Europe. I'm convinced that if it had kept up, and if it looked like there was any serious question of Kyiv toppling, I don't know that the U.S. would have gotten involved, but I think it's entirely possible that you would have seen a much stronger response coming out of Europe, just because that's a nuts thing to happen. And it's such a gamble. Like, it's such a gamble for Putin to do that. It didn't make sense to me.
Can I ask you a question? My assessment is even now that I think Putin underestimated the anti-air defenses that Ukraine would have, that greatly limited its potential air superiority. And I think that was like a major. I think that was a major issue in like not being able to conduct this, in air quotes, special military operation in the ways that they thought they could, and now they're in this like weird stalemate in eastern Ukraine.
I think that's pretty accurate. As I understand it, Putin got some pretty bad intelligence before coming into Ukraine, and that was a big part of it. I think he did, yes, underestimate just the amount of resistance he would meet. I think he also underestimated how quickly it would come and how quickly Ukraine would sort of get its defense together and be able to put a strong one. Because if I had to guess, I would say that Putin probably was sort of rolling the dice on Kiev, hoping maybe he could get like a quick knockout, kind of cut the snake off at the head type strike. And if he could have done that, it would have been a large victory, but he plainly was not prepared for any kind of siege or anything like that. And that's one of the reasons why he retreated eventually. The Russian army retreated, rather. So yeah, I think that you've got that about right.
Yeah, and then that retreat happened, and then in the process there was also obviously the ceasefire talks that occurred. There was a 15-point plan that was set forward in Turkey that I thought was like pretty solid overall for all things considered, and how much worse it could have gotten, and relatively early on as well. And my assessment here was that, well, one, I guess like I always said that Crimea was different in comparison to like the 2022 invasion. It was both different in terms of like military opposition. It was different because of the population size and their like prior Russification initiatives that already made it so that like Crimea was predominantly occupied by people who had, I guess, a connection to Russia. You had Sevastopol, and like the annexation and the way that it was conducted was very different than what is happening right now in eastern Ukraine, right? Obviously, LPR and DPR were accompanied with that, or the interference in LPR and DPR was accompanied with the 2014 actions, right? And that was an ongoing conflict back and forth, bombing campaigns, and then of course like Russian-backed military routinely fighting. And
there's just a big standoff going on, especially in Donetsk forever. And you could actually, as of 2018, you could actually still go there. It wasn't particularly safe. The city was basically divided in two, and there was kind of a line between that you could, there's kind of a safe zone where people who lived on one side could move to the other and vice versa. And it kind of fluctuated between a frozen conflict and a hot conflict. It was just like that way for years on end.
And I personally think that here's a couple things. Like people who push Z, right? They claim that that one, Russia and Ukraine are one nation, and that they're all they're all the same people, which is of course channeling like I guess both Dugin and Putin in some ways. It's a hyper nationalistic sentiment. They also claim that there was obviously a lot of Nazis there, and the denazification component was significant, which I thought it was always a bullshit justification, obviously. Not to say that there aren't, but that is not a real reason, especially considering that when you do invade a country, those nationalists are going to be hailed as heroes and will be able to, in the aftermath of the invasion, no matter which way it goes, they will always be a more, there will be people that sentiment of nationalism will be galvanized because they will be seen as emancipators, right? Because they're the most militant factions.
There's that. There's just whenever you have a war, it really stirs up nationalism and nationalistic resentments against the enemy. And you have like I'm watching people who I consider friends from Ukraine and who I would also consider to be sort of perfectly ordinary European liberals. before the invasion. And now, I listen to them talk about Russians, and, they'll use the word trolls or orcs or whatever. And you just have to, I'm not going to be too hard on somebody who's bunkered down in their basement during bombs for getting a little mad at people throwing bombs. But, it is happening. And I think that's one of the most ridiculous things about Putin's denazification rhetoric is this war is only going to intensify nationalistic sentiment in the country. It's definitely putting the political hard right in Ukraine in a better position than it was beforehand. Zelensky himself is, I would say, in danger. He can't, he's in a very bad position where if he bargains, he's going to be seen as selling his country out by a lot of Ukrainians and by the hard right. And that's how they're going to sell it. And, if I were him negotiating, I would want to do it outside of Ukraine, and I would stay out of Ukraine afterwards. He's not going to want to go back.
Yeah.
But just a word about the sort of Russian populations in Crimea and Donetsk and so on. It is true that Ukraine, Kiev was historically the capital of Russia. And there is this ultra nationalism in Putin sort of claiming them all for his, but it's nationalistic both ways. None of these, I guess I sort of take the old left socialist position that the nation state is always kind of this artificial reactionary institution and we need to get rid of it. And I look at this conflict through that lens because so much of it is about people defending borders and people sort of defining, okay, well, am I ethnically Russian, whatever that means, or ethnically Ukrainian? Even the language controversies are a little silly because Ukrainian is already very, very close to Russian, and depending on where you live, it's even closer. So we're talking about slight changes in vocabulary and spelling here, not even a massive change in the language.
Yeah. It's I don't disagree with you at all. I would say the same about, it's even closer from where I'm standing between like the similarities between Armenians and Turks or Greeks and Turks. Especially because like at least Armenians and Greeks are, they're Christian, whereas like the Turkish nation is predominantly Muslim. But overall, like the people look the same. There's obviously a different language there too, but like the people look the fucking same. The food is the same. The architecture is the same. The culture is pretty much the same. And yet there's like thousands of years of conflict. And in the situation with Ukraine and Russia, there's the similarities are way more prominent than the differences. And yet, obviously, no matter what happens, of course, there's going to be nationalistic sentiment because the people have decided that, this is their country. And I think that they have a right to, obviously want to defend their homes from being fucking bombed.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So, the reason why I brought up the pushing Z conspiracists is specifically because of like how off base I think they are with respect to like how the invasion has gone thus far and what the outcomes have been for Russia, right?
Oh yeah,
because like I think it's just copium to look at the situation and be like, no, this has been a phenomenal achievement. Like Ukraine will never join NATO now. I am a firm believer that the Western forces sold Ukraine down the line because they never genuinely were going to ever, I don't believe that they were ever going to let Ukraine into NATO. And that was just simply a thing that they dangled in front of Ukraine.
Absolutely.
And a similar opinion that I have, and I wanted to hear your take on this, I think exists within like the Turkish the peace plan or the ceasefire negotiations that took place in Turkey, the idea that like I think Zelensky maneuvered expertly in that situation where he said like we will do a referendum on Crimea 15 years down the line, which I think is like a really smart way to neutralize that hot potato, I guess.
Yeah.
Saying like, of course we're gonna have a referendum. We're a democracy after all, which like should be should at least like quiet down more reactionary parts of the country that would have genuinely attacked him with nationalistic sentiment about like every inch of land being brought back into Ukraine, no matter how no matter what the cost of that would look like or whether it was even possible or not. And I think that I think that that kind of fell apart, at least according to reports at the time, with the additional confidence that was given to Zelensky and maybe internal pressure as well, but definitely additional confidence given to Zelensky by Boris Johnson visiting Ukraine. Am I overestimating Boris Johnson here and like what that meant for or what that decision was as far as like Western forces saying we're backing you the entire way? Or do you think that that actually did play a role?
Well, I think, I saw one guy complaining about your take on that. And what I would respond to that is, ultimately, we really don't know what he said or what kind of pressure he put. We can sit here and do a lot of speculation, conjecture, and but there's no way to know about that for sure. That said, I think like the big thing that we're doing right now is, we are dangling the prospect of military aid in front of them. And, not just what we're giving, but of potentially ramping it up. And when you actually think about the degree of intervention that it would take to root Russians out of their positions where they're already entrenched, to do stuff to get them out of Crimea, to block off the borders. You need to do a lot of air control and you need to do a lot of Black Sea control. It's just utterly implausible that we're ever going to make that kind of commitment. But that is more or less how Ukraine is often defining victory now is, not giving up an inch of soil and Russia just kicked out completely. So there's something not connecting here. And I think that I actually tweeted this out yesterday. I think that hawks who want intervention, even if you want intervention, you have to start being honest about the fact that the U.S. just is not going to make that level of commitment.
Yeah,
it's not on the table. Like I think that realistically, we would have to have NATO troops on the ground because their big deficit right now is just manpower.
Yeah, that's the major problem. I think at this point is not even necessarily like the amount of weapons or munitions, which certainly is an issue still, obviously. But the major issue is that there's just not enough people to hold back.
And so they're trying to solve this problem with conscription, which has actually been going on for, almost really since the beginning of the war. Though it wasn't reported much, but like at the very beginning when Ukrainian men were trying to get out of the country, you would often get caught at the trains at the border and turned back. And I knew men who were just like hiding in Kiev. I have another friend right now who has been living in a European country. I'm not going to say which one because honestly, I don't want people trying to track them down. But I have a friend who's been living in a European country for a while. She has a kid. Her kid has only seen her father for the first month of his life, and it's approaching 2 years now. The husband is hiding in Ukraine, can't get out, but doesn't want to fight. This woman's brother is also hiding in Ukraine, doesn't want to fight. And it's not like they side with the Russians or anything like that. They just don't want to die. which is completely understandable. But this is a problem that we are creating directly, and you see like Americans online defending conscription of Ukrainians who don't want in this war, and it's just the most horrifying thing to me. Like,
they don't want to go fight.
Yeah, exactly.
They can join the Foreign Legion. It's like, it's not, you don't have to be you don't have to like actively be an active duty service member. You can go and join. I know people on this very platform that have done that. I mean, fucking what? Robert F. Kennedy's son did it, didn't he? Like, I think.
Yeah. Well, this has always been, it's funny because this has always been an anti-war line, is, you know, calling people chicken hawks and saying, well, go ahead and join. And sort of the subtext there is nobody is going to join a war like this. Historically, just because it was actually pretty hard. But the strange thing about this war is it's really unusually easy for American civilians to get involved. Like, you don't have to have certain kinds of background. You're just flying over to sort of the edge of Europe. So you're not like going
you go
into
to Poland,
the jungles of Vietnam.
You can literally go to Poland, take a fucking train into Ukraine, and join the Foreign Legion. And I welcome all of the people who are like, no, this war should continue, to go and do that thing, to go and do that and fight. It's a just cause, first and foremost. I've been very clear on my position, even though obviously, like, I have a very sizable leftist community online, and there are definitely disagreements on that front. I do personally think that it is a just cause, that Ukraine has every right to defend itself from an invasion of a foreign nation.
Yeah, I think that, you know, if you're a Ukrainian and you want to make that decision, you of course have every right to do that. I think that it's a very distinct question as to whether we should be sending weapons over there, or what kind of aid we should be sending. Just because my assessment at this point is that continued U.S. involvement in this is going to cost more lives than it's going to save. And I think that if we find ways to start not only withdrawing that aid, but being honest with Ukraine and telling them we just aren't going to be able to get you the aid that you want, and even the levels you're currently getting are going to eventually start dropping. So you need to plan and make decisions about negotiations with that in mind. I think that that's the most responsible thing and the most positive thing that we can possibly do for the war. Even if they want to, you know, keep fighting and defend themselves from attacks, God bless them, it's their right. But I think that we have a right to make decisions about how we want to be involved in this as well.
So I don't know. Here's what I think. Okay. I think that perhaps if there was more training early on or more weapons delivered early on, maybe that there could have been a better defense planted. But the defense was relatively solid, all things considered, especially in comparison to, like, you know, 2014, I guess, and like what the Ukrainian military looked like at the time versus what they were able to do in terms of like fending against like Russian air superiority early on. And I like, maybe there's a different timeline where, like, if the aid wasn't so trickled that from a pure military position, like there could have been even more leverage on the Ukrainian side. I don't know how that would work, because I feel like you still run into the problem of like running out of people. I remember reading an assessment from this dude named Snake, I think. He's like some Ukrainian combat guy who was talking about how, like, it doesn't matter if there's one Russian guy sitting at a position. It doesn't matter if we have drones. We don't know how many people are there. And if it's one fucking Russian dude and it's a rusty ass, and the one Russian conscript with a rusty ass fucking AK-47 is like holding a position, that's still dangerous for our guys, and it holds us up. It holds us up, and it takes a tremendous amount of time, even if it's one person. Now, play that out across the board on the field everywhere in Eastern Ukraine, and all of a sudden you arrive at the issue. It's like, in some ways it does literally feel like a old school trench warfare, or even like a war from a different era, where yes, like manpower in this circumstance, like the amount of people that you can throw at the problem in this circumstance does give you superiority on the ground.
There's this old sort of conventional wisdom among military strategists that it takes 7 people to get one person out of a defensive position. That's how hard it is. So it's such an uphill battle at this point. And I think that, I think you have a good point that, if you're going to intervene, you want to do it early and you want to do it hard. But
that's if your goal but that's if your goal. The reason why I brought this up, sorry to cut you off again, even though you're the guest here, but the reason why I brought it up is because that's only if your goal actually is to help Ukraine. If your goal is to extend the conflict as you, one, make a tidy profit for the military industrial complex, and very openly say that with 5% of our military budget, we've been able to destroy 50% of a foreign adversary's army with not a single active duty service member dying in the process. If that is your actual goal, because it is a win-win from that perspective, then it's great. You trickle the weapons in slowly but surely. Okay, you give more of a comfortable runway to the American defense contractors anyway, so they don't like run out of resources. You recycle older surplus military equipment into Ukraine, and then you can go back to the government and be like, well, our resources our reserves are depleted. Now we need more money. And all of that drives the economy in the United States of America. And I think that is the real American purpose here. That's why I always say that Ukraine is a just cause that America joined for, of course, the wrong reasons.
Yeah. I would say you always have to be careful about attributing intent to these kind of dynamics. I agree with you what is going on at this point, where, like the U.S. definitely has a stake in drawing out this conflict for as long as possible, especially because of the, military contractor component and all of that. But a thing is that they sort of fall into that logic a lot of times without even necessarily any particular person, rubbing their hands and scheming to do so. It's just a thing where there are all these forces sort of pushing against the administration, really ramping up into a full-blown counteroffensive. But then there are all these, there's the MIC that's constantly lobbying for a continued presence in Ukraine, and sort of the way that those balance out end up extending the war in this horrible way. And it works for the benefit of capital. Absolutely. But you just always have to be careful about attributing intent there, because if you ask like any particular, I'm sure that Biden himself probably genuinely wants to get Russia out of Ukraine. I think that he's probably thinking about it that way. And that whether he's actually willing to do what it takes, and whether he's being responsible about it, and whether he has bad incentives pushing him into a bad course of action, that's a different story. But there are like a lot of true believers in this cause out there who really are convinced that they're sort of fighting this World War III against Russian fascism. And so, which is all to say that I think early on in the war, if you had actually been able to make the case, hit them hard and fast immediately, I think that a lot of people in the administration would have actually bought that. In fact, we know from some of the reporting that a lot of people in the Biden administration were pushing for a much stronger response. And it was actually Biden who was a bit of a force of restraint at first. And I think that's probably kind of his role here still. He's just sort of naturally falling into drawing this out because that's how these conflicts always end up going.
Okay.
Yeah. The reason I push back on that a little is because I see leftists walk into a trap a lot of times where we talk about this kind of perverse dynamic that capitalism pushes us into. And we talk about this is what they intended or this is what they meant to do. And then it's very easy for the hawks and the liberals and so on to gotcha and be like, where's your evidence that they intended that? Like, where do you have a recording of Joe Biden saying this? Like, and so what ends up happening is you start trying to do this dot connecting stuff where you're like, well, we made this
well, Joe Biden did say it, to be fair. Like, he openly mentioned it as he was like trying to sell the aid package, the $95 billion aid package, like last week or a couple days ago, actually, as it passed through the Senate, where he openly said, like, you guys don't understand, we're not like dropping bags of cash into Ukraine. We're actually like, this money is going back to our weapons, our facilities. Like, this money is hiring more American hands, and this was a calculated messaging effort that was leaked to Politico by the Biden camp, I suspect, I assume, maybe like a month prior. I remember reading an article about this specifically on how to sell the idea of weapons aid to the American public, because it is true. And I don't think it's like conspiracy in the sense that like it's a conspiracy theory. I think it's a conspiracy in the truest sense of the word. They are conspiring because we are aligned on I think they're aligned on class interests in this situation. Yeah. It's just like it's a normal collaboration. It's the same thing that like I guess Noam Chomsky talks about quite frequently with respect to people that get elevated into higher and higher positions in American media. They would not be there. There's no like deliberate attempt.
Yeah.
Where someone goes, I know what I'm saying is untrue, and that's why I'm saying it. It's more, or someone gave me orders to say these things. It's not a conspiracy theory in that sense. It's more so they do genuinely believe it, and their interests do align, and therefore, they advocate for these things.
I think we're agreeing. I think that I'm just always sort of reflexively like, every time I hear somebody start talking about intents, and especially like secret intents, I get a little nervous because this is just like the liberal playbook where every single time that you start doing that, they gotcha on that. Or it's like, you see the same thing that happens a lot of times when you have journalists who are very clearly hawks and who have very obvious conflicts of interest in the way that they talk about and cover this war. And so, people sort of colloquially say, well, they're bought off, or they're in the bag or whatever. And they are in this informal sense that you're talking about. But if you actually put it that way, they always come back and say, oh, you actually think that I'm getting paid by Zelensky to say this? Where's your proof? They do that kind of stuff.
But I mean, it's not Zelensky. It's in many instances is like directly Raytheon. You have a former general go on CNN and do a PowerPoint presentation on HIMARS. And very openly, you look at their background, and they're just straight up like they're doing lobbying for Raytheon actively while they're live on TV, talking about their perspective on the war as though it's like as though they have no other nefarious secondary reason for saying the things that they are saying. And in my opinion, that is like that's the. When I say someone's bought off, that's what I mean in the most reductive terms. Regardless, though, like I said, it's the entire system is designed in this way. Whether it's Ukraine, whether it's Taiwan, whether it is whether it's Israel or anywhere else where America is involved in the affairs of another country, involving itself or greatly accelerating tensions, trying to start conflict. It's all it's all at the behest of the profit margins for weapons, for defense contractors in general. Now, moving away from the things like the peace negotiations, I do want to talk a little bit more about like where we're at this point, because the counteroffensive at this stage is an abject failure. This was propped up and sold to the American public for those who are still interested in Ukraine, or were still interested in Ukraine maybe 6 months ago, where this was going to be an active effort to completely rid the eastern territories of any kind of Russian invasion, and it failed. And now it's a cold stalemate with as many people suspected, with Russia every now and then bombing Western positions, and Ukraine bombing even inside of Russia every now and then, and it's just like pot shots at this point, minefields. There is a need for artillery. A lot of those munitions we are, I guess, running out of because of the fact that we just don't have like a straight up World War II style war economy where every single resource is going directly into building weapons. So now you also have Israel, and they need dumb bombs as well. This was even before October 7th, where America had to tap in to South Korea, a nation with a lot of artillery for obvious reasons, to basically resupply Ukraine. And then after Israel's ethnic cleansing campaign began post October 7, now our attention has shifted over there and our resources have shifted over there. So Ukraine is in a really bad position now.
If what I would sort of say is, I think that the number one problem that's going to face Ukraine in the end is actually domestic. I think that the conscription issue is much more politically destabilizing than people really get at this point, but you can see it. And it's not, by the way, just coming from people avoiding being conscripted. It's also on the other side, you have families of soldiers who've been there from the beginning complaining and saying, they've been fighting all this time. They should be able to take some time off while all these other people who've been home all the time go out and fight. So this is like the war is really coming home in that sense to Ukraine, where it's becoming more and more difficult for your average ordinary person to hide from it or to get away from it. You could sort of move out west a bit, or you could flee the country. And, if you were like, say, in Lvov or something like that, you might still face the occasional missile flying over there. But it was relatively sort of a stable situation. I get there are other economic problems and stuff like that. But I think that ultimately it's just a meat grinder there at the front lines. If they can't just keep they can't keep raising the conscription age ceiling and, sort of scraping the bottom of the barrel more and more, putting prisoners out there and stuff like that. Eventually it's going to turn into a political problem where you have people running on either ending conscription, which will end the war, or just flat out ending the war itself, for the simple reason that it's just hurting ordinary Ukrainians too much. And I think that is probably a more likely settlement at this point. I don't think Zelensky is really in a position where he can settle now. I just don't, because the politics of it, the way that the right has him over a barrel, and it will just seem everybody is going to read it as him selling the country out if he does it now. And I saw one of your critics talking about, well, America would come in and rescue Zelensky or something.
Huh.
No, we aren't.
No,
Like,
that's the funniest part, because like it doesn't make sense. People always like the extremely online side of this conflict is like obviously petty and annoying, because like American foreign policy is going to be what it is no matter what the fuck we say on Reddit, right? You can watch you can watch all the drones drop grenades on Russian orcs footage all you want on subreddits, and no matter how much you fantasize about that sort of thing, like your opinion is completely irrelevant when it comes to American foreign policy, right? Or you can be pushing Z, doesn't fucking matter. There's nothing that we can say or do. However, one thing that I will never understand, if we are going to talk about like the Reddit side or the Twitter NATO defenders and whatnot, the one thing that's always really interesting to me is that like if this was a matter of like Ukrainians and what their wants and what their interests are, we would have instituted Article 5. We would have brought in Ukraine into NATO. Do you think Ukrainians don't want that? Of course they want that. They want to be defended. They want Western forces to come in and defend Ukraine. Like, no Ukrainian is going to say no to that. It's completely understandable that they would say that. But there's a reason why we don't do that. Well, because of the obvious pressures and the potential for nuclear holocaust, or at least like, I remember this was like really prescient at the time. I thought it was really interesting. There was a moment where like the American State Department cutouts would go into like CNN and whatnot, and maybe briefly talk about the potential for a mini nuke, like certain parts. Do you remember this?
Yeah.
This was like they like when they brought that up, I was like, holy shit! Like there's a real situation that like Russia could deploy a tactical nuke, and they're like, it seems like they're kind of trying to get ahead of it. Like
that was, I think that was mostly brinksmanship. Europe wouldn't let them do that because you face like depending on where they drop it, you face potential fallout problems in Poland or wherever.
No, absolutely.
Or Romania, I guess. But I thought that was mostly just sort of posturing and brinksmanship, and just, especially like a lot of the sort of the NATO guys and a lot of these folks really do not have, they're out of touch with what the Biden administration is actually doing and what they want, because you can see like they're talking, we want a full-on invasion, and we want to, like, some of them will actually start talking about going into Moscow and overthrowing Putin and doing stuff like that. And it's just like the administration is nowhere near that. Or like, remember, the counteroffensive, and they were extremely bullish on that. And then afterwards, you find out that the administration was like, we have our doubts. We don't think this is going to work. So yeah, I'm always very, very skeptical. I guess it depends on who they actually have talking. It's one thing for somebody actually in the Pentagon right now, or an administration official or someone like that to be making those statements. But when it's just like some random ex-Pentagon guy who's gone into private contracting or decided he wants to become an influencer or whatever, that's when I start becoming skeptical of those kind of statements.
Yeah. I guess what I was trying to say is that it's not, I mean, we're aligned on this. I think that like there is a extent to how much we are willing to support Ukraine in this, in their just cause of wanting to be rid of this invasion. And that much is clear. That's an undeniable fact, right? There is no fly zone over Ukraine. That's not. And I don't personally think that would be a good idea anyway, because of the obvious reality of the matter, given what the Russian retaliation could look like potentially, greatly escalating the conflict into NATO states, or at least like testing the boundaries in American interest in like how much they're willing to defend Poland, for example. Does that make sense? Like, because I believe that, like, I don't think America gives a shit about Poland either. Like, the extent of which they give a shit about Poland is is like what that says about NATO and how it exists, right? Like it's more so like you're not defending Poland because you care about Poland. You're defending Poland because like you have to defend NATO nations, or else there's no reason for NATO to exist at all. So it greatly undermines the entire purpose of NATO if you don't defend Poland.
Yeah.
So but clearly they have none of that consideration for Ukraine whatsoever, despite the fact that Ukrainians understandably want it. So I guess I ask all my interlocutors that that they should extend that way of thinking into why, like how much we care about Ukrainian considerations and Ukrainian emancipation in our efforts to defend Ukraine. That's why I always have said that I think it's important to be realistic with Zelensky from the jump, and even urge if you were an honest a person engaging in like diplomacy, you would be like, yeah, at a certain point this has to end, and you know, this is the extent of the help that we can give you, and we got to start. We have to start the conversation around ceasefire and peace talks.
Yeah. All you have to do is look at what Zelensky's asks have been, like what kind of aid he wants in sort of an ideal scenario, and compare that to what we're actually giving him. And it's never that. We never really come anywhere near what he's asking for. And these are kind of his baseline, like minimum. This is not even, he still talks about this as if he can win this war just with Ukrainian ground troops and stuff like that. And I don't think that that's even viable anymore. So I don't think that even he is being all that realistic about what it would take. But even by his standards, we aren't coming anywhere close to it. And I think that this is sort of the winning argument about this, because you can bypass all of these questions about should we be helping them, and you know, what's sort of the just course of action for the US to take in terms of sending them weapons. You can get around that once you acknowledge the reality of what's going on. And once you get past that and say, hey, but that's not what's going to happen. So acknowledging that, what is your second best outcome here? What's your damage control approach to this situation on the assumption that we aren't going to give them enough aid to win?
Yeah. So a couple things I want to talk to you about is Zaluzhny and the I guess domestic dispute between the former general commander of the Ukrainian ground forces and the new commander of the Ukrainian ground forces. I shared my screen with you. Are you seeing it?
Yeah. I see it.
And also, of course, I want to talk about Navalny. Actually, as a matter of fact, I'm going to go into Navalny right now, and I want to play this. I want to play this out real quick, partially because I want to go pee while I play this out real quick, and then not the whole thing, but I'll pause it and we'll get back to it in a second. But I'm going to do that right now, okay? And you can hear it too. So we'll talk about Navalny a little bit, and then we'll get back to Zaluzhny.
Clear my mind here a little bit and not say what I'm really thinking. But let me be clear. This is an outrageous thing for a president to say. I can't fathom. From Truman on, they're rolling over in their graves hearing this. As long as I'm president, America stands by our sacred commitment to our NATO allies, as they have stood by their commitments to us repeatedly. Putin and the whole world should know, if any adversary were to attack us, our NATO allies would back us. And if Putin were to attack a NATO ally, the United States will defend every inch of NATO territory. Now's the time for even greater unity among our NATO allies, to stand up to the threat that Putin's Russia poses. You know, I send my deepest condolences to Alexei's staff and supporters. We're going to continue his work despite this loss, despite all of Putin's desperate attempts to stamp out the opposition, and most of all to his family, especially to his wife, his daughter, and his son, who've already sacrificed so much for their family and a shared dream for a better future for Russia. So I just want to say God bless Alexei Navalny. His courage will not be forgotten, and I'm sure it will not be the only courage we see coming out of Russia in the near term. Thank you. I'll be happy to take a couple questions.
Sir, first, was this an assassination?
The answer is that we don't know exactly what happened, but there is no doubt that the death of Navalny was a consequence of something that Putin and his thugs did.
And to be clear, you warned Vladimir Putin when you were in Geneva of devastating consequences if Navalny died in Russian custody. What consequences
He did say that.
should he?
He did say that. So what do you think? My assessment is like I don't think we'll ever know what the real situation on hand is. I don't know if there's like a lot of political reasons leading up to an election because this will cause like a little bit of internal disruption no matter what. And he was already arrested and in prison anyway. I think it's more so like I do agree that he definitely did allow Navalny to die in prison at the very least, and therefore is directly responsible for his death, of course.
Yeah.
But I don't know if it's like a direct poisoning situation or if it's like he just fucking died because of the horrible conditions because he had poisoned them prior.
I'm assuming that he had him killed.
Yeah.
I think that seems pretty safe to me, just because
he does do that a lot.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of his thing, and there's no real reason to doubt it. The sort of political logic of doing it right now has a little bit to do with elections. I think it's hard to say, but I'm not really giving Putin the benefit of a doubt on this. There's no need to.
I like no matter what, it is his fault regardless. Like obviously.
Yeah. I had
unless he was vaccinated.
Yeah, like when I lived in Moscow, and I was at Moscow State University, which is one of these beautiful old castles they have in Moscow that Stalin built. And I was up on, I think, like the 8th floor. And this was right around when tensions with Georgia were really ramping up. And they were being very, very hard on Georgian immigrants at the time, closing down their businesses, banning Georgian products. You'd see Georgians getting beat up out in the streets and stuff like that. Well, one day, I had a Georgian neighbor who lived across from me. One day, the militia comes and knocks at his door, and I heard the knocking, and I thought it might be my door. So I open up my door and look out, and these two, they're sort of quasi-military, quasi-police guys are standing there. And, I asked them what's going on, and they're just like, it's all good, go away. And so I went away, and then I eventually heard somebody let them in. And then the next day I find out that my Georgian roommate mysteriously fell out the window and died.
That's a common cause of death, I think. Seems like a normal occurrence. I mean, otherwise, if it wasn't natural, why does it happen so much, Carl?
Yeah. And I've had friends who have been beat up over there. I was myself at one point followed by like these militia guys with dogs, and they're clearly watching. It was after I attended Anna Politkovskaya's wake, which is a lot like Navalny's right now, the murdered journalist, and they're putting flowers all out front, and they had some cops just kind of standing there watching the people who came to pay their respects. And I think they probably heard me speaking English, and so they sort of followed me for a few blocks, I think, just to see where I was going to go, probably to intimidate me too. So, it's like that kind of thing happens in Russia, and I don't want to overstate it. You had one liberal yesterday saying that they arrest you if you criticize their grocery stores. And that doesn't happen at all. Everybody loves to complain about their grocery stores in Eastern Europe, but I would not put this past Putin.
Yeah. Wait, did you see the video of Navalny one day prior to his death in good health in prison? Definitely evidentiary he was put out and not sick, but who knows? This is court video of Navalny in Russian prison day before reported death. seems to show Putin critic in good health. First of all, I like that they're saying he seems to be in good health. My man has lost like 80 fucking pounds here. He looks like a victim, okay? But I mean, it's seemingly he doesn't look like he's gonna die one day later. So I get why they're showing this.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's talk about Navalny's background a little bit, because I'm of the mindset that, and I laugh about this all the time, because like sometimes people will come into the chat and be like, Hassan, you don't understand the communist. There's a communist party in Russia, and it's like, no, there is no real opposition within the existing political infrastructure in Russia to Vladimir Putin. There's only controlled opposition, and then I guess like anything that's outside of said controlled opposition is usually backed by Western parties, Western forces. But yeah, I feel like Alexei Navalny is no different in that situation. Like he's like, obviously Putin is a villain of in every sense of the word, regardless of his own personal motivations and interests and whatnot. But like, he is not a good guy. But I would not say that Navalny is a good guy either, right?
He's a right-wing ethno-nationalist.
Yeah.
Extremely anti-Muslim. It's been surreal watching folks sort of valorize him simply because he's been in the opposition to
They
Putin.
did that to fucking what's his face, Prigozhin, right? I mean, they did that to fucking the head of Wagner.
Yeah, I mean,
because he was marching into Russia. Like, it was so mind-boggling to me that it's more like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who it is. Like, if you're standing against Putin, like, we love you, and it's like, the fuck do you mean? Like, that's insane.
Yeah, he's he is a particularly bad guy, and I think that there's the various charges about him against him. Let's see, there was the extremism charge, and that was about sort of fomenting nationalism and basically Nazi propaganda type stuff. And the punishment is wrong, but the charge was correct. That's absolutely what he did. And then they hit him with a terrorism charge on basically the exact same grounds.
Yeah, this is also deeply hypocritical, obviously, because like there are plenty of ultra nationalist sentiment in Russia as well, and as long as they're aligned with the government, chat, that doesn't like they're fine, if that makes sense. Like they're not. It's not because they're woke by any means, or genuinely anti-Nazi by any means. So I hope you understand that. I don't think Carl is saying that like that Navalny is like a guy who, or the only guy who was an extremist and an ultra nationalist, ethno nationalist of this sense in Russia.
Oh, not at all. And I mean, one thing that I think you don't see people talk about in the discourse so much is, you have sort of in Ukraine, you have the Azov, like sort of ultra nationalist Nazis whose allegiance is specifically to Ukraine, and who idolize Bandera and that sort of thing. But then you do have these sort of hard right Nazi fascist movements in Russia, in Ukraine, that are sort of a bit on the fence of who they were going to support. And you saw that in the United States too. You still see that sometimes, where you have Nazis here sort of trying to decide, okay, well, we like the Azov guys, but we also like Putin, and we don't like, like if they're both Russia and Ukraine have a serious Nazi problem. I don't personally think that it's much more significant than ours. I think the only real difference is that if the Nazis get in power in the US, like if say Trump takes power, our institutions have been pretty resilient and capable of handling him. If you have a hardline it's some Azov guy who gets swept into power because of his popularity. He's associated with the war or whatever. In Ukraine, they don't have the kind of institutions there, the court system, that kind of thing, or the electoral institutions. They're capable of dealing with somebody like that. And in fact, Zelensky's responsible for destroying a lot of that because he's going around and banning parties. We're really moving back towards the sort of old inter-elite struggles that used to really define Ukrainian politics. And it's getting really, really factionalized between this hawkish side and then sort of I would say, moderate sort of European liberal. That's Zelensky's faction. I know that a lot of people understandably associate him with Azov and with the Nazis and so on, but that's really not his political faction. That's not where he's going to end up if there's a serious political breakdown.
Yeah.
And Zaluzhny, the Zaluzhny firing is a big part of that because I think that a lot of that comes from the fact that Zaluzhny is just an extraordinarily popular figure in Ukraine, like war heroes often are, while Zelensky's popularity has been steadily falling. And I think that he sort of recognizes a political threat when he sees one and is probably trying to neutralize it, by putting somebody else in and taking him out of power. Who knows how that's going to actually work, but I think that's probably what his actual logic is.
What would you say about Zelensky's I guess military prowess? If you wanna dive into that a little bit, from what I understand, he was a little bit more restrained about what he thought was possible on the ground. In comparison to Zelensky being a political figure, wanting to maintain his power, maintain his grip on power, or maybe even wanting to propagandize their position so that people don't. So that there aren't domestic issues, right? Because there's always a potential for a domestic upheaval when people realize that maybe the war isn't going in the way that that they thought it would be, right?
Yeah.
So
I guess
sorry, go ahead.
there's a long tradition of generals and people who are actually in the military having a more realistic assessment of what's going on in the ground and their chances than the political leadership. So that doesn't surprise me. I think it is the one thing I do wonder about is if he gets political, if he actually becomes a political figure, maybe starts challenging Zelensky, is his line going to be, is he going to make a pivot towards saying Zelensky is a traitor and he's selling out Ukraine, he's not fighting to the last inch? Or is he going to take this more pragmatic, this war is lost and we need to defend Ukrainian lives and stuff like that? That's going to be a crucial question, I think, and it's very hard for me to sort of guess where he would go with that. But it's gonna tell us a lot about the state of Ukrainian politics, because it's gonna tell us, Zaluzhny, a lot of his power base is going to come from the hard nationalist right, and if they are becoming pessimistic about winning the war, then everybody is. It seems like they would be the last holdouts.
What ideological faction is he from? Though Zelensky, what would he align with? Do you know? I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
No, I mean it's difficult to talk about Ukrainian politics in terms of ideology, because it's not the same way that ours are, where different parties and different candidates always necessarily map onto distinct political programs. In Ukraine, it's often just a lot of oligarchs sort of vying for power on kind of similar anti-corruption platforms, and maybe sort of historically one major difference was just, are they going to be more aligned with Russia? Or are they going to be more aligned with the EU? So that's about that's probably about as political as I think he would get, and I think that his preference there is more aligned with the EU and not Russia. But it's precisely because Ukrainian politics aren't ideological in the same way that it's hard to predict where he's going to go. Everything sort of depends, I think, on the political mood among the hard right, which are going to be they aren't going to be his biggest base, but they're going to be his most militant and activist and politically influential base, I think. And they're going to have a lot of credibility because they're going to be, talking about their war experience and stuff like that.
Okay. So ultimately, it doesn't really matter. There's like chatters in here saying that he's like a Banderite, or that he's like a hyper nationalistic, or that he marched with Right Sector. I'm not familiar with his background at all. Do you mind diving into that a little bit, or is that too much of a hot potato? I want to know what your perspective on this is, because like I grew up in Turkey, okay?
Yeah.
And as someone who grew up in Turkey, like, ultra nationalists play a very prominent, very significant role in Turkish politics. So oftentimes I am a bit more, I wouldn't say forgiving, but I don't have the same like American lens when it comes to when it comes down to like assessing nationalist figures, especially as like emancipatory figures. I get that like the average citizen could potentially be a part of a group like that without and still be like a normal person and not like an American Nazi, because there's no political representation for like the American Nazi Party, and most Americans are, I guess, like their position is that they are nationalist, like and we reaffirm that through every outlet, like the national anthem before the NFL games and things of that nature, like that creates like a normal fascistic center for every single American to like abide by without aligning themselves with like a significant ultra nationalist cause, right? Whereas in Europe and in European countries where there's like multiple parties, I feel like there's a more official role that people align with. So I guess the question for you is, like, as far as Bandera, as far as nationalistic, as far as the prominence of nationalism, is this overstated, or is it seen as like a normal figure, or is it? Yeah, go ahead.
So what I would say, I made the comparison to fascism in the US earlier. And I guess like what has happened, the way that I see this is that a lot of the folks who align themselves with Zaluzhny, him too. But Zaluzhny is actually a good example here, because I doubt that he is a Nazi in the sense of having this, Jewish people are parasites and the Aryan race is superior and all of that kind of stuff. The actual specific ideology that we associate historically with Nazism. But he is finding himself and deliberately aligning himself with Banderites. And, like he posted a picture on Facebook recently of him with a prominent right sector guy. He's actually
here it is.
Yeah. And with the old red and black flag in the background.
Yeah.
And sort of the danger, there's kind of two dangers associated with Azov and with this Ukrainian nationalism in general that I see, which is that they end up like, if they were just sort of very gung-ho Ukrainians and into Ukrainian history and stuff like that, they would just be ordinary nationalists. But because they have associated themselves with Bandera and with this sort of historical struggle against the Soviet Union.
Yeah, USSR, exactly.
Yeah, what that ends up doing is it sort of pushes them towards apologetics of the actual German Nazi party, just because they will get hit with charges of sympathy for them, and they'll have to say, well, look, the communists were just as bad, and they'll end up saying stuff like that. And so they become this force for Nazi apologetics, regardless of what they privately believe. And
it goes back to the same principle, though. It's like when you are invaded, these figureheads they lend themselves so perfectly to building a nationalist mythos. And all of a sudden, even if you didn't give a fuck about Bandera, you're like, well, okay, these guys are saying that he's bad, and they're a continuation of the USSR, and they're invading my country, so maybe this Bandera guy has some good fucking ideas. And obviously, a lot of those ideas were, for those of you who don't fucking know in the chat, aligning with Nazis, killing Polish people, killing a shit ton of Jewish Ukrainians. And, even if you personally are not like, yeah, those were good things, you end up, I guess, finding yourself in the same exact predicament that the Canadian Parliament found itself a couple of months back. Your anti-communist sentiment ends up causing you to align with out and about direct Nazis.
Yeah. And that's how it often goes.
Yeah.
A lot of Nazis didn't think of themselves as Nazis in the sense of being bigots or being there's some good old essays on this by Theodor Adorno, just talking about how a lot of Nazis can envision themselves, and a lot of them were actually very sort of opportunistic and pragmatic about it and not so ideological, but they ended up being a part of this whole ideological apparatus anyway, and you get swept up in it. And so that's, like if for example I hear somebody in Ukraine say Slava Ukraina, which a lot of people just do as a toast. They were doing that before the war, had nothing to do really with, like, these are people who think that the right sector is ridiculous, but it's very much like saying God bless America in the US. It's just kind of a banal nationalist sentiment to a lot of people, but now that has become associated with the Banderite movement, the post-Banderite movement. And so, you have this really dangerous dynamic. Again, I don't think that it's more prolific in Ukraine than it is like in the US. But the danger is that a lot of these people are proximate to power. Like you did have right sector people in the Rada at one point. Their numbers really, really diminished since their peak, and I think it was like 2013, 2014, around then. Their numbers really significantly diminished since then, but you do have sort of open Banderites in government positions in a way that you don't, like, you have people like Trump, or you have sort of figures in the right in the US who just are de facto fascists, but they aren't openly aligning themselves in that way. So the difference is a kind of semantic. I think it does matter, but I worry more about the radicalizing effect that Trump's invasion is having, a lot more than I worry about, like some dumbass Ukrainian conscript who was handed a military uniform because they only have so many and it had the Azov patch on it. And we don't even know if he identifies with them or not, because they're just handing these uniforms out. And a lot of people don't really know or care what that means. Like, I don't think that your typical Ukrainian would look at a Sonarad, for example, and associate that with Nazis, or really even know what that is. Certainly US leftists do, but I don't know that that is how a lot of Ukrainians perceive it.
Okay. I mean, these are all byproducts of being invaded. Like, that's the way I see it. I still lay the blame almost entirely on Putin's hands, as far as like the insidious nature of nationalistic symbolism creeping into public consciousness. I do think that there is like a really scary secondary implication for such things.
Yeah.
Well, and also I think that the Western world plays a role in normalizing that exhibition.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, there's a wild narrative around a while back. I don't know if you remember, there was that shooter who they found like a sonorad in his diary or something, and they associated him with Ukraine. And some folks were actually talking about how Ukrainians were radicalizing Americans. And I don't think that's the main dynamic. I think it's going the other way mostly. I think that we are exporting fascism in kind of the sense that you're talking about, more than they are importing it to us. Another a dynamic that really gets overlooked here, that really has contributed to the rise of nationalism in Ukraine, is just the fall of the Soviet Union and deteriorating living standards there. And the fact that, you know, like, say what you will about the Soviet Union, but it was very openly and aggressively sort of anti-nationalist, and their whole, like, it's still this way in Russia, where the Great Patriotic War, like, just the defeat of Nazis is held in such reverence. And it was very important to Ukrainians too. And so you have like...
Yeah, there were significantly more Ukrainians that fought in the Red Army as opposed to like aligning with Bandera or joining like the SS Galicia, right? Like this is like a marginal nationalistic movement that aligned with the Nazis, that is now, like, I guess, becoming more, I would say, becoming more prominent as a consequence of, like, the nationalism that comes from wanting to free yourself of an invading force. It almost justifies, in their eyes, in the eyes of many people, I feel like it certainly justifies their framework, where it's like, well, okay, well, this guy's not fucking wrong, because like he didn't want to be bombed, or he didn't want to be killed in the way that my family's being killed currently. I guess the point I was trying to make is that, like, I feel like the Western media played a role in like normalizing a lot of what we see here as well, in the sense that, like, there are obviously plenty of fucking Ukrainians in the Ukrainian armed forces that are not Nazis or nationalists of any sort whatsoever, but it feels like I was taking crazy pills when, like, every single fucking time that they were interviewing someone, it would be like a guy whose nickname is Adolf, who like has a fucking black sun tattoo, and he's like the leader of the you know, the militia training group or some shit. And it's like, well, why are you interviewing this guy? Like, shouldn't you be trying to desperately hide this guy? Like, that's what I never understood. Like, why is it that the Associated Press was doing this, and why was it that like the Ukrainian armed forces was not like trying to deal with it on the PR front?
You know, part of it has to do with the way that the war has gone. So, for example, you know, you had that siege at Azovstal, which was in Mariupol, which was being largely defended by Azov battalion folks. You have Lvov in the sort of western part of the country, which is a very Banderite, sort of very nationalistic city compared to some. Like, I remember when I visited there, you could get Bandera t-shirts at their gift shops and stuff like that. And meanwhile, a lot of the folks who would be sort of inclined to oppose that or object to that kind of stuff, I think that a lot of them are actually concentrated in the East, and are like, a lot of them really, I mean, your average Ukrainian, I talk about this with another Ukrainian friend all the time. Like, if you're out in the middle of, some farm out in Donetsk or something, like in the region, you don't really care if your tax dollars are going to Putin or Zelensky. You mostly just want to be left alone. And you don't really have and that's one of the reasons why I don't really worry so much about what parts of Ukraine end up in Putin's hands, because it's not going to change the lives of many people, honestly. But I think a lot of sort of systematically, a lot of the sort of Ukrainians who would be more inclined to be skeptical of that stuff are away from the eyes of the media, are shut out of it. And the ones that we do see in the media all the time are either people in the military and specific parts of the military, like Azovstal, which we talked about, or they tend to be these sort of ultra, extremely online NGO employees in Kiev who mostly
sure.
make their living doing this stuff. They're getting paid to go on social media and attack Russia and defend Ukraine against charges of fascism and stuff like that. So I think there is a systematic bias, but it's still it's still bizarre. Like, it's an unforced PR error, right? Like, if you're Zelensky, you don't need to be fighting this fight with the West at the same time. Put out your guys who aren't Nazis, like in your photo opportunities and stuff like that. Screen them out. Why are you making these mistakes?
Yeah, I don't understand that part. And I don't understand why, the Western world, which is certainly before the Russian invasion of 2022, was very critical of the Zelensky government, talking about corruption, the same Voices of America beats that are State Department owned and operated would regularly criticize the Zelensky government for corruption, regularly even write about Ukraine's Nazi problem and things of that nature. So much so that the American government had to actually take initiative and literally pass legislation. Many chatters don't know this because they didn't fucking know about Ukraine until 2022, but they had to pass legislation under they had to pass legislation to stop funding and arming specifically the Azov Battalion because they were out and about open neo-Nazis. You could say that they are not the brunt or the majority of the forces, which is of course certainly true, something that I agree with. And you can certainly say that Putin's justification of denazification is ridiculous, which I also agree with. It is ridiculous. It's fucking bullshit. He should denazify his own country, really. But having said all of that, the fact that they just completely dropped all of that, and even the most Western focused people regularly say that the Black Sun tattoo is actually not that significant, that this guy has, and his nickname is Adolf because it's cutesy. I think that plays a role in basically solidifying propaganda for some of these very far-right forces that will inevitably cause problems for Zelensky or any kind of even Western-focused leadership that tries to take a more centrist position, right? As a matter of Ukrainian freedom, as a matter of trying to stop the bleeding, stop the hemorrhaging. If you were to ever capitulate in any way, shape, or form, if you were to concede on any of these issues, then you leave yourself out to a major opening from far-right elements to come in and be you're fucking collaborating with the Russians, you're a Russian op, and institute a coup d'etat, or even just directly win the elections, right, if there ever is one. And I think that it is wildly irresponsible not to see the writing on the wall here and not to think about Ukrainian independence later down in the future. And what that's going to look like, what Ukraine is going to look like, not right now, not a year from now, but 5 years from now. And I think that we are being wholeheartedly irresponsible, and there will be many thought pieces written, retrospectives in a similar capacity. Our friends will make Blowback season 10 at that point about how did the far right win so much in Ukraine after the Russian invasion and whatnot. And we'll talk about how the media absolutely fucking capitulated to these and normalized a lot of these like far right positions in Ukraine. And I don't know, it's really fucking scary to think about, especially because this country is one that is heavily connected to Europe, and what those implications will have for European politics, or even like direct acts of violence within Europe, all the weapons that we've given that are not accounted for. All of that is just like terrifying. It's America doing what America does in Afghanistan and in the Middle East, but this time doing it in Eastern Europe.
Yeah. And I mean, like you're saying about the West opposing this stuff before the war. I had a friend who's actually running a prominent NGO over there, and they would do stuff like, for example, they would organize a pride parade over there because they do a lot of like LGBT advocacy work in Ukraine. And you would have these Azov guys like show up with baseball bats. And so, you had people from the NGOs, and I actually went with them to one of them, just walking with them at the parade so that you could have numbers in case the Azov or the Right Sector guys tried to start something. And they were regarded as a menace by, certainly by people doing that kind of advocacy, by a lot of sort of the liberalizing, like really honestly Soros aligned NGOs and organizations over there. People whose whole mission is about anti-corruption and quote European values and neoliberalization and stuff like that. They actually saw the Nazi stuff as an impediment to their agenda.
Yeah.
But now you see that it as soon as it becomes convenient, all of that resistance just evaporates. And that's one of the sort of problems with trying to change a country like Ukraine from the top down with these NGO liberalization initiatives, is there's no base at the bottom really that you're reaching. And so all of the progress you're making is just totally artificial. It's consigned to like, the wealthiest upper like 20% of Kiev residents who all want to get a job at an NGO, so they go to all the events and meetings and stuff like that. Like those are the people that sort of these liberalizing organizations are really doing a lot for, but not for the rank and file that your common Ukrainian citizen. And that again was a role that communism really played. Where it really improved the quality of life for a lot of people, guaranteed them a social safety net, which now we are gradually stripping away in the war. You have guys in the U.S. right now, I forget which think tank he works for. There's a guy in the U.S. Warning about welfare queens in Ukraine, wrote a paper about this, where he thinks that they're going to have this problem of Ukrainians taking advantage of U.S. humanitarian aid, and that will disincentivize them from getting work. So he is arguing against just giving them basic humanitarian aid on those grounds, and absolutely sinister stuff. And that is the kind of stuff that does ruin lives and that does make people become desperate and turn to nationalism. So yeah, we're playing a major role in that as well.
Absolutely.
Ukraine is one of the first articles I wrote about Ukraine was back in 2014 when both Russia was trying to bring it into its customs union, its own trade union. The EU was trying to bring it into its own union. They were playing extremely hardball, and these were being, of course, driven by capital in both of their countries. And it was very clear that this was having a destabilizing effect on Ukraine. And what I wrote back then is, the most likely outcome here is that Ukraine is just going to be torn apart and shredded between these two reactionary forces that are just trying to monopolize it for themselves. And that's exactly what's happened.
Yeah, it is devastating. I don't know where it will go. It does. I just know that it's not going to be good, and it's not good so far, and it's not going to get any better. It seems anytime soon. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, the only sort of good outcome I can possibly imagine here is if Zelensky were to just have some kind of revelation and do something truly heroic and go to the negotiating table, risking his own life to do it because of the potential reaction. He is really the figure who is in a position to possibly bring a peace to Ukraine before the right brings its own peace to Ukraine. And we aren't going to like it when that happens.
Yeah. So I guess there's the other side of this bargain. One thing I do want to talk to you about before I let you go, because I've had you here for an hour now, is Vladimir Putin. Vladimir Putin, right? He just did a almost 3-hour long interview with Tucker Carlson, and he spent the first 40 minutes of that 3-hour interview talking a whole bunch about how Ukraine and Russia are one nation. Now, there's some truth to that in terms of like family members, right? Like Ukrainians have Russian family members and vice versa. Okay, similar language, all this stuff. But I feel like he basically really leaned into all of the arguments that liberals make towards Vladimir Putin and his irredentist tendencies. That it's not simply a matter of national security for him as far as like NATO involvement, but instead there's a ultra-nationalist sentiment. Now, did he do that to capitulate once again to the further right-wing elements in his country in order to make sure that he can in order to make sure that there is no there's no one outflanking him on the right? Or did he do that because he genuinely is a firm believer? At the
end remember when Putin first came into power, he was our liberal. And we were very excited.
He did mention all that. I loved it when he was like, okay, can I ask you a question? Do you feel like, I felt like that entire interview, Vladimir Putin, obviously he's not known for his honesty, but I felt like he was basically trying to be like, why won't you make me your Israel? Like, we're a bourgeois country. Like, we're not a communist country. Why can't we be your Israel? Is what it felt like he was saying that, or at least like in its development, like post dissolution, he positioned himself as though he was desperately trying to, not desperately, but like trying to make these attempts over and over again with American leadership.
Yeah, I mean, part of the problem here is that Putin is at the end of the day, at this point, he's not a communist, and he'll talk about the fall of the Soviet Union being the greatest disaster of 20th century, but not because of it represented the fall of communism. It was because it represented the end of Russian greatness, basically.
Yes. Oh, 100%. They don't, he's like ideologically, obviously not aligned with communism whatsoever. And I think that like a lot of Russian boomers, like people here in the Western world, I think mistake that when they read into like what people say about like, oh, the USSR was great. Like when they hear like boomers say stuff like that, they mistake that for like genuine enthusiasm towards socialism. And maybe there is some, for social safety nets and whatnot, especially because of what came after immediately in the dissolution. But in many respects, it's more so about Russian empire, like not an empire, but like Russia being a global hegemonic power, the USSR being like a powerful nation, a regional leader that was like duking it out with America directly.
Yeah, there's an element of that too. I think that there's nostalgia for Russia's sort of being the other superpower in the world, and there really is a real nostalgia for just the age of social safety nets, and it was just a very different country. There's sort of too much to talk about there, but the point that I was getting at here is, at the end of the day, Putin is a sort of deeply pragmatic, cynical liberal, I think. People don't like to think about him that way, but this is like, that is sort of the core of who he is, in the sense that he can't talk about why the U.S. had this adversarial relationship with Russia after the Cold War, because that would mean that would be a big indictment of capitalism. You know, the main offense that the U.S. committed towards Russia after the Cold War was not really the expansion of NATO. It was primarily vulture capitalism, just picking that country apart.
Absolutely.
And that brought life expectancy down. That just brought standards of living down.
Prostitution skyrocketing, people committing suicide at a rapid clip.
That hurt the country so much. But the sort of one little interesting dynamic, I think, here is that Putin can't really talk about that aspect as much, so he has to come up with this sort of alternative narrative of this adversarial relationship with the U.S. He can't just articulate it in terms of competing business interests. So instead, what you get in that interview is just him sort of, acting baffled and being like, I don't understand it. Why couldn't they just cooperate with us? And it's like, well, they can't cooperate with you because they're an imperial power and you're an imperial power, and imperial powers don't cooperate. They compete. That's how it works. And he knows this. I wrote a piece about the interview afterwards, and there were a couple times when he alluded to sort of communist ideas about imperialism. It was very.
Wait, can I ask you a question here?
Yeah.
Would you say that there is like, this is a purely beneficial positioning for both Russian interests, from a capitalist sense, of course, from a liberal sense, as you said? Because when you said liberal, people like lost their minds in the chat, but you mean liberal as like political theory, and not liberalism as like what we know libtards in America or whatever. Like,
I should clarify that. I use liberal in the sort of old Marxist sense, and also in like the kind of international sense that's used to just mean aligned with capitalism. So I don't mean it in the narrow sense of being aligned with the democratic agenda or stuff like that. I mean that he is, at the end of the day, he's a committed capitalist.
Yeah,
that's what I mean by liberal.
And the question I had was, would you say that it's like a mutually beneficial relationship to consistently have an antagonizing force in the West for Russia to build up its like military might once again, and use it, provide a revving engine for its economy, in the same way that like America needs constant conflict, because these defense contractors have to keep making weapons for something, and if there's global peace, that threatens the bottom line of the American defense industry, right? Which is like our most robust and most viable industry remaining. So in that sense, it's like it's beneficial to position Russia as still some communist, like Red Scare propaganda induced foreign adversary, despite the fact that it has been led by, in air quotes, our guy for damn near its entirety, and yet there's still like constant tension. So it's like dueling interests in the military industrial complex in either side of the spectrum.
And I mean, like when were tensions eased most between Russia and the U.S.? Well, it was when its economy started to, I don't want to use the word liberalize now, capitalize or whatever.
But it is the correct term is liberalization of the markets.
Yeah, but it was when the Russian economy was making that transition, opening it up to the West, getting McDonald's, and Gorbachev is doing Pizza Hut commercials, and that kind of thing. Like, it was when our business interests were aligned that our countries, there was the most comedy. And what is a big part of what is happening now is that the top sectors of the Russian economy have consolidated their power enough and sort of become competitive enough on the world market, especially with energy, but also, like I said, its customs union that was trying to build is a big deal. It's become competitive enough on its own that a lot of Western business interests see it as a threat now instead of a business partner. So that's where a lot of the tension comes from. Is like we're seeing in Ukraine. Ukraine is very much just sort of, I always see it as a fight over which trade deal Ukraine was going to make. Was it going to make this trade deal with the EU, or was it going to make this trade deal with the customs union? Both of them were mutually exclusive. And Putin actually said in his interview with Tucker, he says, when we read through the Treaty of Association, it turned out to be a problem for us since we had a free trade zone and open custom borders with Ukraine, which under this association had to open its borders for Europe, which would have led to flooding of our market. He is explicitly saying there that they saw competition with the EU as a threat, and he was correct about that. It absolutely was a threat to Russian interests. Flooding Russia with cheap goods, its companies were not in a position to compete with that, would have devastated the Russian economy too. So it makes sense that he would take this protectionist position just for the sake of his own country. But the problem on top of that is that he's also trying to monopolize Ukraine himself.
Yeah. Okay. So, I mean, we're in agreement there. So what does that mean for what the realistic scenario is for what it looks like for Russia in the next in the next decade or so, and what this means for Ukraine in the next decade or so?
Well, I think Russia's future is, there are a lot of different things that could change. Like climate change is going to be a massive deal for Russia. How that ends up playing out, because you are looking at the thawing of millions of acres of Siberian land that suddenly becomes farmland. Stuff like that could just have a massive impact on Russia's economy. It is definitely it's increasingly shut off from anything associated with the West and Europe anymore. They don't have McDonald's anymore. They're going to be in this trade alliance with BRICS, which is, like four out of five of those nations don't even pretend to be socialist. China is at least nominally communist, but the other ones are not. And so
also they're in constant conflict with one another, but this is pure like pure trade relations is what you're referencing here. Like, obviously, one of them is India. They're gonna,
there's going to be opportunities and sort of situations where they are able to sort of work together and leverage their collective economic power against the old US-EU alliance. And so I think that, but I don't think that will have the stabilizing effect that a lot of leftists do, because a lot of leftists seem to think that if you have this multipolar world, that everybody is going to stop fighting each other because everybody can defend themselves now. But what actually happens is the competition just ramps up because everybody becomes increasingly capable of fighting and of acquisition and of extending and projecting their power. So in the case of Russia, as its economy develops, especially in its partnership with China, it's hard to say what's going to happen. I think that sort of after Ukraine, I don't really see any sort of logical expansion ambitions at this point for it. Ukraine and Georgia were always sort of the big bones of contention.
Well, it was an enforced red line, I guess.
Yeah.
What do you say to like? I mean, this was my position. Maybe it's a totally incorrect read, but post 2008, on his way out, George W. Bush famously declared on his way out, great foreign policy guy. I mean, he really did a phenomenal job across the board. That administration, oh my lord, right? On his way out, he was like, now that I also fucked the situation with Palestinians further, and then try to do a failed coup, and then Hamas solidified its position in Gaza. Let's tackle the Russian NATO problem, where he famously said that he would bring in Ukraine and Georgia into NATO, and that we should start the conversation of bringing Georgia and Ukraine into NATO. This was obvious.
Senators pushed for that.
Which senators pushed for that?
Yeah.
No, I don't know.
John McCain and Hillary Clinton.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yes. Of course.
They were the two. There was actually a resolution towards offering a membership plan to those countries that McCain and Clinton co-sponsored,
Yeah.
and Obama signed on to it as well. So they were all there.
Yeah. So, I mean, the usual suspects. Exactly. And then obviously, like, the special military operation, in air quotes, came shortly thereafter for Georgia, immediately creating like a territorial dispute and annexation, which rendered it impossible for Georgia to ever join NATO. But I don't even think that was ever a realistic outcome, regardless. Considering Georgia not having the same like even geopolitical justifications for NATO membership, in the same way that like I guess in the same way that like Turkey was brought in many years prior, obviously way before Russia even existed in the way that it does now. And then Ukraine being a continuation for this continuation of the same like false notion that that there would be some kind of NATO involvement in Ukraine as well. Do you feel as though, like, my assessment is that like this was like only partially for ensuring that there was never going to be any kind of there was never ever going to be a moment where Ukraine would join NATO from the Russian side, but it was also a miscalculation on Putin's on Putin's behalf, that like the operation failed, the war failed utterly and completely.
Well, I think I think is reasonable to say that like Russia does have sort of legitimate national interest grounds for concern when NATO is supposedly breaking its obligations. I believe that old "not an inch to the east" story that always goes around. Breaking these informal promises and just pushing up against its borders and installing these missile bases and stuff. I think that any country is gonna be concerned about it. Doesn't mean that it's okay to invade. I think, I think that ultimately this has, in a lot of ways, well, I don't know. So the thing is, it did bring in these Nordic countries into NATO that were not in before. And that's a big L. Putin.
I've brought this up quite a bit. It was like it was the greatest gift of all to give to like American generals and the American defense industry and all of the people that like wanted to reaffirm the necessity for NATO. Like, I see NATO as a protection racket, but that doesn't mean that there isn't a bad guy out there, right? Like the mafia comes to your door and says, like, listen, your storefront could break down if you don't get this protection from us. But that doesn't mean that there isn't another competing group of criminals out there that could actually fuck up your storefront. And I think one of the worst things that could have happened was that it both showed that there is a necessity for NATO, right? Because Russia is engaging in expansion, right? Or is willing to engage in expansion through violent means, but also simultaneously showed that it would do it in a way that would make it impossible for them to engage with, like, Finland, for example. Because there's no way if they like, all of a sudden it was more of a, I'll go so far as to say like a paper tiger situation where of course, if you're Finland, you're going to be like, well, now there is like, why wouldn't they join NATO? I think it offers a comfort, like it offers a barrier protection. And Russia has, or Putin has definitely demonstrated that he's willing to do crazy things no matter what the cost is. But as Elent News in the chat says, it revitalized a reason for NATO to exist, while simultaneously showing that there wasn't a genuine threat from Putin retaliating, because I think that retaliation threat is what kept the neutrality, not on paper, but like the neutrality that existed, the dual neutrality of Finland, Sweden, for not joining NATO, because like you don't want them to potentially come in and invade your country, right?
Yeah, that's part. I mean, when people make that kind of argument about NATO, my response is always, what is the UN for? Like, if you have a country acting aggressively, that's what the UN is supposed to ostensibly be doing, is preventing this from happening, even stepping in with force if necessary. And they have deployed troops before. And, there are obvious reasons why the UN has not intervened in this case. But those are, so we designed this anti-democratic Security Council, and we have Russia in it too. So of course Russia is going to be able to block initiatives like this. That's us gang hoisted by our own petard. But yeah, it's ridiculous. It's been very counterproductive for Putin in that sense, that he's given the Nordics an excuse to join, given the NATO people sort of an excuse to make that diplomatic push to bring them in, and made it politically possible, because you also had, like, worried populations. They were stoking a lot of fear that Russia could invade, Finland or whatever, or Sweden. And, none of that was ever going to happen really, but you have this population that's getting worked up, and you have this U-turn in public opinion towards NATO that immediately followed that. So yeah, I think that is L for Putin. On the other hand, Ukraine really has a lot of geostrategic importance for a lot of different reasons for Russia, just in terms of access to this Black Sea port that it's getting out of Crimea, and this land bridge it's built is a huge deal for it. Potential control of the farmland. Ukraine is still a major breadbasket of Europe. And just its positioning, sort of, it's hard to explain, but where Ukraine is located has always been a very vulnerable flank for Russia, and just gaining a little bit more control there makes Russia more easily defended. So Ukraine is a very high value get, and I don't know if having sort of a neutral but effectively incorporated into the EU Nordics, I don't know how much he lost there that he hadn't already effectively lost. The Nordics weren't going to be that useful allies to him in the future in major conflicts with the West. So from a strategic standpoint, I think it's a wash. I think that he's losing a lot there, but he's potentially gaining a lot, even by just carving off the east and southeast of Ukraine and getting that land bridge to Crimea. That's a huge deal.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I feel like we covered this up and down every way to Sunday at this point, and I don't want to take up more of your time. But this was very valuable, and I will probably call upon you in the future as well. For things, for matters that pertain especially to this this situation. But is there anything that you feel like you haven't? Is there anything that you feel like you haven't actually covered, as far as like maybe something that you've seen of mine, like takes that you've seen from me that you think deserves like additional clarification? Maybe something I got wrong like entirely. There's no like I'm not fearful of you saying like, oh, you're wrong here. Like don't hold back at all. If there's anything that you think like was like totally inconsiderate or completely off base,
everything I've seen from you has been basically okay, as far as I can tell. The only time I ever really find myself pushing back against the left is sometimes they really do end up talking about this war as if Russia had no choice but to invade because of NATO. And I haven't seen you make that mistake. And I think that's always a very silly argument. People always do the Chomsky thing of saying, well, what if Russia built bases in Mexico? How would we react? And my response to that is, well, I would hope we wouldn't invade Mexico. Like that's not something that Putin had to do. And he proved that by not doing that for years and years on end.
Exactly. So, I think that it's also because like, I think he knows that Ukraine was not going to join NATO. Like even if there are other mechanisms of pressure that I always thought were way better. One of the greatest things you can do to neutralize this like genuine threat is by consistently continuing on beefing up your trade relations with Europe in a way that is like, in a way that makes it infinitely more costly to actually engage in any kind of Cold War or even hot war as well. I always looked at China, I guess, as the other example. The relations that we have, the trade relations we have with China are so significant that disrupting all of that, I feel like would be horrible for our capital owners, like the capitalist class in the United States that deals with China quite a bit in manufacturing.
Yeah, there's a split on that. You have a lot of people who are very hawkish and want a war to start. You also actually have, you have the Quincy Institute is funded by Soros and the surviving cock. I can never remember which one it is. Is it Charles? I forget. Or I think it's Charles Koch. Yeah. It's Coach Koch brothers. And it is like, this is a anti-war institute that's actually been making arguments against war with China, and it's only able to do that because the people who fund it are paying for this. There is a real interest among some of the capital class in avoiding a war with them for, I think, precisely the reason you've given here, because it would be disruptive in a lot of ways. And, there is, but I don't think that lasts forever. I think that eventually sort of the nature of capitalism is to expand into, this is Lenin's theory of imperialism, where the nature of capitalism is to expand into a monopoly and try to monopolize more and more resources. And eventually you have to push beyond your borders to get this. And that is sort of the fate of US-Chinese relations, at least on our end. Certainly as long as we are this capitalist regime, it's just a matter of time. But the bourgeoisie is conflicted about this right now. Yes, I agree.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Perfect. Well, thank you so much for coming on, Carl. Where can people find you?
I am at carlbayer.com. I got a Substack there, and it's free subscriptions, but I also have a paid tier. And I'm also on Twitter. Those are two main places that I hang out on. So my name is spelled strange. I guess Hassan probably has it in the chat right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, those are the two main places. So follow me on Twitter. Subscribe to the Substack. I talk about a lot of this stuff all the time.
All right. Thank you so much for coming on, Carl.
Thank you. Thank you. Great talking to you, Hassan.
All right. Have a good one.
Yep.
Okay. My Discord pooped while we were having this combo. So oh, it's fixed now. Okay, good. My Discord broke while we were having this convo, so I was literally sitting there so worried. I hope that was an enlightening conversation for many of you. Obviously, these are more complicated than the way that you can it's no matter how you try to cover such a situation like this, it's always going to be reductive. The goal always, of course, is to try and inform the audience to the best of my ability. But I do hope that the people understand the nuances of the subject here. And this was a good week for political Andes. Mark Lawan Hill, now Carl Bayer. Yeah, I'll probably have more thinkers on this stuff as well. As far as the haters in the chat goes, I think one of the greatest things you can do in this situation like this is just let them type it out, because at the end of the day, you mostly realize that it starts off with is this the invasion Hassan never said would happen, all the way to I'm actually trolling. I've ruffled. Methinks I've ruffled some feathers in the chat, that sort of thing. No, the classic. No, I wanted to poop my pants, and now everyone is saying that I smell like shit. But you're actually owned. Yeah, the Gerber method of dealing with a crying baby. Let them cry and cry and cry until they wear themselves out. So, overall, you need to yap less with your guest. No, I yapped a good amount because I want to also. I'm not under the assumption that my guest knows all my positions, okay? Like you do. Carl's one of those people like you that get both NAFO freaks and the DRPK flag emoji freaks mad at him. Good to hear from him. Yeah. I think Carl explained it well, more from a person who sees it through the Ukrainian and Russian lens rather than the American. Do you think the lead in the Stanleys is making white women even crazier? Maybe. Probably not. All right. So, the best way to deal with haters is to deprive them of attention. That's what stops them. No, sometimes it's good to show the haters to the rest of the audience and how unhinged they might get. But we briefly touched on Navalny. Not a good guy, doesn't deserve death. Obviously, nobody just deserves death like that. But overall, interesting to see the same principle hold in Western media, where they will turn around and present. I feel like a lot of people on the left do this, where the reflexive anti-American sentiment, albeit understandable, sometimes will lead people to do bad analysis. I myself will even get into minor spats. And I think that the other side of the equation is also correct, in the sense that I think the Western media will immediately jump to the conclusion that if someone is opposing whoever the leader of our foreign adversary nations are, then they must be good guys that should be defended. And I think that basically fits in the Navalny situation as well, where he's not exactly a great person or a liberatory figure at all. Okay. And ultimately, obviously, liberals or the Western media will valorize this figurehead, not really thinking about what that says to our allies and enemies around the world about our ideological positions. Okay. That stuff you guys, the stuff the guy you had on has said about Navalny was prosecuted for straight up false. He did say some Nazi shit in the late 2000s. I'm pretty sure he became much more or less radical with time, though. What was he prosecuted for? Was founding an extremist organization with the goal of discrediting and overthrowing the Russian government or some shit. Yeah, I was gonna say, no. He mentioned that it was for the wrong reasons. Like he said, Navalny is a he said Navalny is a nationalist and a xenophobe, but he wasn't arrested for that. Like that was the charge, but it wasn't correct. You know what I mean? And he wasn't arrested for being a xenophobic nationalist. He was arrested for being an extremist. Why was he an extremist? Because he was an anti-government extremist. Why was he an anti-government extremist? Because he had an anti-corruption group. Now, anti-corruption, if you are familiar with American foreign policy, is a placeholder. Many countries are corrupt, if not all countries are corrupt in very significant ways. Russia is an incredibly corrupt, oligarch-backed, crony capitalist nation state. And for that reason, of course, like anti-corruption is a good narrative to hold on to. Latin American countries know this better than anyone else, I would say. A lot of corruption in Latin American countries. But as soon as I fucking hear the media present a opposition figure to like a country on shaky terms with the United States of America because they have like some fucking person who's like a little bit center left in a position of power trying to do like welfare initiatives or something, immediately they're like, we need an anti-corruption task force, an anti-corruption candidate, and that usually just means like they're not going to be like, this is the fascist guy we like, of course. So if there's like any sort of like Western backed influence in the country, they will always present themselves as anti-corruption. Which is, of course, just pure marketing in general. So Navalny was arrested for opposing Putin. That much is 100% true. He was not arrested and almost assassinated or attempted to be assassinated for anti-corruption. That's a liberal media line. So that's something to remember. Yeah. Just like something Carl mentioned, another thing that like our civil society organizations and NGOs do in other countries is that there is a positive effect of it sometimes in like doing pro-LGBT initiatives, for example. This is ultimately a good thing. Obviously, I want emancipation for all people, including LGBT people that should not be brutalized or oppressed in any of these countries. But usually, at least in the modern era, a lot of liberal NGOs will go in and utilize that as an entry point, to say like, we are liberalizing this country, we're making it more Western facing, and engage in trying to pink wash otherwise, I guess, imperialist endeavors and efforts. Now, I think that the reaction to said efforts is almost always, ironically, from the nations that are angered by any kind of Western intervention, is to double down and be horrible to LGBT people, seeing it as like a condition almost, which creates and it breeds more reactionary sentiment in the country that is being intervened in. So that's something that you also have to remember, right? But then LGBT rights get associated with American imperialism, which is bad for all LGBT people. How Zionism is bad for Jewish people. There is a level of truth to that as well. Okay. The reality is that, of course, the Western world does not give a shit about LGBT rights. Come on, please be for real right now. Oh my God, look at Saudi Arabia, please. Oh my God, right? No country really gives a shit about it. It's just a way to market it. It's a way to market your actions and launder your real nefarious reason for intervening or interfering in other countries' affairs, while simultaneously, saying that you're doing it specifically for gay rights or whatever. We try to do that in Afghanistan. Oh, we have to stay in Afghanistan for women's rights and the green zone. And then what did we do after pulling out of Afghanistan? Well, we froze the assets of the Afghan government and refused to give it back. We shut out all NGOs from still trying to work in Afghanistan. That was genuinely devastating. All right, that's real. That's the real issue with Brandon's Afghan pullout. You made me Nazi with queer rights. Nobody actually believes that. It's just an excuse they give. No. What I'm saying is like these countries are in many instances already not exactly pro-LGBT. They're not at all, right? But oftentimes that kind of populist sentiment is also utilized by reactionary forces within the country. Iran is a great example of this. Okay? Iran is a great example of this. I'm not saying this is the correct approach. I'm simply stating that what you see here as a positive, they see there as a negative, right? So they associate, especially instead of understanding their fellow countrymen and women that are from a marginalized background, they immediately associate that with like Western moral degeneracy, okay? And this causes there to be even more reactionary sentiment towards LGBT populations in the country. Iran is a perfect example of what happens with Western involvement and how right-wing factions like the ultra right-wing factions, the fundamentalist factions inevitably take control over the country, and they are seen as more moral arbiters that definitely are not corrupted by Western influence, because look, like they're not even corrupted by Western influence on social issues. Okay? But it's a weird double bind in the sense that it halts progress. It's something that I try to describe to people quite regularly. It's on the Western side, imperialism or colonialism in the past was always justified to the people in the countries that were the beneficiaries of colonialism by saying we are taming the barbarians, right? This is just the more modern, the white man's burden, if you will. This is the more modernized, more like the newer version of that same propaganda. They're backwards nations. They mistreat their gays. They mistreat their trans people. And we have to stop them. And that's why we have to go in and intervene. And ironically, that interference ends up, once again, just like with Russia invading Ukraine, galvanizing the positions of the reactionary forces, Western forces interfering in the matters, domestic matters of foreign countries, ends up galvanizing the reactionary opposition to said interference and makes progress that much harder. And ironically, makes it way worse for said marginalized people in said countries. So that's it. Isn't it interesting that religious oppression / Wahhabism got more prominent as a result of Western imperialism? Yes, and I think that was a deliberate way. That was done on purpose. You mean like Ukrainian pro-Russian separatists? U.S. has never been on the right side of history. Taking opposition is a great good bet for good karma. Pelosi stock portfolio, he was arrested for corruption. You mean like the Ukrainian pro-Russian separatists? No, I'm talking about the Azov Battalion or the normalization of like Bandera and ultra-nationalist sentiment, or even like the Azovstal, like all the dudes becoming all the Azov Battalion guys that like originally might have been, you know, harassing fucking marginalized people when they were football hooligans, like right-wing fascist football hooligans, are now championed as heroes, because why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they be championed as heroes? They were there already, I know. But now they're there as heroes. Why? Because they're defending against a foreign country invading. The notion that anyone who would be pro-Russia post-annexation, I think, is a silly one. People just don't want to be bombed. That's it. This is something that I've tried to describe over and over again for people, and it's like hard for people to understand this. Denazification is a legitimate goal for any nation. Yeah, but it's not going to happen by a foreign country coming in. That's ridiculous. That's why I've never believed the notion that like there will be denazification. So leftists don't defend their country? No, they do. I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. Well, I mean, if a country tried pushing their cultural thoughts on a country, kind of fucked up. So leftists don't defend their country? No, I'm saying they do. They do a lot. In Ukraine, that's why you see like the very same anarchist groups, for example, or even other groups that originally would be fighting in like street battles or whatever, what have you, against like right sector dudes, are now fighting alongside one another, because why wouldn't they? It's like it's basically like the alien invasion argument. Okay, yeah, we fight against one another all the time. on this planet. But if aliens invaded, everyone would most likely realize, like, okay, this outside force is like a way more dangerous power that we have to deal with. China is a good yep, China's white and red army, World War II. You're not wrong. Yeah. Japanese imperialism caused the white and red army to align against Japan. Anyway, so that's something to understand. Okay. Let's hear the rest of Brandon. Let's have Brandon play us out.
He and Russia face.
That was 3 years ago. In the meantime, they faced a hell of a lot of consequences. They've lost and/or had wounded over 350,000 Russian soldiers. They've made in a position where they've been subjected to great sanctions across the board, and we're contemplating what else could be done. But what we were talking about at the time, there were no actions being taken against Russia. And look, all that's transpired since then.
Can you say whether you're looking at increasing sanctions on Russia right now?
We're looking at a whole number of options. That's all I'll say right now.
Is there anything you can do to get ammunition to the Ukrainians without a supplemental from Congress?
No, but it's about time they step up, don't you think? Instead of going on a 2-week vacation. 2 weeks! They're walking away. 2 weeks! What are they thinking? My God, this is bizarre. And it's just reinforcing all the concern and almost, I won't say panic, but real concern about the United States being a reliable ally. This is outrageous.
Confident now that you'll get the Ukraine aid, given what's happened today?
Well, I hope to God it helps. But I mean, the idea we need anything more to get the Ukraine aid. I mean, this is in light of a former president's statement that saying Russia, if they haven't paid their dues to us, go get them. Come on. What are these guys doing? What are they doing?
Sir, how concerned are you about the anti-satellite capability that Russia is developing? And what is your administration planning to do in response?
First of all, there is no nuclear threat to the people of America or anywhere else in the world with what Russia is doing at the moment, number one. Number two, anything that they're doing or they will do relates to satellites and space and damaging those satellites potentially. Number three, there is no evidence that they...
I love this guy having to describe nuclear satellites in space. It's like my favorite thing is just watching an 800-year-old man have to describe this thing now.
They have made a decision to go forward with doing anything in space either. So what we found out, there was a capacity to launch a system into space that could theoretically do something that was damaging. Hadn't happened yet, and my hope is it will not.
Thank you all. Thank you, Mr. President.
I'll take one more.
Thank you, Mr. President. Switching gears for a moment, have the Israelis presented a credible evacuation plan for the nearly 1.5 million displaced Palestinians sheltering in Rafah? And what would the consequences be for Israel if they move ahead with a full-scale ground invasion without clear measures to protect civilians there?
Well, first of all, I've had extensive conversations with the Prime Minister of Israel over the last several days, almost an hour each. And I've made the case, and I feel very strongly about it, that there has to be a temporary ceasefire to get the prisoners out, to get the hostages out. And that is underway. I'm still hopeful that that can be done. And in the meantime, I don't anticipate, I'm hoping that the Israelis will not make any massive land invasion.
Yeah. Wait, what? I'm sorry, what? Bro, does he know? Does he know? Does he know what's going on? Bro thinks it's October 6th, I think. His brain is stuck on October 6th.
In the meantime, so it's my expectation that's not.
It was in reference to Rafah. I think at this point, he's like, I really hope the Israelis don't do a land invasion into Sinai, you know? It's just, who knows, Jack?
Not going to happen. There has to be a ceasefire temporarily to get those hostages. By the way, we're in a situation where there are American hostages.
You mean southern Palestine? First of all, dog, even if he says like into Rafah, the fuck's he talking about? It's already like they're bombing the shit out of Rafah. And not only that, but they also directly invaded the like the last large southern Gaza hospital.
American citizens are being held hostage. It's not just Israelis, it's American hostages as well. And, my hope and expectation is that we'll get this hostage deal. We'll bring the Americans home, and the deal is being negotiated now, and we're going to see where it takes us.
Anyway, speaking of Israel shit, here's another cool thing that the New York Times did. I want to watch the full video, but I want to start off with this one thing that I saw that I, of course, retweeted. It's completely insane. Breaking. Oh shit! I didn't even realize this. Breaking. Israel carried out covert attacks on 2 major gas pipelines inside of Iran this week. 2 Western officials and a military strategist affiliated with Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps says 2 covert major gas pipelines inside Iran this week were disrupting the flow of heat and cooking gas to provinces with millions of people, according to 2 Western officials and a military strategist affiliated with Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps. The strikes represent a notable shift in the shadow war that Israel and Iran have been waging by air, land, and sea and cyber attack for years. Endgame World War III. That's cool, man. That's cool. What is this? This part wasn't in the video you watched.
All of us should reject the dangerous statements made by the previous president that invited Russia to invade our NATO allies if they weren't paying up. He said if an ally did not pay their dues, he'd encourage Russia to, quote, do whatever the hell they want. I guess I should clear my mind here a little bit and not say what I'm really thinking. But
holy fuck. Do you think Navalny was killed or was it natural death? No, I mean, probably killed. Unless you think that people just naturally, unless you just think that he kind of did that. You know what I mean? He just kind of did that on his own. Yeah, Governor Hochul said some insane shit as well. We'll cover that in a second. But I actually think it's based, and I agree with it for reasons that maybe you know of already, or maybe you don't know, but I'm always and forever will be in favor of invading Canada. So here's a bit from the New York Times interview with a West Bank settler, which I think is very cute and very cool. The way that the New York Times framed this interview. This is a West Bank settler that the New York Times talking to, who says, yes, I can admit that there is something fascist about me. And I'm not hiding it. I don't believe there's any other way. Really?
The lack of political correctness definitely shocked me.
The lack of political correctness definitely shocked me. To which Izzy said, Israeli, I'm a fascist. New York Times, how un-PC. Israeli, I'm literally a fascist. I'm a Nazi without the anti-Semitism. New York Times, isn't this an interesting person? Israeli, I have killed and I will kill again. I kill for the joy of killing. New York Times, this conflict is so ancient and intractable. Dude. Oh, by the way, this interview is not a new one. This is a very old interview, just for the record. I retweeted it if you want to see it. It's so funny. It's funny to think that this is like, this is not a new interview at all. It might be like a couple, like maybe 6 years. I don't know where the original is, but we can watch it. Oh, Natural Born Settlers. 2019. Uh-oh. What's good, brother? What's good, brother? What's good, Brody?
Tel Aviv. As Israel grows more nationalist, Tel Aviv is the last stronghold.
All right, bro, chill. Okay, take her out. Let her pee too. Come on. You can't do that. Bro, you brought Fifi in here. You riled her up, and now you're walking away. That's insane. No, it's not Jeff, dude. It's Murat. Everybody thought it was Jeff. No, Jeff's coming much, much later today.
Of our nation's liberals. It is a super cool cosmopolitan city and the place I call home. In 2016, I decided to say goodbye to Tel Aviv and spend the summer with the Israelis that I disagree with the most.
By the way, this is written from the perspective of a liberal Zionist. That's why she said 65% voted left. Okay? I need you to understand something. A lot of the terminology that you are hearing here, you must reposition your understanding of Israel and your understanding of Israeli politics. When they talk about, like, when a liberal Zionist presents this issue, there's a you know, it's still very much in support of. No, she said left Tel Aviv. Yeah, I know, but when she's talking about like they voted left in Tel Aviv, they're still talking about like well, I don't know what the left party was. She's not talking about like Habash or something. She's not talking about like the actual communist party or anything like that. She's talking about a liberal party, which is still very much right wing.
Settlers.
Yesh Atid.
Since Israel's ongoing military occupation of the West Bank that started in 1967, Jewish settlers have moved to the Palestinian territories into settlements that are illegal according to the international law.
For the record, I do personally love the liberal Zionist arguments that like single out Netanyahu as the standalone individual responsible for all of Israel's like right-wing reactionary sentiment against Palestinians, as though like liberal Zionists also do not agree with those things when push comes to shove, like post October 7, as we saw that is the case. If anything, liberal Zionists are probably doing a better job overall of trying to defend like the favorability of Israel in the Western world, right? Like they have a better understanding than the fucking psychopathic like Likudniks do, right? In the sense that like they're like, hey, we hate the fucking settlers because they kind of fucked the bag up a little bit. We hate the settlers because they're unhinged. We hate the settlers because they make us look bad. We hate the settlers because they're bad guys in general, of course. But like also beyond that, there is a very understandable argument that if you're a liberal Zionist, you're like, dude, fuck off with the West Bank shit. Like you're legitimately fucking up the bag. You're legitimately fucking up the optics here. Okay? And they're right. They're right. The reason why 50% of the American population now believes that Israel is doing a genocide in Gaza is, well, because Israel is doing a genocide in Gaza. But the fact that they're seeing it now of the Western world is partially because like they did not manage this conflict well at all. So that's something to remember when we watch this. Dude, they live under military control that limits their basic right like movement, free speech, and self-determination.
As Israeli society polarizes around views of the occupation, I found myself increasingly curious about Israelis my age who grew up in those settlements, who were born into this reality. I ended up in one of the oldest Israeli settlements called Tekoa, which was founded in 1977. About an hour drive from Tel Aviv, it is a world apart, isolated in the Judean hills and surrounded by Palestinian villages.
This is a good graphic, even though it's 3.5 years old. Israel's unwieldy anti-Netanyahu coalition. An ideologically diverse mix of Israeli opposition parties has formed an alliance dubbed the Change Movement to oust Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. But apart from having a common enemy, the coalition members have little else in common, which will quickly become apparent once policymaking begins. The pro-Netanyahu bloc had Likud, the religious Zionist far right, and the Shas religious right, United Torah Judaism. And then the Change bloc had the undeclared Arabs, Meretz, Labor, Blue and White, Yesh Atid, Ra'am, Yisrael Beitenu, and New Hope, and Yamina. It's a consortium of a center left to it's a coalition of like center left to like liberal left positions.
נכון, אני לא יכולה לומר, אני באמת יכולה לומר לעצמי שיש בי משהו פשיסטי.
What the fuck? Why did that start on its own? Jesus Christ. So they're identified as left, center, left, right, and Arab. It's always awesome. I'm sorry, but it's fucking hilarious when like Western liberal media adopts like when they're obviously covering like but it's true they are those are the Arab parties, but it's always funny because like when Western liberal outlets try to like cover what's going on in Israel, which is a apartheid state, and they but an apartheid state that we are aligned with, they utilize terms or they try to make sense of it, but they have to use the terminology created within Israel. And because it's an apartheid state, you end up writing things that you don't even think about that like come across as insane. That's a very funny thing that you just called out with respect to like the Arab parties. It's not like there aren't Arab Jews. Of course there are. There are millions of them in Israel, but they're declared Jewish and therefore have a different status, I guess. Hadash being, not really an Arab party, but joining it on the Arab list. But they're communist, and therefore they're also anti-Zionist, and therefore Arab, which is, again, it goes back to that same distinction. Because Israel's an apartheid state, is a Jewish supremacist apartheid state, like as by designation, it's like their population, the distinction between their population, the distinction between their demographics is literally Arab or Jewish, when that distinction is incredibly stupid. It's not correct at all. There's a shit ton of Arab Jews, but they are not considered Arab. They're considered Jewish. Hadash base of support is and always has been Palestinian citizens of Israel. Yes, but like, I mean, what do you call it? Fucking like Ofer Kasif, for example, is not. He's Jewish by Israeli standards. He would be a Jewish citizen of Israel. He's not. He would not be considered Arab. Anyway, but it's he's let's continue. Let's watch this. Like, it's crazy because it's like it's a settlement in the West Bank, and there's like secular people living there.
I rented a small apartment on the corner of Hospitality Road and Joy Street, and I thought to myself, these are two things I'll definitely need here. After all, it's not every day that a liberal from Tel Aviv moves to a settlement. Once I settled in, to make myself feel more at home, I set up a small cafe and waited for company. Well, apparently coffee is not in demand in Tkoa, as well as a liberal with 3 cameras. For a while, it seemed like the only locals who visited my table were flies, a cat, and my only new friend in town, Matanya.
באת לפה ורצת לעשות סרט, נכון? זה כל כך קשה. תחשבי עד כמה קשה זה לעשות פה שלום.
But being stubborn eventually paid off.
Kaya, come here. Kaya, come here.
לא, זה לא בשביל זבובים, זה בשביל המצלמה. אבל זה כבר היה להרוג 2 ציפורים במכה. תסתכלי שנייה. סבבה, פוקוס. יאללה, נדבר קצת. כן. איך זה היה לגדול פה?
בתור ילדה זה היה נהדר, בתור מתבגרת פחות. זה עכשיו יישוב ענק. זה היה ממש ממש חור, והייתי כזה, למה הבאתם אותי לחור הזה וכזה.
תוך אני בטוח שפחדתי, כאילו, זה לא פשוט לגדול במציאות כזאת. כשאתה שומע על הרצח הזה של דברים שהם שנה מעליך, שכל יום יש פה משהו, ברור שפחד. הייתי בן 13, 14.
I'm glad that they're brave though, honestly. Like, they're brave enough to fucking settle in territory that does not belong to them, both historically nor according to international law. You know what I mean? It's so sick.
אני לא יודע עד כמה באמת אפשר להבין בגיל הזה, כאילו, את המשמעות העמוקה של הדברים.
כשאתה חושב עכשיו על סיטואציות של אתה נוסע וליד הרודיון זורקים אבנים, ואבא יוצא מהסובארו סטיישן עם M16 ארוך ומפרק מחסנית על הקיר כדי לייצר הרתעה, כי זה מה שהיה, אז ככה התנהלו העניינים. אז עכשיו כשאני חושב על זה,
הארדקור.
זה הארדקור. בשביל ילד זה מעניין, אבל לא הארדקור. אבל עכשיו אתה יודע שכן.
ואיך הסבירו לך את זה, נגיד?
שהערבים רוצים להרוג אותנו. זה היה די ברור.
אני רק צריכה שתשחית, סליחה.
Unlike Tekoa, which is considered a moderate settlement, the Jewish settlement in the Palestinian city of Hebron is the most extremist of all, where extreme settlers live in the midst of a large Palestinian city. Moria grew up there.
הפחד הכי גדול שלי בתור ילדה זה היה מדקירה. כל הזמן הייתי מנסה לדמיין, אם הוא יבוא מכאן, אז יהיה לי אבן ביד וזה, וכל הזמן היה הרבה סביב זה, אבל את חיה במציאות חיים כזאת, שאם את מפחדת...
If you're scared and an Arab comes at you and attacks you on the street...
והערבי בא ותוקף אותך ברחוב, ואת לא מחזירה ולא עושה שום דבר,
אז הצעד הבא אחרי זה
ללכת רק בליווי, ואחר כך להתמגן, ואחר כך לא לצאת מהבית, ואחר כך לא להיות במקום.
Oh, and then the next step is not to be here. Oh shit, dude. Well, that's a good step. I think that's a good step.
המקום הזה. אז לי בתור ילדה היה תיקים במשטרה על כל מיני האשמות כאלה.
So as a teenager, I had a criminal record for disturbing the order and spitting on Arabs and such.
הפרת סדר, יריקה על ערבים, דברים כאלה.
It seems like we grew up in totally different worlds.
כשגדלתי פה, הכל היה מאוד
When I grew up
מופרד,
here,
אנחנו
everything was very
וערבים.
segregated between us and the
הלך רוח
Arabs.
פה,
The
זה לא
mentality here was
להתערבב
that they are
איתם.
enemies.
הם
We need to be
אויבים, צריך
careful.
להיזהר מהם, באים מדי פעם, הם פועלים, הם באים
They occasionally
לבנות.
come here for work, building houses, and that's
זהו.
it.
לא מפריע לך שהילדים שלך גדלים פה, כאילו? שזה מעצב גם אותם באיזושהי צורה?
כן, אבל אני עומד על המשמר מהבחינה של זכויות אדם.
Yes, but I keep close watching human rights and
אני
values.
משתדל. אבל ברור שהם קולטים הרבה
But they
מסרים
obviously
סמויים,
receive
תת-קרקעיים כאלה
subconscious
של...
messages.
איך נקרא לזה? אם אתה עובר יום-יום
Like if you pass
בשער
by the checkpoint every day
ורואה 200
and see 200
פועלים
Palestinian
פלסטינים בשער,
workers,
זה משהו שכן כדאי להיות מודע
and
אליו.
that's
אז
something one
בהתחלה זה
should be
מציק
aware
לך
of.
ואתה
At first
מתהפך
it
לך קצת
bothers you, it makes your
בבטן
stomach
על
cringe from the
הסוג
idea
של
of a
שוק עבדים.
slave market.
אבל בפעם
But by
ה-30,
the 30th time, you become indifferent.
אני לא יודע איך הם יתרגמו את המציאות שהם חיים בה עכשיו לתפיסת
To
עולם
their
שלהם
worldview and
ולערכים
their set of
שלהם.
values.
While I knew Palestinians come in and out of the settlements every day to work, building more of the buildings that they will never be allowed to live in, seeing them line up to enter settlements that represent their oppression with my own eyes was very unsettling.
I'm not kidding. Like, even from afar, when I look at this, it makes me go crazy. But like, if I were to live in this environment, if I saw this every day, I feel like I would go insane. Like, I would try to dedicate my entire life to, you know, not allowing this to continue. And there are Israeli people, there are Israeli nationals in this chat that definitely take that approach. But it just blows my fucking mind to be at the heart of it. You know what I mean? Like, it blows my mind that you're like, yeah, no, this is like pretty fucked up. It's like a slave market. Oh well, I'm paying attention to the human rights stuff. It just doesn't make any sense.
דווקא כשנסעתי לניו יורק וחזרתי, פתאום כאילו ראיתי הכל בבהירות כזה.
When I traveled to New York and came back, I actually saw, wow, who are the people who live right next to
אני רואה אותם
us?
כל כך קרוב,
I see their
זה
houses
בתים
so
שלהם,
close to us, I can hear them.
שומעים אותם, רואים לפעמים את הילדים,
You see their
משחקים
kids playing soccer,
כדורגל,
I'm intrigued.
מעניין אותי, יש פה אוכלוסייה שלמה.
There's a whole population here that no one
שכאילו אף
wants
אחד לא
any kind of human contact
מעוניין,
with.
לא יודעת, ליצור איזשהו קשר אנושי כלשהו. וואלה, מודע, אף פעם לא
I
ישבתי
admit, I never thought
וחשבתי
about
מה
how
עם
my Arab
השכנה
neighbors
הערבייה
feel.
שלי ואיך היא מרגישה, כאילו, זה לא... לא חושבת כאילו שזה מחוסר
I don't think it's from
אכפתיות, פשוט
carelessness.
מבחינתי זה
For me, when
ברגע
it's a
שזה
situation of
מצב
animosity
של
between
עם
two
עוין
groups,
עם, מבחינתי זה לא רלוונטי איך היא
then
מרגישה.
her feelings are irrelevant.
הקיום שלנו
Our existence depends on this country.
בארץ הזאת.
אני מאוד אוהבת את המדינה הזאת, אני מאוד רוצה להישאר
I love this country, I want to stay here. But this place has become nationalist, religious, even fascist.
זה עצוב לי. כן, נכון,
And
אני
that's
לא יכולה
sad.
לומר, אני באמת
Yes,
יכולה
I
לומר
can
לעצמי
admit that
שיש
there's
בי משהו
something fascist
פשיסטי,
about
כאילו.
me.
אני לא...
To be fair, you would have grown up differently from how you grown up in Turkey. He said you become indifferent to it all and you care less and less. I mean, dude, the point is like, I come from a very fucking nationalistic country myself. So no, you don't have to be a fucking product of the nationalism that you experience, okay? What are you talking about? There are Turkish chatters in here who still live in Turkey who are surrounded by ultra-nationalist sentiment, okay? One of the major things is like, people always forget that like there is a direct fucking analog here that I can make as a Turkish person who does not deny the Armenian genocide, okay? I fucking grew up in an environment where that was not even a question. It was like, it was a definitional, like that's what I was taught in school, that it was a lie, you know what I mean? So the notion that you could overcome that is not an impossibility. It's not at all. I know it from my firsthand experience. You know what I mean? It's fucking so stupid when people talk about it like it's impossible. It's not impossible at all.
מסתירה את זה, אני פשוט לא מאמינה שיש דרך אחרת, באמת.
Your uncensored lack of political correctness definitely shocked me, but also made me want to hear more.
אנחנו יש לנו משק חקלאי, ויש לנו לא מעט עובדים ערבים, שזה משהו שהוא פחות נפוץ פה. אני הכרתי ערבים מגיל מאוד צעיר,
Like plenty of Americans learn the history. I guess the difference is like with the Armenian genocide or with like the indigenous genocide in America and the foundation of the United States of America. It's like things that happened in the past. So while there is a lot of whitewashing and revisionism and lies that that governments deliberately tell about their own past, about their own nefarious history, it's easier to like recognize it than an ongoing genocide, an ongoing ethnic cleansing, and on top of that, a deliberate attempt to continue doing ethnic cleansing in an apartheid state. So that's what I guess makes it more difficult for these people. It's just like they're living in it, though. It's crazy. Do you notice how all the labor is done by Arab workers? I mean, yeah, exactly.
הכרתי את התרבות מגיל מאוד צעיר. אני גדלתי
I know
פה
in
עם
the
ערבים
culture. I grew up with
באיזשהו נראה.
Arabs.
הרבה דברים זה לא התרבות.
Like this guy, like the wokest guy is still saying I grew up with Arabs, right? Not realizing that like hella Arab Jews exist in Israel. But that distinction is an important one because what does it mean to be an Arab? What does it mean to be an Arab in Israel or in a territory that Israel is currently occupying illegally? Okay? It means you are not Jewish. That's what that means. So you have to understand, it's shorthand for not Jewish because Jewish Arabs are not considered Arabs. They're considered Jewish.
שלי, אני מרגיש שוני מאוד מאוד גדול. אבל יש המון ערכים מאוד מרשימים. כשאתה רואה את הפנים מאחורי האנשים, אתה רואה דברים בצורה יותר מורכבת.
And somehow you claim this is not a religious conflict? Yes, because I'm not a fucking dummy, the real Slim Fatty. Okay? I recognize that this is not a religious conflict, and I recognize that at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break. These are two things that I recognize that many simply fail to do so. And if you no longer want to see those ads, I also recognize that all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free. Religion is just a tool. That's it. It's just a tool. It has nothing to do with religion at all. Anyway, the Jews versus Arab designation is political the same way you describe being white is. Exactly. Also, the 3-minute ad break is an inevitability, and that's something exactly that you need to understand as well. For the record, here's the 3-minute ad break now. What is this?
Despite the peace and love and the hippie vibe of Tkoa, sometimes the complexity of the tension here slaps you in the face.
כמה שעות לפני כניסת השבת, משפחת מרק עושה את דרכה מעתניאל לירושלים. הם נוסעים על כביש 60, לפתע נפתחת לעברם אש מרכב חולף. המחבלים יורים תוך כדי נסיעה ונמלטים. הרב...
How do settlers maintain cash flow and resources? It always looks like they're in the middle of nowhere. Wonderful question. It's called the Israeli government. That's right. As a matter of fact, part of the reason why in Israel proper, part of the reason why like a lot of Israelis, liberal Zionists and all, will say, will oftentimes say things like, yeah, fuck these guys, they're freeloaders, is because they are. They get government subsidies. Yeah.
מיכאל מיקי מרק, אבי המשפחה שנהג ברכב, נפגע אנושות מהירי ונהרג.
My next-door neighbor's family was attacked in the shooting ambush, killing her father and leaving her mother and 2 siblings wounded. Her cry and weep across our shared wall when she first got the message tore my heart apart.
הפיגוע עשה לי ממש קשה.
לך?
כן.
זה קשה. זה קשה כי זה לא בעיתון. זה מאוד מוחשי, זה מאוד קרוב אליך. זה גם לא רק שזה מאוד קרוב אליך, זה גם מאוד קל לך להחליף את עצמך בסיטואציה.
In January 2016, a Palestinian teenager stabbed Tkoa resident Michal Froman at the local thrift shop. She was 4 months pregnant at the time.
כל שאלתי את אלוקים, כאילו, למה הוא דקר אותי? כאילו, הרגשתי שהוא בא אליי. זה היה מאוד מאוד חזק, שזה מכוון אליי ורוצים ממני משהו. ברור שזה בגלל שאני בן אדם מאמין, אבל זה גם היה מורגש.
מה, שהוא בא לחפש אותך, כאילו?
שזה מדברים עליי פה, שרוצים ממני משהו פה. אני חושבת שבגלל זה גם הרבה היה אישיו, כאילו זה שאני לא כועסת על המחבל וכל הסיפור הזה.
אז מה עורר את כל כאילו...
אנשים לא מסוגלים לשמוע משהו שהוא מורכב, אז הם הופכים אותי לשמאלנית, ואז חבל שהוא לא גמר את העבודה, את המלאכה. ככה קיבלתי כל מיני ברכות כאלה.
לא.
כן. ולא עלתה בי שנאה, כאילו פשוט עלה בי צער על המצב הזה, שאנחנו חיים ככה בתוך האישה שלנו בפחד הזה, ושנערים כל כך צעירים יוצאים עם סכין. כל המציאות הזו פשוט היה לי רחמים עליה, והמציאות גם, אני מאמינה שאין אשמים גם. באמת, עם ישראל אין לו איפה אלא ארץ ישראל. באמת הפלסטינאים, ההיסטוריה גלגלה אותם לפה והם פה. אין כאן אשמים, ויש רק, זה המציאות. בוא נעשה את זה הכי טוב שאפשר, כאילו. גם לצד השני צריך להסביר את זה, כאילו.
אבל קיבלת באמת גם מסרים אחרים מפלסטינים אחרי זה?
כן, אחרי הפיגוע, 2 משלחות באו לסולחה, והקימו תפילה, זה היה מרגש מאוד. אצלי על השטיח, אללה אכבר.
לא נכון.
כן.
Are there a lot of Navalny? I'm trying to understand why out of everything you said, you could say about Navalny, you found us said this ancient story taken out of context. Is it because of the documentaries and stuff that like a lot of people ride for Navalny and say he's like a brave hero or something? Is that what happened? Like where are the Navalny heads coming from? But I guess like fucking people liked, like I said, they liked the head of fucking Wagner too. European libs, source European. Navalny should not have been imprisoned or murdered. Navalny had some real shit takes on Ukraine, Georgia, and Central Asia. Yeah, didn't Navalny also say that like say a bunch of fucking irredentist shit about Ukraine? Like I mean I don't know if he repositioned and stuff later on with Western funding and whatnot, but it like doesn't really make a lot of sense. How do we convince the liberals? I mean, who gives a fuck, dude? Whatever. Like, what are you going to convince the liberals on? Like that he's not exactly a hero either. Like the only heroic thing he did was oppose Vladimir Putin. Okay, who cares? Yeah, Putin is bad. We agree. But who gives a shit whether they valorize him or not?
כן, זה מדהים. זה מדהים.
Most of the people my age I chatted with were honest about the negative effect of the settlements on Palestinians who are repressed as long as they are occupied. I wondered how they still choose to live here.
אני חשוב לי לחיות במדינה יהודית. חשוב לי. כשאני חורש את השדות שלי ואני לפעמים מוצא איזה חרס בשדה, כן, זה לוקח אותי למקומות שאני מאוד אוהב להיות בהם, שאני מרגיש שאני נמצא בארץ של יהודים, ולפני, כמו שלפני 2,000 ו-2,500 שנה היו פה יהודים, ובדיוק חרשו את השטח שאני חורש, וזה לא הגזמה מה שאני אומר, זה אחד לאחד. מצד שני, יש פה ערבים, יש פה הרבה ערבים, הם בני אדם כמו כולם. לכל האנשים יש זכויות מסוימות, וצריך לוודא שיהיה להם את זה. איך משלבים את כל זה בתוך העובדה שיש סכסוך מאוד מדמם, ואנשים נהרגים, וזה לא פשוט. וגם כשהם מסתכלים מסביב, הדברים הם קורעי לב. ישראל רק עשתה פה דברים כשהיא הייתה חייבת לעשות פה דברים.
Oh, come on, bro.
היה איום עליה, בוא נגיד. היא אף פעם לא עניין אותה.
That's insane, dog. You're literally living... You have settled in the West Bank. You have settled in the West Bank. The notion that a settler in the West Bank is saying, like, Israel had to do what it had to do to protect itself is insane. Like, what are you talking about? You had to do what you had to do? Like, you did not have to do that.
לדאוג שלאנשים פה יהיו חיים תנובים ותנאים מינימליים ובסיסיים וזכויות ודברים מהסוג הזה. הנה, אנחנו משלמים על זה עכשיו. הנקודה הכי בסיסית היא מדינת ישראל צריכה להחליט, או שהיא רוצה להכיל ריבונות על השטח הזה, או שהיא לא רוצה להכיל ריבונות. אם היא לא רוצה להכיל ריבונות, שתמסור אותו למישהו אחר. הרבה מהאנשים פה, בייחוד הדור שגדל פה, רוצים פשוט לחיות פה. אני לא מכיר מקום אחר. נולדתי פה. זה המקום שאני חי בו, זה המקום שאני אוהב אותו. אני אוהב את הנוף, אני אוהב את האווירה, ואני רוצה לחיות פה.
אני מבינה, זאת אומרת, את ישראל בקטע שהיא לא תפנה עכשיו את כל ההתנחלויות. זה לא יקרה.
מה את חושבת שיהיה? או מה היית רוצה שיהיה?
קונפדרציה. זה אומר שאף אחד לא צריך ללכת לשום מקום, כאילו כל אחד יכול להמשיך לחיות איפה שהוא חי, תחת ריבונות או ישראלית או פלסטינאית. זהו, תנועה חופשית. מה שהייתי רוצה שיהיה, שכל האנשים במרחב הזה יחיו חיים טובים. זה שינוי תפיסה, כי התפיסה הייתה כל הזמן שמישהו צריך לוותר על משהו.
Okay, I mean, that's good. That's a good take. She's right. Saying that it doesn't matter who controls it, like, it just needs to be one state, a confederacy, a confederation, which is my argument as well, which is that, like, you can't fucking purge 750,000 people. It would be unjustifiable. It would be horrible at this point, even though they are objectively in the wrong. So I guess, you know, there's one person, there's one point for the settlers
עכשיו
here.
זה קצת נרגע מן הסתם. אבל אני כן, בעזרת השם.
מה היית רוצה לעשות כאילו?
הייתי רוצה שכל התנחלות תעשה מפגשים עם הכפר הסמוך, עם אנשים מהכפר הסמוך. אפשר כאילו שזה יהיה הדוגמה לדו-קיום. לכן צריך כאילו להפסיק, להפנות את המבט לפוליטיקאים, כאילו, ולפוליטיקה. פשוט צריך להקים תנועה עממית, כאילו, של היגיון, של בריאות, מחשבה, של רצון אמיתי לתיקון, ופשוט לפעול ביחד.
On my last day in Tkoa, Matanya stopped by for a farewell chat.
סיכום.
כאילו מצד אחד, יש דברים שלמדתי על הרבה אנשים שפה, שהם מדברים על הרמוניה עם האנשים שמסביב. אני רציתי להקשיב. לא להגיד, תראו את אלה כבר עם התווית עליהם. כאילו,
צריך להקשיב.
זאת אומרת, אתה בקלות יכול להגיד לעצמך, בגלגול אחר, אני בדיוק מוצא את עצמי פה ועם הדעות האלה.
לא, ולא. אני גם לא חושבת שאנשים פה...
Yeah, it's funny because this interview is propaganda, and it's not even doing a good job, specifically because living equal to Palestinians, I think, would be a very good punishment. They might just leave. Yeah, no, this person is not wrong. It's a self-solving problem. A one-state solution. Shouldn't you be going to LA right now, or do you live there? What the fuck? No, the one-state solution is a self-solving solution because the mega racists will 100%, undoubtedly, unless they're doing like acts of terror directly, will leave.
עושים את השיעורי בית האלה שאני עשיתי פה.
בטוח
אתם,
שלא,
פה,
לא עושים, נכון?
לא שמים את עצמכם,
נכון?
גם לא שם הם פלסטינים להבין את ה...
Yeah, it'd be really funny though. It would be really funny. Fuck, I'm eating and I can't speak, sorry. It would be really funny for the South Africans who left after the apartheid ended in South Africa and went to Israel. Where are they gonna go? Where will the poor white supremacists that left one apartheid state to the next, where will they live? Someone has to think about the racists, dog. I love that someone said Turkey. Yeah, dude, I'm sure they would love living in a 98% Muslim country. Yeah, comprised almost entirely of Muslims. Like, yeah, they would really love, they'd be like, wow, it's so sick. I'm moving to a overwhelming majority Muslim nation with like 100 million Muslims, dude.
הדברים שלהם, מבינים את זה מהשוב, מנקודת הגובה הזאת שיש לכם עליהם, בעיניי.
כן? לא, צודק.
וגם, זה משהו מאוד חבל לי, זה הנתק הזה בין השמאל לימין בארץ שיש עכשיו, שהוא בינינו אנחנו לא עושים את זה, כאילו.
נכון.
במבט לאחור, כאילו, לא היית מעדיף אם היית גדל, כאילו, בתל אביב?
אני חושב שזה לא נורמלי לגור במצב כזה, לגדול במצב כזה. אני חושב שכל מי שגדל בדור שלי, פה, בכל יהודה ושומרון, סובל מפוסט-טראומה ברמה כזו או אחרת. בטח שאנחנו, וזה לא צריך להיות ככה. אבל אני לא מתחרט שגדלתי פה. הייתה לי ילדות טובה, באמת.
תראי, אני גם תוהה הרבה פעמים אם הייתי גדלה במציאות אחרת ובמצב אחר, אם היו לי דעות אחרות. באמת, אין לי מושג, אני לא יודעת להגיד לך. זה כאילו, אנחנו מושפעים בסופו של דבר מאוד מאיפה שגדלנו. אני לא יודעת באמת מה, כאילו, לאן הדעות שלנו מגיעות.
That woman's a teacher is pretty funny to think about because she literally said, I'm a fascist. I'm a bit of a fascist, is what she said. Speaking of, here's someone who's not fascist.
Call out Hamas for what it is, and it is a terrorist organization that must be stopped. No one, no country should live with that threat, that specter over them. And for those who don't understand this dynamic here in our own state, in our own country, I'll give you an example. I'm from Buffalo. Anybody realize that? If Canada someday ever attacked Buffalo, I'm sorry, my friends, there would be no Canada the next day, right? Right? I love Canada, but we did have the War of 1812, and they did burn Buffalo, so there might be a little conflict here. But think about that. That is a natural reaction. You have a right to...
Let's go. Annex Canada. I'm on board, baby. Let's go. Good take. She's cooking. She's cooking. She's cooking. First time she got a good one, dude. We are so genocidal. It's not even funny. We are... Like, this person is a liberal, chat. Chat, this is the governor of New York, okay? Like, think about that. Like, one of the most liberal goddamn places. And before you say she's joking, she just made a joke about how we would bomb Canada if Canada bombed us. Canada would be wiped out. In defense of Israel's ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza. It doesn't matter if that's a joke or not. That's so stupid.
to defend yourself and to make sure it never happens again.
Yeah, do you think that that's a joke when she says Israel has the right to defend itself and we have to make sure it never happens again? Anyway, good stuff there. Breaking! Trump has been fined $364 million by Judge Engoron in the New York civil fraud case, by the way. Smoking on that Trump pack. Engoron bans Trump from serving as an officer or director of any New York corporation or legal entity in New York for 3 years. New York will get 3 years of peace. We talked about Greece making same-sex marriage legal. Here. Oh, here. Let's do more Navalny stuff.
Outrage after one of Vladimir Putin's sharpest critics, Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny, was reported dead in a Russian prison, reportedly dying after taking a walk, a fatal walk. U.S. officials are still waiting to confirm the Russian state media.
I mean, come on. That happens all the time. He was probably vaccinated. He probably got that Moderna, you know what I'm saying? Which is really funny to say about Vladimir Putin, by the way, because he is a massive fucking COVID nut. Remember when Putin literally would not even Putin was very afraid of COVID for himself personally. The CIA did it 100%. That's insane. Come on, dude. Why would the CIA kill their own asset when they can just keep him alive?
Claim. Navalny's wife had this to say just a short time ago in front of dozens of heads of state.
If it is the truth, I would like Putin and all his staff, everybody around him, his government, his friends, I want them know that they will be punished for what they have done with our country, with my family, and with my husband. They will be brought to justice, and this day will come soon.
What strength to stand there in Munich. With us now, CNN's chief international correspondent Clarissa Ward and Matthew Chance, chief global affairs correspondent. Clarissa, you could see the anger and also the resolve from Alexei Navalny's wife there.
It was a very emotional moment, and she actually started out, John, by saying, you know, I thought for a moment, do I go home to my family right now, or do I stand here and address you? And then I asked myself, what would Alexei do? What would Alexei want me to do? And I have no doubt that he would want me to stand here to address you and to issue that withering rebuke to Russian President Vladimir Putin. Of course, at this stage, we don't know exactly what killed Alexei Navalny. We have only been told through Russian media that he took a walk at the penal colony where he was suffering.
I don't get why he fucking went back to Russia. It makes no goddamn sense. Did he think that he would be supported by a majority of people enough that he could be kept alive or something? I don't really understand it. Because it's bro, he got poisoned already. Bro, look, if the number one poisoner can get to me pretty much anywhere around the planet, I'm definitely not going directly to Russia to be all right, go ahead. Sure, big guy. Sure, tough guy who poisoned me. Let's see what else you got. You know, give me your best shot. Famous last words before getting hit with the best shot.
Terrible treatment where he had at times been in less than good health, and yet when we saw him yesterday via teleconference from a courtroom, he appeared healthy, he appeared jovial. We've also heard a report from his mother who told Novaya Gazeta, the Russian publication, that she wouldn't be accepting condolences because she couldn't believe it, because she had seen Alexei Navalny on February 14th, that he had appeared to be in good health and good humor. And so there are real questions about exactly what happened to him. But you heard also at the Munich Security Conference, the Vice President Kamala Harris saying, whatever happened, Russia is responsible. He was in the custody of the Russian state. And so
this part is 100% true.
The question really now becomes, what does this mean for Russia's opposition, which has already been so brutally stomped out?
What do you mean, what does this mean? It means that the last fucking dude who had who was any real opposition to Vladimir Putin is dead. There is no real opposition to Vladimir Putin in Russia. And yes, I mean, literally, the Communist Party is also not real opposition to Vladimir Putin. It doesn't really change much, I think, with the internal dynamics in Russia either.
Does this mean, could we see potentially more protests or resurgence of the sort of protest movements that Alexei Navalny had previously galvanized in Russia? Or is this it? Is this the end? Is this message that there is absolutely no opposition of any shape or form to be tolerated inside Putin's Russia, John?
Yeah, and to that point, you heard from Alexei Navalny's...
I do think it's funny, though, that liberals are yeah, Navalny, great guy. He would be sick if he killed Vladimir Putin and became the leader of Russia. not realizing that, like, okay, Vladimir Putin was our guy. Look at him now. Liberals have this like weird short-term way of thinking about like the ideological tendencies of those who are enemies of our enemies. And they just like, they literally think in like 3-month spans. Okay. It's so weird. It is so odd. Okay. So was Putin, man. Look where that got us. You know what I mean? Yeah. Liberals tend to think in like quarters. Too much capitalist thinking. Also, apparently journalists have been arrested in Moscow and St. Petersburg following the death of jailed Putin critic Alexei Navalny. Before people say these are like fucking assets or CIA or anything, no, the fuck they're not. Okay, I think that Navalny is basically like a placeholder for any kind of opposition to Vladimir Putin's reign, and it's perfectly valid and understandable to want to oppose Vladimir Putin, and I would say brave too, but it's just GG's.
Affairs editor Dominic Waghorn, his analysis of how the government in Russia clamps down on all forms of opposition. We have just had these pictures in, I believe, showing 2 Rus News journalists, it's a local news provider in Russia, being detained.
Isn't the Communist Party bigger than Navalny's? Some of you read like one Twitter thread and then come in here and be like, but you don't understand the Communist Party. Like, what do you mean? What the fuck? The Communist Party is not real opposition to Vladimir Putin. Every single party that is allowed to exist and operate without like being fucking poisoned is technically still controlled opposition. I know that the Communist Party is in existence in Russia. It doesn't mean anything, and they're not like a fucking real opposition party. Please, the moment that they become a real opposition party and not controlled opposition party, they will no longer exist. You're breaking some chatter's dreams? Yeah, I guess. Navalny was basically clip champ by state media out of context. It looked like he's far more right than he is. Bro, I'm sorry. It's going to be real hard for me to fucking get on board with that when I see the dude say that Muslims are cockroaches that need to be exterminated. That's like what do you think was going on? You know what I mean? In that clip, like, was he like, hey guys, like leading up to the fucking clip, he said, hey, everything I'm about to say about Muslims, I do not believe. This is what the opposition to me says. Muslims are actually cockroach, and we must exterminate them with a gun. I do not believe this. He like paused after it, and then that's the clip. Is that what it is? What happened?
Detained by authorities. Of course, people had been told by the authorities in Russia not.
Yeah, this is what is actually a good take. In the end, even if Navalny had nationalistic views originally and would probably be a bad president himself, he ultimately led meaningful resistance against Putin. The fact that he made so many people vote on a fake candidate to put on ballot by Putin frightens Putin. That part is the only correct part. It's that he was made to be the figurehead of like real opposition to Vladimir Putin. That's the actual take. He was seen as like the only standalone figurehead. Navalny is the 99% Hitler to Putin, pretty much. And I think that it's the optics of that as well. And that's probably why he may or may not have been murdered. You know, sometimes you just fall out of a window, chap.
To come out in numbers not to protest following the death of Mr. Navalny. The video in the aftermath of the death of the Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny. Earlier we heard from our international affairs editor,
What did Navalny actually disagree with Putin about? Not being Vladimir Putin. I would go so far as to say that the worst thing you can be against Vladimir Putin is like be in line with his ideas and not be him, because there might be a lot of people that fucking don't even care about like Vladimir Putin's tendencies, but they don't like that he's been in power for so long, and then understandably notice his corruptions. Like, notice how corrupt he is. So from their perspective, it's like, okay, well, I like this guy's ideas. I also think Muslims are cockroaches that need to be exterminated, but at least this guy's not Vladimir Putin who's saying it. That's great. That is a terrifying prospect for a despot, a dictator. I guess the major difference between Russia with Vladimir Putin and Erdogan, who is like my own version of Vladimir Putin, is that Erdogan still holds elections, like real elections. Now, I like to say this so that people understand. Turkish elections are not fair. They are so unfair. They're completely fucking unfair, but they are, at the end of the day, free. Does that make sense? they're still utterly, unimaginably unfair, but they're still free. So there is still, like, unfortunately, a 51% coalition for Erdogan in this country. Okay? In Russia, no such thing exists.
Dominic Waghorn,
It does
his
not
analysis
exist.
of how the government in Russia clamps down on all forms of opposition. We have just had these pictures in, I believe, showing two Rus News journalists, it's a local news provider in Russia, being detained by authorities. Of course, people had been told by the authorities in Russia not to come out in numbers, not to protest following the death of Mr. Navalny. These pictures, we believe, show two journalists, Yulia Petrova being detained in Moscow. There are also pictures, we believe, I'm not sure that these are those, but there are other pictures showing the moments before the detention of another Rus News journalist, Alina Kozyshin, in St. Petersburg. So clearly there is something of a protest taking place across Russia, something of a clampdown as well.
Wife saying that Vladimir Putin, Russia will be punished. I suppose, Matthew Chance, the question is, will they? Will Russians blame someone for this?
I mean, look, we don't know the answers to that yet. But look, I can tell you that many Russians that I've spoken to or expressed their views in the media are expressing their shock that this has happened, that Alexei Navalny, who is undoubtedly the most high-profile opposition figure in the country, has died whilst in the custody of the Russian prison authorities. Now, whether that will have an impact in the way that Alexei Navalny has had an impact in the past, he's been able to bring out tens of thousands of people onto the streets in towns and cities across the country.
Here, let's look at some stuff here before you yell at me or whatever. Okay. They cry over Navalny while forgetting Jack Ruby. No, here, this is what I wanted to show you. Okay. No, Jeff's not here yet. Here, this is what I wanted to show you. You can't turn the stuffing back. What Navalny said about occupied Crimea. In the morning of August 20th, Russian opposition politician Alexei Navalny was hospitalized in intensive care, severe poisoning. Crimea is what? A sausage sandwich. In October 2014, Alexei Navalny gave an interview to the Echo of Moscow radio station. The meeting caused a stir among opposition supporters, mainly through Navalny's words about Crimea. To the question, are Crimea? The politician replied, Crimea is the people who live in Crimea, and that the peninsula was seized with a flagrant violation of all international norms, but is now part of Russia. Navalny advised Ukrainians not to deceive themselves. Crimea will remain a part of Russia and will never become a part of Ukraine again in the foreseeable future. Okay? He also said that when he becomes president of the Russian Federation, he will not return the semi-island to Kyiv. Crimea is what? A sandwich with sausage to be returned here and there, Navalny asked. Navalny's words surprised the supporters and other oppositionists. Some did not see anything new in his words, and others were disappointed by Navalny's policy. Like, Navalny's policy shift on Crimea may be too little too late. And then he changed his attitude on it. But at that point, it's like, it's fucking bullshit. Okay, but I love it. Western media says that Navalny was killed by Putin with 100% fact with evidence, regardless if it was true or not. I mean, it's a very likely scenario. He said the same thing you said about Crimea. Yeah, I don't think you understand. I don't think you understand. The reason, when I say it, people fucking yell at me and say I'm a Putin dick rider, dog. When I say it, people say I love sucking Vladimir Putin's cock. When Navalny's saying the same thing, but they're fucking saying that he has like genuine disagreements with Vladimir Putin, when on a lot of issues he does not. He is like the anti-corruption and the attitude that he has, the attitude that he's displayed about like his actual positions in Ukraine or anything like that. Anything like that is to show you that it's not. It's just he's just not Putin. That's it. That's the reason why Putin wanted to kill him, and that's the reason why a lot of people wanted to. A lot of people wanted to prop him up inside of Ukraine not inside of Ukraine, sorry, inside of Russia as well. That's it. And saying that Russia is responsible no matter what for his death is 100% correct because he's in the custody of the state. It's over. When you let someone fucking die, when they're in the custody of the state, it's their fault. It's the state's fault.
When he's called for them in the
even
past,
if they don't directly kill him, which I believe
now.
They probably did.
And there's been this chill descend over the Russian opposition, and this is yet another very potent message to opponents of the Kremlin. about the terrible consequences that can befall you if you stand up to Vladimir Putin and his regime. Because remember, no matter how shocking this death of Alexei Navalny is, it's not altogether surprising. I mean, Alexei Navalny was himself poisoned and narrowly escaped death, a couple of years ago. He chose to come back to place himself at the center of Russian politics, having, narrowly escaped death himself. And then, of course, there's a long list of opponents of Putin, opponents of the Kremlin and its critics, who have met, tragic ends. I mean, just last year, although perhaps I wouldn't describe it as a tragedy, Yevgeny Prigozhin, who was a supporter of Putin turned somebody who staged a military uprising against Putin's authority. Well, he was killed in a plane crash under suspicious circumstances. Before that, the list goes on, but in 2015, I went to the funeral and covered the assassination of Boris Nemtsov, who was the sort of Alexei Navalny of his time, if you like. He was the most vocal critic, the most prominent opposition figure against the Kremlin. He was gunned down outside the walls of the Kremlin, and the list goes on. And so again, this is shocking, but it does fit into a pattern of critics of the Kremlin who meet sticky ends.
You cross Vladimir Putin, a lot of people end up dead. A lot of people have fallen out of windows, literally, or pushed. Who knows? Defenestration is an interesting word in Russia. Clarissa Ward, can you speak to the years of courage?
Bro, I'm sorry. That just kind of happens, dude. You're crazy.
Courage that Alexei Navalny showed. It's something that you saw firsthand.
Well, the decision, John, to go back to Russia, when I interviewed him shortly after he was recuperating from being poisoned.
I do personally love the way liberals fucking talk about foreign adversaries versus our allies, though. Like, get this guy. I want to hear him speak on no uncertain terms like this about Israel's ethnic cleansing in Gaza. I want that shit so bad. You bulking, fam? 2.5-hour intervals between meals? This is my first meal of the day, you fucking jackass. What do you mean? Suck my dick. This is my first meal of the fucking day. What do you mean I'm bulking? What are you timing? If you're going to time me, at least listen. If you're going to literally autistically time what kind of fucking food I'm eating and how I'm consuming, at least be right. Don't be fucking wrong. Don't do it. Okay? Dumb bitch. I can't believe it. 2.5 hour fucking, are you trying to bulk 2.5 hours in between the last time you ate is fucking so stupid. This is my first meal today.
Poisoned with Novichok. And I said, why would you go back? You know the risks. You know that they tried to kill you. But he was very sanguine about the risks. He was very determined to see and fulfill his mission, which he believed was to serve the Russian people. He understood implicitly that he could not do that in exile. He knew the risks, and yet he decided to go ahead and do what he felt was necessary and important to do. And I think that any criticism that one could possibly level at Alexei Navalny, certainly cowardice is not one of them. This is a man who is one of the most, or was one of the most extraordinary.
You usually eat during the top news stories? No, everything I cover is important for someone. I eat at fucking 4 p.m. every day, or sometimes 3 p.m. if I'm hungrier. That's it. So the reason why you think it's the most important news story is because you think this is the most important news story of the day. That's it. I already covered this news story, ironically, earlier in the day for hours, as a matter of fact. Bam, they're calling you a real eater in chat. Shit's crazy. Exactly.
Fairly courageous individuals, certainly that I have ever interviewed, John.
He walked into the fire. Clarissa Ward, Matthew Chance, thank you both so much for being with us. I know we're going to talk to you again very soon.
In 2021, US President Joe Biden warned Russian President Vladimir Putin that Moscow would face devastating consequences if Alexei Navalny were to die in prison. Here are Mr. Biden's remarks to the media about that conversation.
What did you say would happen if opposition leader Alexei Navalny dies?
I made it clear to him that I believe the consequences of that would be devastating for Russia.
Well, let's get to Arlette Saenz at the White House. What has been the response at this point?
Well, Becky, White House officials, administration officials have been stressing they are still working on actual confirmation of these reports that Alexei Navalny died while in prison in Russia. But they have expressed their belief that this is a terrible tragedy. We've also heard directly from Vice President Kamala Harris and Secretary of State Antony Blinken, who both said, even as they're waiting confirmation for these reports, that they believe Russia is responsible. We also know Blinken met privately with the wife of Alexei Navalny, Yulia, to express his condolences if these reports actually do pan out to be true. But it does come, as you heard from President Biden there, that he has warned Russian President Vladimir Putin directly that the consequences of Navalny dying in prison would be devastating for Russia. Now, this was before Russia invaded.
What's he gonna do, bro? Actually, what's he gonna do? It's like what? Are we gonna nuke Russia? What are we gonna do to Russia? Are we gonna put more sanctions? Yeah, what are we going to do? Bomb Nord Stream? I think the real genuine issue here is that it is no longer American restraint. It's literally just like American incompetence. Problem is we already nutted with the sanctions. We busted a nut and it didn't fucking, it literally did not stop Vladimir Putin. So what do we do now? What do we do now? But worst of it all isn't the way that we are dealing with our foreign adversaries. The real problem is how we deal with our fucking foreign allies, okay? The real showcase of weakness is not how we fail to deal with Russia. The real showcase of American power waning is how we deal with Israel, okay? We can't even fucking get Israel to dial it back on the ethnic cleansing campaign a little bit. And we could, we just don't want to do it. And therefore, we're just looking like fucking assholes.
Ukraine before the crippling sanctions that had been issued against the country in the wake of that invasion. So there's a big question about what the consequences would look like now. That is something National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan hinted at a bit earlier today in his own remarks about this, saying that they will be working with countries once they've confirmed that this is true to figure out what those next steps will be. But this is something Biden has really been pressing Putin on since the beginning of his administration. In his very first phone call with Putin, Biden raised the need for Putin to immediately release Navalny. That is something that administration officials consistently have been pushing for in recent years. Now, right now, just a short while ago, Vice President Kamala Harris delivered remarks in Munich where she talked about how this is a further sign of Putin's brutality in Russia. But Harris's meetings and conversations that are ongoing in Munich are now really taking on a heightened significance. Harris had been traveling there in one part to talk about the U.S. role in the world, but also U.S. commitment to NATO allies at a Trump.
Bro, I really don't understand why this dude went back. I'm trying to wrap my head around why he would go back to like the capital of like murdering Putin's political opposition as Putin's major political opposition. Like, what the fuck did he think was going to happen? I genuinely don't get it.
Trump, at a time when back here at home, former President Donald Trump recently suggested that he would encourage...
Like, did he think as long as I don't stand near a window, I'm good? Like, what the fuck? He's like, listen, guys, you don't understand, okay? The big problem is windows. If I stand very far away from the nearest window, I win. No more tea, no more windows. We're fucking good.
Putin to do whatever he wants to countries who have not met their NATO obligations. The vice president made a very veiled reference to that in her remarks a bit earlier, saying, imagine if we went easy on Putin, let alone encouraged him. So
talk about something else, like Japan entering recession, Indonesia elections, incident at Taiwan Strait. Take a day off.
So this reported death of Navalny certainly will raise the stakes of her conversations she is having there overseas. We are still waiting to hear from President Biden. To certainly anticipate there will be at the very least, a paper statement from him. He's also expected to travel a bit later today, so we will see what exactly the president has to say. But this is very concerning to the White House. And the next questions going forward is what the White House, what the U.S. and its allies might do to respond to this reported death.
We all know Vladimir Putin is a big Hasanabi hit. He watches me because I'm his greatest supporter in the West. And it's very clear that chatter that I just banned for a day is probably Vladimir Putin on his alt account. Come on, Hassan, talk about something interesting, not this fucking bullshit. Please, talk about how I ride horse shirtless, okay? Да, до свидания. Как дела? Как тебя зовут?
While in prison.
I love when you play Contraband Police. It makes me feel very happy. Oh, dude, the other thing we're going to talk about is Tucker Carlson fucking talking about how sick Russia is and then showing like the funniest dumb nonsense.
Alexei Navalny lived and died fighting Vladimir Putin's regime and the corruption at its heart.
Maybe he simply didn't want to lose face in front of his supporters, perhaps even be a martyr if he died. They seem to anticipate him being killed as they asked him to record a message in this event. Oh, I think this is the guy I was going to have on today, Daniel Rower, to talk to him about the Navalny. Because I wanted to hear his perspective. I haven't watched the documentary, but we couldn't get it. We couldn't make it happen, but we'll make it happen in the future. For the record, just because I don't like Navalny doesn't mean I'm not going to talk to people who have defended him. And I mean, I literally did have an out and about open Navalny supporter in here in my house multiple times, as a matter of fact.
The message for the situation when I'm killed is very simple: not give up.
Do me a favor, answer this one in Russian.
И здесь у меня просто очевидная вещь. Ну, не сдавайтесь. Не надо, нельзя сдаваться. Если это произошло, это означает, что мы...
Why are we not mentioning anything about how Navalny stole billions from the Russian state-owned logging industry prior to him becoming political? I mean, because everyone's fucking corrupt. Who gives a shit? I don't even know what the background is, but like...
необыкновенно сильны в этот момент, раз они решили меня убить. Ну и нужно использовать эту силу. Не сдаваться. Помните о том, что мы огромная сила, которая находится под гнетом вот этих вот чуваков плохих, лишь потому что...
The thing is, like, here's what I keep trying to describe. Like, he's not exactly a good guy either. But it doesn't fucking matter because he is like, he's a placeholder. He is a placeholder for being anti-Putin. Okay? That's it. He is a placeholder for people that are like, this shit sucks. We need change.
Ну, мы не можем осознать, насколько действительно мы сильны. Все, что нужно.
No, not even for just foreign adversaries, for Russians too. Both open and also not as public. No, he is bro. If he was just a placeholder for the West and a nuisance overall, I don't think he would have gotten killed. If he did not have any real momentum inside of the Russian public, if he did not have a real momentum inside of the actual Russian public, he'd be a non-entity. Think about it this way: Juan Guaido. There were many opportunities for Maduro, who's very, who's not a great leader regardless. Many opportunities he could have killed him. You know what I mean? But he didn't. The reason why they killed him is because he is, it's not what he represents. It's not what he represents. It's not his ideology. Or no, sorry. The reason why he killed him is what he represents. Not his ideology, not his like background, not his corruption, or not his anti-corruption work or whatever the fuck you want to call it. Okay? It's not his politics at all. It's what he represents. It's the fact that people are understandably frustrated with the way politics has been going in Russia for a very long time. So they're willing to put a fake name even, for anyone at that point.
Для торжества зла это бездействие добрых людей. Поэтому бездействовать не надо.
What do you mean? Wait, do you mean he's a poster boy or just a placeholder? No, just a placeholder. It doesn't matter. There will be another figurehead like him inevitably. Okay? There will be another figurehead like him inevitably. It's not the man, it's the idea. And you can kill the man, but you can't kill the idea. And the idea is Putin's got to go. Many people also feel this way. So, like, this chatter is right. He says, this guy's like 90% Putin. I don't even know what he would be like if he did become the leader of Russia. I don't know for how long he would continue, abiding by the interests of Russia, abiding by the Western interests.
Banned in 2018 from running in elections, he remained Putin's most powerful political opponent, the one man capable of bringing tens of thousands to the streets. the man Putin famously refused to mention by name.
Navalny is an idea that Russia could be rich, successful, and a well-developing country, a country where we would want to live.
He was stubborn, sarcastic, and charismatic. His YouTube investigations into Putin and his cronies.
Yeah, bro, he fucking killed a YouTuber, by the way. That's the other thing that we didn't even talk about. That's the low-key kind of the funniest part about it, is that, like, my man's biggest opposition, his biggest op is a fucking YouTuber? Come on, dude. Wow, a lot of liberals in the chat today celebrating. A lot of liberals in the chat today getting upset that a crypto-Nazi YouTuber got executed by the state. Guess what, sweaty?
Garnering millions of views and exposing graft of the highest order. But it was in August 2020 that Alexei Navalny became a global name when he was poisoned on board a flight from Siberia. The poison was Novichok, a weapons-grade nerve agent that Russia had used 2 years earlier against the former KGB spy Sergei Skripal in Salisbury. Navalny fell into a coma, and for 3 days his wife Yulia fought for him to be airlifted to Berlin, while doctors in Russia dithered over the diagnosis. Under German care and with his family beside him, Navalny slowly recovered.
That's the thing, like, at that point, you're like, don't go back to Russia. You know what I mean? You can make YouTube videos from Germany. Not that it matters, because, like, they obviously got to him in Europe. They get to him all the time.
He blamed Vladimir Putin directly for his poisoning and managed to get one of the Russian security agents involved to admit that he'd placed the poison in Navalny's underpants.
Well, we focused on the inner seams. At least those were the parts we treated.
Western countries imposed sanctions for what they said was another Russian breach of the Chemical Weapons Convention. But President Putin laughed it off.
It doesn't mean he should be poisoned. Who needs him anyway? If someone wanted to, they would have probably finished it.
Once he'd recovered, Navalny stunned the world by announcing that he was returning to Russia.
I realized I'm nearly healthy, and the rest I can cure at home.
Many questioned why, but his life's work was there. For him, there was no other choice. He was immediately arrested, but that did not stop his team from releasing their biggest investigation yet into Putin's palace, a £1 billion residence on Russia's Black Sea coast.
Damn, dude. Yo, okay, I take back everything. Low key, listen, he's out here doxing. He's out here doxing a true socialist with a fucking $1 billion house. You know what I mean? Sometimes you got to deal with that through other means. You know what I'm saying? If I'm as a socialist with a multi-billion-dollar house, sometimes this is the best way to deal with YouTubers who make fucking content about that kind of thing.
A lawyer himself, Alexei Navalny faced an endless succession of fresh charges, but he remained defiant, and he asked the people to stand with him.
I'm asking you not to keep silent, to keep fighting, go out on the street. No one but us can defend us.
Army
and we're
77,
many,
thank you for the 10
and if we
gifted
want
subs,
something, we will
allowing
get
10 people to also contribute to the Hasanabi second house and third house fund. Yeah, Navalny doxed me just now, so I'm going to need to get a new one. You know what I mean? That was my house. Yeah, admit something. Well, that's it. That was my third house. I'm getting a fourth one now. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Thank you for funding the house fund.
At first, tens of thousands listened, the largest unsanctioned protests in Putin's Russia. But the crackdown was brutal, and once Putin invaded Ukraine, protest of any kind was effectively crushed. Navalny's anti-corruption foundation was forced into exile, and his pleas from prison to resist the Kremlin's war went unheard. In a remote prison colony north of the Arctic Circle, Navalny's health deteriorated. His message of resistance never really landed with most Russians, cowed by 2 decades of Putin's rule. But he did what he could for his people. His death, another colossal stain on the conscience of the Russian state.
For someone like me who didn't know of him much, he definitely looks good on optics, so I understand why liberals will ride for him. Yeah, no, it makes a lot of sense, dude. He's like, I mean, Vladimir Putin is a very bad dude. He's a bad dude, okay?
So
Not if you ask Tucker Carlson, though. Tucker Carlson's here to glaze up Vladimir Putin. He's done enough. Tucker Carlson literally executes Navalny, then turns his ass around and starts making fucking vlogs in Russia. What a fall off this guy has had.
Long-standing feature, maybe the longest-standing feature of Cold War propaganda in the West was the Soviet grocery store. No products, no choices, shoddily made things. And it wasn't actually propaganda, it was real. And you can look up the pictures on the internet if you want. So we thought it would be interesting to take a look at a contemporary, modern day, 2024 Russian grocery store 2 years into sanctions. Here we go. All right, here we go.
Dude, here's a fucking YouTuber you can assassinate. Like, what do you mean? Putin's out here worried about Navalny. How about you fucking clear this up a little bit, you know? This guy, he's right there.
So I guess you put in 10 rubles here, and you get it back when you put the cart back.
I'm actually genuinely shocked that he had not seen this ever in his life. Like, the idea that this is like a new phenomena for him is so wild. Like, what the fuck?
So it's free, but there's an incentive to return it and not just bring it to your homeless encampment. Okay, this is the grocery cart escalator. This is designed, I'm figuring this out now, where the wheels don't move, they lock on the grocery cart escalator. Look, Ma, no hands. Retail placement here is a little bit different. So it's like walking through Macy's to get to Whole Foods. Okay, we've gotten through the perfume section to get to the grocery store. So we're gonna try and buy what a family of 4 would buy every week, and we're gonna see what the selection is, and we're gonna see what it costs.
I feel like it seems like he's so sheltered, like he's never been to a grocery store before. Am I crazy? Or does it unironically seem like my man has never been inside of a grocery store before? Like, it's crazy. They got groceries in the store.
Now, Russia is famous for its bread, which is one thing I can assess pretty well. The low-carb lifestyle has not swept Russia. Thank heaven, because I mean, look at that. It's fresh, too. Look at that.
Famously, American stores don't have what this is, what we're looking at here. It's called bread. It's because the homosexual Marxists have made it illegal to consume bread products.
That. Oh, come on. Unicorn and mini mills. All right. Some kind of Russian wheat cookies. Ooh, we need coffee, don't we? I don't know if this is sugar or flour, to be honest with you, but it looks like a staple, so we should get it. It's a very good looking package. It's got to be flour, right? And this is Russian wine. It's from Crimea, which not only has the warm water naval base, but also is the source of most of the grapes in this part of Russia for wine. So it's apparently pretty good. Cheese puffs. You check out of a grocery store and you've got gum, razor blades, and candy. Actually, they hide the razor blades because we steal them. But these are all seem to be Western products. Mars, Twix, Snickers, Milky Way, Bounty, Gillette, Paul's Cough Drops, Mentos. It's pretty non-sanctioned to me, but what do I know?
Damn, bro, he's snitching. Yo, chill, dog. Why are you snitching on the fucking poor Russian motherfuckers that want to have a Snickers bar sometimes? Like, goddamn, dude. This man out here dry snitching, dude. CIA man never changes. Yo, seriously, bro. Let the fucking dudes. It ain't their fault. They didn't fucking invade Russia. Vladimir Putin did, you know? Let the fucking Russians staying at home, eat Snickers every now and then.
I went from amused to legitimately angry. So we were guessing what this would cost.
Invade Ukraine, obviously.
Everybody hears from the United States buys groceries, and we didn't pay any attention to costs as we were just putting in the cart what we would actually eat over a week. And we all came in around $400, about $400. It was $104 US here. And that's when you start to realize that ideology maybe doesn't matter as much as you thought.
Bro, what are you saying? That's so crazy that he just, dude, are you fucking on crack? Did you just point to Russian grocery prices as a good thing that we must have in America? This motherfucker, I don't want to be like I don't want to be like one of those guys on Twitter that you hear all the time, or like, actually, what you are describing is deflation. Okay? But it's so weird. Like, do you know what the wages look like in Russia, my boy? What the fuck are you saying? Bro, he's literally like those lifestyle influencers that go to Bali, right? And they're like, hey guys, here's what I do as a work from home Instagram model. I moved to Bali and for $100, I live in a chateau with slaves. And it's like, yeah, no shit, dog. It's a much poorer country. The fuck do you mean? Moscow average wage is apparently 125,000 ruble. If what he bought is a week of groceries, spending 1/3 of his wage on groceries.
Corruption. If you take people's standard of living and you tank it through filth and crime and inflation, and they literally can't buy the groceries they want, at that point, maybe it matters less what you say or whether you're a good person or a bad person. You're wrecking people.
The average monthly salary in Russia is like $750 or so. 4 weeks of this will be over $400, barely affordable with other monthly costs.
Lives in their country, and that's what our leaders have done to us. And coming to a Russian grocery store, the heart of evil, and seeing what things cost and how people live, it will radicalize you against our leaders. That's how I feel anyway.
Dude, what is happening? That's so weird. Isn't he supposed to be like pro-America? I'm actually kind of confused by this. Like, his Metro video is much better. Oh, he did a Metro video? Like, I genuinely don't understand what he's doing. Like, what? Is there a market for this in America? Are people in America like, yeah, we love Russia that much? Like, what? Is this treason? least insane liberal. No, it's not treason, brother. I mean, this is not. And I don't think that, like, he's doing what people claim you're doing. Like, I think that it is interesting. I think that it's interesting. Like, I would love to go to Russia and see how people are living and shit. But overall, it's like very odd that he's like, look at how great things are. Dude, there's nothing funnier. I swear to God, there's nothing funnier than looking at Russia, like modern day Russia, as a place that has no crime and no drugs. And that you can like, where things are very stable. Like, what the fuck? Diehard MAGA guys sometimes like Putin because he has Trump aesthetics. Yeah, dude, by the way, everything he's doing in Russia, he could do in China, for the record.
One of the ways you understand a society is through its infrastructure, the places where people gather, the places where they go to travel. If you've got a lot of people in one place, it tells you a lot about the people. So with that in mind, we're standing in front of the Kievskaya metro station, and there's a train station next to it. Now, the metro station was built by Joseph Stalin 70 years ago. And the question is, how's it doing now, after 70 years? So we went into it to take a look, and what we found shocked us. Now, that's not an endorsement of Stalin, who was bad, obviously, nor is it an endorsement of the current president, Vladimir Putin. You may not like him either. But it doesn't change the reality.
What is this music? What is this music that he's playing? He's just walking into the metro station. Like what? Why is it like he's doing like a secret covert mission? Like, motherfuckers out here acting like he's Sam Fisher or some shit for walking into the metro? What?
Of what we saw, or more precisely, didn't see. There's no graffiti, there's no filth, there are no foul smells, there are no bums or drug addicts or rapists or people waiting to push you onto the train tracks and kill you. No.
That's cute, though. That's like a cute little mouse. That's a cute ass rat, dude. Let the rat eat his fucking churros, man. Chill.
It's perfectly clean and orderly. And how do you explain that? We're not even going to guess. That's not our job. We're only going to ask the question. And if your response is to shout at us slogans dumber than the slogans we used to call Soviet and mock, that's not really an answer.
There's nothing I despise more than a fucking libertarian reactionary piece of shit going to a country with like good foundations as far as like public transit goes, directly as a consequence of the USSR, mind you, and then simultaneously coming back to America and continuing his endless endeavors against public transit. It's like, you're such a fucking bad person, dude. You're a piece of shit. He's literally doing what Stalin intended with the Metro broadcast, Moscow-Rad, wealth and infrastructure to show Russia strong, Lamau. How are you going to fucking say that, like, public transit is gross and disgusting in America and not, by the way, also simultaneously talking about, like, how there's no crime or homeless people in Russia is also, once again, I have to repeat this. There is definitely crime and homelessness in Russia. What the fuck is he saying? I don't. Anyway.
How does Russia, a country we're told is a gas station with nuclear weapons, have a subway station that normal people use to get to work and home every single day that's nicer than anything in our country? We're not going to speculate. We're just going to raise the question and wait for someone in charge to give us an answer. What is the answer? So we'll stop the lecture and let you take a look for yourself at what the Kievskaya metro station in Moscow, Russia looks like today, February 2024, in the middle of a war. Here it is.
This is beautiful. I'm so mad at him. I'm so mad at he is not worthy. He is not worthy of gracing like one of the most incredible achievements of the USSR. You fucking piece of shit. You reactionary monster. You don't get to fucking glorify the phenomenal. You don't get to glorify the phenomenal achievements while simultaneously shitting on fucking America doing anything of the sort. Gross. Disgusting. I'm dying. He's literally showing, oh my God, he's showing fucking USSR mosaic propaganda. It's crazy. It's like, this is what is happening right now. This is a video I would make. I would make this video with like the correct lessons to be learned from this, which is that we should fund the arts. We should fund public transit. It's making me so mad. Like, does he? I mean, he openly admitted, I accidentally ordered 4 blue margaritas on Hollywood Boulevard. Please come save me, Mr. Hassan. Only God can save you guys now. You're cooked. Imagine how bad he'd lose his shit if the U.S. government funded something like this in a major U.S. city. Yeah. Also, here's another fun fact. Okay, a lot of the Soviet propaganda also featured like, because the USSR was massive and had so many different ethnicities. Even though there was Russification initiatives, like if America made the equivalent of this kind of propaganda poster and put it inside of a metro, Tucker Carlson would literally talk about it for 8 fucking episodes, being like, why are they putting gay people on propaganda posters? Why is there a black person in the propaganda poster? What's going on? Why is America so woke now? Why is it that the only thing we care about is wokeness in this country? Does this piece of art need to exist inside of a metro station? Do we have to constantly be reminded of the fact that there are black people in the country living alongside us? You know what I mean? It's like, dude, you can't. What are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? This is literally DEI woke shit that the USSR was doing. It's so dumb. It's like a lot of Soviet art and a lot of Soviet propaganda was like this. Now, of course, he's also showing Russia's nicest metro station that they've compared to photos of our own worst ones. It's such fake rage bait bullshit. Oh, this passes Tucker's Bechdel test because the black guy's in the background. Yeah, I think that's why. It's fine. At least they put the black guy in the background and not in the foreground, even though there are plenty of posters from the USSR era with black people in the foreground as well, or in the front. I'm in awe of this guy being like, look at the incredible metro station that was built in Soviet Russia, okay, in the USSR. But don't make any inferences to anything beyond that. By the way, they put in the middle Ukrainian guy in Vyshyvanka. It's just annoying. It's annoying to me because like modern Russia didn't build this. Capitalist Russia did not build this. Capitalist Russia, as a matter of fact, barely sustains it. Okay, that shit sucks. It makes me mad. It makes me so mad. Also, maybe it's not a surprise to many of you in here, but like the Ukrainian Kiev metro station also looks like this. I wonder why. Once again, it's literally the skeletons of. It's like how FDR and his New Deal built a pretty solid foundation for American society to thrive off of that we still benefit from to this fucking day. Like a little bit of central planning goes such a long goddamn way, dude. And to be fair, we haven't ever stopped central planning. We just changed who we care about in said central planning. I stand by my assertion that neglected public infrastructure in the U.S. self-selects as users compared to LA Transit, almost exclusively used by people who either can't afford cars or make a conscious decision to choose transit, versus San Francisco Transit, where people of all walks of life choose to take the transit because it's generally well-funded and efficient, and it shows. Yeah, it's just like, I don't know. Will this radicalize hogs into believing that public transit could be good? Maybe. I don't think so. Probably not. Yeah, BART is only great compared to other transit systems in the U.S. Yes. Megaphonics said San Francisco public transit is good in comparison to Los Angeles public transit, which is 100% correct. That's the saddest part about the story is that, oh, by the way, yeah, here it is. Here's a station in the Kiev metro system that serves Kiev, the capital city of Ukraine. The station was opened as a part of the first segment of the Syretsko-Pecherska line on the 31st of December 1989. It serves as a transfer station. The original design plans for the station call for a clean utilitarian structure typical of metro stations of that period. Anyway, it's very, very frustrating. The Tucker YouTube videos are going to be a content goldmine, I think. I mean, he should just stay in Russia and keep pumping these bad boys out, I think.
The following...
I can't believe this got 1 million views in like 2 days, too. For the last week straight, all the ads I got on Twitter are fucking Liver King. What are the comments saying? I'm Italian. Every time I return a trip from Russia, I try to explain to my friends how much order there is in the city. There are many attractions and impressive buildings, and the people are peaceful. Okay. I guess one of the biggest problems here in America is that even our big cities that are supposed to be like, even our big cities that are very obviously massively wealthy have a shit ton of economic insecurity and income and wealth inequality that shows in the form of like homelessness everywhere. Okay, that's the major problem. Whereas like if you go to any tier 1 Chinese city, you will get this times 1,000. Obviously, a major difference there between a Chinese tier 1 city versus like the Chinese countryside, right? And a similar issue exists. A similar issue persists in Russia as well, and in many places, except in America, we don't even have like good propaganda areas that we could show as like a positive, if that makes sense. Hinkle has Putin and Xi connections? No, he doesn't.
I must say, I feel good in this weather. I ordered, I'm embarrassed. I ordered a cheeseburger, I ordered 2 cheeseburgers, large Coke, large fries, and a chocolate cake. We're back in the van. We've just come back from the Ersatz Moscow McDonald's. Tasty, that's it. And first the price, okay?
I'm losing my mind with him constantly comparing the prices in Russia to American prices. That's so funny.
I'll admit, I have not been to a fast food place in quite some time, trying to preserve my girlish.
Tucker Carlson doesn't understand how like currency exchange rates work. Tucker Carlson doesn't understand how like in other countries things are, especially food, is like going to be a lot cheaper. Obviously, wages are going to compare to the price of the food. I don't know. I don't know how to describe this to someone. Like,
also doesn't make me feel good, and I'm 54, so you probably shouldn't be eating that crap. But so I'm not exactly current on the prices, but here's what it costs in Moscow: 647 rubles. That is exactly $7.05, I think. And for that, we got 2 cheeseburgers, large fries, large cola, Coke knockoff, and a piece of chocolate cake. Just couldn't resist. Is that healthy? No. I should say Putin banned GMO foods in Russia 4 years ago, which is interesting. I didn't ask about that. I probably should have. But so maybe we're in a little better shape. I'm not sure. Anyway, here's what we have for that. Let's first go to the fries. McDonald's most famous product, the fries. All right. These are tasty, that's it, Siberian-owned Russian fries. Everybody knows what a McDonald's French fry tastes like, so it's not going to be hard to assess. Well, that's excellent. Totally the same. We just walked all the way a block in the snow back to the truck with these things, and they're still good. Okay.
Yeah. What matters is obviously the purchasing power parity in this situation. But they banned Go imports, and they certainly still get imported. GMO produced in Russia is 100% fine. Americans genetically programmed to do car seat vlogs. That's so funny. Yeah, he has to do it in the car. It's just, he is an American after all.
Okay. Fries are a winner. Now, I got recognizable foods. Like every American has had a McDonald's cheeseburger, okay? That's a Siberian cheeseburger in the husk of a McDonald's outlet. All right? Now, as in America, I'm not going to open it up to see what's inside because, like, you don't really want to know. I'm just going to eat it. All right? Ready? Oh, excellent.
This is so disrespectful. He's just spitting on the face of an American institution, okay? This is the most un-American thing he's done. He could have fucking taken out Vladimir cock and just sucked it on camera, and it would not be as treasonous as him biting into a fucking Russian burger and being like, wow, phenomenal. Better than what you get in America. Oh, Jesus Christ. This is disrespectful. This is so disrespectful. I'm getting patriotic, okay? He's negatively polarizing me to be patriotic for America right now. Get the fuck out of here, man.
Exactly the same. My first thought is I should be not eating this shit. But I like it, and I think they have those little chopped onions like they do in the United States. All right, I'm going to finish that off camera because it's disgusting to watch a man eat. But before I stop, I'm going to go right to dessert. I'm not going to eat it. I'm just going to show you what Tasty That's It serves in Moscow.
I love the name, though. The name is sick. Tasty That's
Piece
It.
of chocolate cake. And I'm not gonna eat this in front of you either because that would be super degrading, and I'm not going there even for my love of the internet. But I am gonna sniff.
Who was this whole trip for? I'm so confused why he's riding for Putin in Russia. No, this is like 100%. At this point, it's 100% pro-Russian propaganda. I think he's just trying to show America that like the sanctions aren't working, which is true. Like it didn't work. And once again, I'm conflicted because like there's parts of this, like the fundamentals that he is operating off of are very frustrating to me because he's a right-wing Christian WASP nationalist, right? And he is a product of like wealthy, literally CIA operatives. Like his father worked for the State Department, okay? And then he's turning around and after spending his entire fucking career shitting on anything and everything that was like remotely socialist, going to a country like Russia and showcasing public transit is disgusting to me. Okay? It's disgusting because you've dedicated your entire professional career in America to make sure that Americans can never get a fucking touch of what he's showcasing. But, you know, why do sanctions not work in Russia but do in MENA? Libyan, by the way. Why do sanctions not work in Russia, but they do in MENA? Because they still have the oil and gas for the most part, and they already have those McDonald's there. But also, it doesn't even. What do you mean MENA? Like, what are you talking about? They already have like trade relations. They have a connection to China, like a very solid connection to China. As far as like sanctions, though, I mean, I guess you could make a video like this in Iran. You can make a video like this anywhere. You could literally go to Iran and go to like a McDonald's style burger joint and eat the burgers there and be like, look how fucking wonderful the burgers are. That doesn't mean that like the sanctions don't harm the country, because they of course do. And even same with like I would say that it's okay to say you don't know, Hassan. It's okay. You don't have to shit on RU. Your libs won't stop calling you a Putin shill regardless. Wait, what do you mean? I'm not shitting on Russia. I'm not shitting on Russia at all. I just said I would love to go to Moscow and look at the metro station. I'm saying I'm literally jealous that he gets to do this. I think it's awesome. But that's not because of Russia. Like that is a Stalin era Soviet metro station that he walked into and then showed Soviet propaganda mosaics that show like racial harmony, okay, that promote racial harmony, and then presented it as a good thing. Everything he shits on in America, he's presenting as a good thing because it exists in Russia. It's very frustrating. If anything, it is a demonstration that solid fundamentals when it comes to social safety nets and public transit and things of that nature, like, have staying power far after the country has been decimated by vulturous capitalist bankers. You still have the remnants of something that was great, that's still working. It's not Russian propaganda, it's anti-US government propaganda. His entire shtick is explaining that the elites are doing everything they can to erode the standard of living for the white middle class. All the strip was about setting up the premise that Even people in shitty Russia have it better than you because of Biden and immigrants, probably. This is fascist rage bait. Yeah, I mean, that's why he's like showcasing the wrong lessons, or he's showcasing the wrong shit. He presented the Kievskaya metro station just because of Kiev in the name of the station. There's a lot of new stations that were opened in these last 2 years.
Sniff it, which will give me some sense of its flavor, and then I'll assess and let you know. And it smells great. It smells great. So look, I'm not saying one's better than the other. I'm just trying to let you know what life under sanctions, once Tony Blinken has written your country out of the civilized world, how do you live? Not bad. All right, I'm just finishing my McBreakfast, which was really McLunch. Gotta say, it was McAwesome. It really was, the non-GMO version.
Yeah, dude. Base Vladimir Putin eviscerated GMOs in Russia. This shocks me to my core. Vladimir Putin has instituted a pure carnivorous diet. Yeah, if he went to China, he would have an aneurysm, I think. Actually, he wouldn't, because Russians are white. Or, I mean, Russians are very diverse, obviously, but like, I guess it falls under the banner of a white Christian nation for Tucker. But like, China is not white, you know what I mean? So it probably would be very easy for him to be like, yeah, this sucks. What's going on? A lot of Chinese everywhere. China is great. The tier 1 cities are wonderful. The metro station works. The problem is too many Chinese. He'll glaze the former Soviet metro not because he believes it's good public transportation, but he can dog whistle that our transit sucks because of full-blown criminals. I bet Tucker going to change his stance on China since Putin told him to glaze them. Maybe. Is Russia not white and Christian? Russia is a massive country, and it is the continuation of the USSR. So there is a shit ton of different ethnicities in Russia. Turkey, in a similar way, is technically very ethnically diverse, but it is homogenized, I guess, under the Turkish banner. But that's how all former empires are. Yeah, here. I mean, that's from until 1979. 81% of population of Russia by language family, I guess, is Slavic. But that features but that's by language, right? I mean, that doesn't even showcase the actual ethnicity. Do you think the part of Russia that's right next to Japan and Korea might not have some white people in it? Do people think the part of Russia that's right next to Japan and Korea might not have some non-white people? Yeah, people don't know this, but but Alex in Australia, Australian Alex is like, I think from his family's like Chinese, but also Russian. There's a lot of dudes that look like him that live in Russia too. Not Alexa, Alex. I did a thing. Yeah, there are Buryats in Buryatia and Irkutsk who are ethnic Mongols. That too. This way you can credit Putin for user metro while blaming Democrats for the New York subway, I guess. Bro, look at this. Look at how I don't think people understand how big fucking Russia is and how much territory it spans across and how many different ethnic groups live in said territory that it spans across. Like, it's a massive country, guys. Yeah, it's like 11 time zones. Chinese Russian guy who's a Douyin star now. Dong Desheng is Chinese with Russian ancestors. He grew up on China's northeastern border.
我太爷爷是个骑兵团团长，尼古拉二世的手下。尼古拉二世战败以后，他从1918年开始逃亡，1926年举家东平赶了马爬犁逃到中国，然后我太爷跟我太奶离婚了，就嫁给闯关东嘛来的，姓董，就是我爷的养父，就到这个村。王文岛。
The fuck？
打架嘛，因为我从小理想我就当个农民，我就喜欢这个地方，有山有水有树林，那里我也想挖那样，开挖地啊哇哇哇哇，哎多好啊！俺这个理想是实现了。09年第一次当群演，招一些咱这样人当群演去，大帮，长着外国人面孔的中国，拍戏吧，拍着拍着下雨了，完了我就给他着急，我说，哎呀，快点行吧，拍戏快点过，我回家呀。指导员搁那，你着急回家干啥去？我种地啊，你家有几亩地？我得先说，37公顷，500多亩。那你家这么地，这么多地，那你在干啥？我玩啊。再往后参加真人秀，拍了2部电影，拍了几部电视剧，我最后就玩这个了。你看啊，半个月没在家，你看我家花开了。未来的规划没有。今天不想明天的事儿，我不想让以后的事儿影响我现在的快乐。
What the fuck? This is sick. That's dope. He's got that down to earth, wholesome northern Chinese vibe. Bro, China has even got their own fucking white people, dude. He only speaks Chinese, by the way. Yeah, no shit, dude. He's fucking Chinese. Of course he only speaks Chinese. How the fuck did we get here? Oh, Tucker Carlson says he despises Ben Shapiro because he's worried about his 4 kids getting drafted to fight overseas.
4 draft age children. So if you're playing recklessly, fast and loose with their lives, then I have a right to despise you, and I do. So if you're Nikki Haley, who's running for president, or Ben Shapiro, or half the people I see on television casually mentioning the possibility of nuclear war or sending Americans to fight in the Middle East, or in any way involving us in a war that has nothing to do with prosperity and peace at home, nothing, in other words, to do with us, Americans, then I have a right to call you out and be really offended because it's my family. They live here. It's not a joke to me. There's nothing abstract about it. You know, I've got 4 draft age children.
Thought this was funny because it's Daily Loud. Vladimir Putin says Russia is close to creating cancer vaccines.
So if you're playing recklessly, fast and loose with their lives, then I have a right to despise you, and I do. So if you're Nikki Haley, who's running for president, or Ben Shapiro, or half the people I see on television casually mentioning the possibility of nuclear war or sending Americans to fight in the Middle East, or in any way involving us in a war that has nothing to do with prosperity and peace at home, nothing, in other words, to do with us, Americans, then I have a right to call you out and be really offended because it's my family. They live here. It's not a joke to me. There's nothing abstract about it. You know, I've got 4 draft age children.
Tucker's taking your job. I'm going to watch him instead. People should get... Tucker's simply lying about my positions. I've been calling for a negotiated end to the Ukraine war, freezing the lines of conflict since early on in the war. I've never called for American boots on the ground in Ukraine, ever. I've never called for American boots to defend Israel, ever. I've invited Tucker to sit down multiple times over the past few weeks to clear the air and discuss our differences. He said he's willing, but his team has told us he's busy for months because of all of his foreign travel. That offer remains open. Yeah, let him fight. Cuba has a lung cancer vaccine that they're already using? Yes. The girls are fighting, and I'm here for it. I want them to fight. Duke it out, baby. Duke it out. Duke it out. All right, let's see what the pronouns guy had to say about skippable content warnings.
However, it's not Crystal Dynamics that made the remakes. It's a company called Aspire. And for all intents and purposes, they've made it as faithful as they could possibly be. Which in the...
Can you respond to my cousin who calls you a grifter Turk? No. I don't understand how to respond to someone who uses like Turk as a pejorative, it seems. Let's untime him out. I think this guy is, I'm a Kurd. My parents and grandparents live in Erbil, and I lived in Erbil at the time. They said life was scary under Saddam. However, they said it was much better than the current situation in Iraq. It's funny to have like a Iraqi Kurdish dude have a cousin who's so like brain broken by Reddit. I would like to explore this further. I think that it's fun to understand the mindset of a dude. It's like, bro, like, how did you arrive at that? Like, how did you get so Reddit brained? You know what I mean? Funny, he's next to me. He's laughing. Like, what happened? Tell him to get off. Tell him to get offline, bro. Worry about Kurdistan. Okay. What's his, most Turks hate Kurds, so it's understandable. I don't, but I want to know. He's Kurdish. There's no Reddit involved in it. No, there's definitely. What do you mean? There's extremely Reddit Kurds in the chat. He thinks we should be an American project. Oh my God. Okay. Good luck. Good luck to your cousin. Okay. There's definitely extremely Reddit Kurds out there. Glasses, bro. Glasses. No, I've said this before. The only fucking like pro America Kurds are the ones who live in the carve out like northern Iraqi region. Okay. Yeah, he's very anti-Arab. Guess what, dude? So are the Turks. So, you know, he has something to align. He has something, and said Kurds have it worse than Palestinians. Oh, that's so funny. There are Kurdish people who are as ultra-nationalists as the ultra-nationalist Turks. It's like, it's funny to make this argument as a Kurdish person. But anyway, wait until he hears about what your frequent guest Brace did. Yeah, I mean, I don't think this guy, his cousin, gives a shit. He's just anti-Arab. And he wants like a Kurdistan, but Israel style, which, to be fair, like that's probably, it's still unlikely, but that's the most likely scenario out of a sea of unlikely scenarios. You know what I mean? All of it is unlikely, but at least like that's the most likely of the unlikely scenarios. So that's probably why he has that take. But again, very Reddit brain, very, very brain broken, very Reddit brain.
Era of the modern Western gaming company ESGDIE. That is simply not acceptable. When you initially boot up the game, you are greeted with this message. The games in this collection contain offensive depictions of people and their cultures rooted in racial and ethnic prejudices. These stereotypes are deeply harmful.
I like that he's so goddamn triggered by like a fucking scene that like nobody even pays attention to, and has shown that very same quote unquote triggering scene for much longer than it's supposed to exist on scene.
Do not align with our values at Crystal Dynamics.
Like I love the idea of going in and like seeing it and being like, oh, I can make a video out of this, and then going back and trying to like get a quick screenshot before it like disappears on the screen, only to make a whole ass video out of it. I love that. This guy's awesome.
Oh, hold on a minute. I'm getting a phone call. Hi, is that the tribe from the Amazon calling? Yeah, hi, tribe from the Amazon calling. What's that? You don't give a fuck what they say on Twitter! Rather than removing this content, we have chosen to present it here in its original
He's so DSP coded. True. But DSP has a full head of hair. This guy does not. So he's got one on him. Doesn't he? DSP has a full head of hair, right?
However,
he's so funny. You know who DSP is? Completely against my will, I've learned about who he is. Unfortunately, I watched a clip of him playing Zelda and like shitting on Breath of the Wild, and then like it's like paired up with a VTuber playing the same exact puzzle, and he's just like shitting on it nonstop while playing. He's like, this didn't sound stupid. Why is it so stupid? Oh, look at me. I'm using all my brain power. And it's like, and he's just like shitting on it for no reason and doing the puzzle in the wrong way and just not having a good time at all. DSP is ass at games with his career, survived fucking everything. Man's beat the IRS, jerking off on stream, etc. Respect. You don't know about him jerking off? No, I don't. Oh, here, this is the one. Jeff's pulling up soon, yeah.
Little balls.
That's a lot of balls. What are we doing with these balls?
Gonna scoop them?
Can we grab them? Yes, we can.
Are we making like a...
There's... Huh?
Like a excavator?
Are we just putting all the balls in here or something? Once again, I'm just supposed to magically know what we're doing, even though the game has absolutely no explanation for anything.
I see.
I can't grab the platform.
Yeah.
Is it a pressure plate? Right? If I put all the balls in here, does it weigh it down enough that opens the door? I mean, that's a lot of tedious work. Why would we do it that way?
Oh.
Right? What is the puzzle here? Why do we even need this thing?
Yeah.
For the record, I have no idea if this is what we're supposed to be doing.
I guess all of them need to be in there, maybe? Maybe not. I'm gonna put all of them in there anyways. You probably just grab
and shit on it. But yeah.
What up, chat? We're doing it again. Another mediocre haircut for Hassan because he's too cheap to go to a real barber.
That's right, dude. That's fucking right, son.
That's right. Yeah. Get a piece of this.
Oh,
some nick.
Fucking some nicotine, dude. It'll help you. It'll help you open up the mind a little bit. Hold on. Let me.
Oh, The Bachelor. Yeah, they see. They know.
No,
they know.
I know.
I took Hassan's spot over there at the H3 Productions.
Yeah, bro. Look at this shit, dude. We got multiple camera setups
you don't
here.
Even have lav mics or nothing. They probably can't even hear me.
No, they can hear you.
Can you hear me?
This mic works now. It's like full blown.
Why don't you hire some people with all the money you make?
Nah.
Like this.
Fuck
Look.
that.
Kyle, you want to work over here?
Fuck that. You want a Zyn, dude? Do you Zyn?
No. That's more nicotine?
Yeah.
What if I fucking OD?
Yeah, you're right. What?
You have a cigarette?
No. You're too young to smoke.
What the heck? What?
Whoa, there's a wider camera.
Yeah, bro, you're not allowed to smoke. You're a child.
What happened? You added so much.
No, this is always existed. I just don't use it usually.
All right. So what's the deal? What are we doing?
We're gonna do what we always do. What do you mean?
What we always do. We've done multiple different haircuts on you.
Oh yeah, that's right. I mean, it's just the same. Like just short on the sides, longer on the top. That's it. Pretty
So
basic stuff.
Just want to look like me, the new bachelor, huh?
The new bachelor, bro. I wanted to actually go through. I wanted to go through your bachelor highlights to take a look to see what's going on there because I didn't have time to watch it, unfortunately.
That's fine. Whatever.
But I want to see it. Give him the Travis Kelce. No, fuck no.
Yeah, that'd be dope.
No,
Let's switch
we're
it
not,
up.
No, I don't want to do a fucking fade, dog. Get the hell out of here.
Bro, that'd be sick. You'd be dating Taylor Swift in no time.
Yeah, well, I'm
Pass
good.
me that chair right there and get
Yeah, he
get
invented
this beautiful
the fade.
dog. Can this
Wait,
beautiful
hold on.
dog get out of here?
Yeah, let me get this chair out of here. She's
She's
no, it's all
like
good.
2 now, right?
No, she's not. She's not even a year old yet.
That's crazy. My fucking brain damage is really getting bad.
Yeah, bro, you should stop. You should stop fucking doing fighting shit.
I don't get hit in the head.
Oh,
I
that's
just
true.
do jiu-jitsu.
It's true. You smell great. You smell like a barbershop.
I like that.
What are you wearing? You smell like aftershave a little bit.
That's multiple different things you're smelling probably. It's probably the products, the cleaning supplies that I have to disinfect the tools. A lot of things that remind you of a barber shop.
That makes sense. Hold on. Let me do this real quick. I'll be back in a second.
All right. What's up, chat? Get rid of this gum. How does he chew gum and stream? Are you guys getting like hater vibes from Hassan right now? You guys getting hater vibes like I am? I feel like Hassan's jealous that I'm the bachelor and he's not.
Oh, because you went on.
Yeah. We're taking that fucking Thursday spot over there. Look, it's more content. Everybody wins. You know? What's going on in the political world? You want to talk about that? Who's I don't even want to fucking start. I'm such an idiot. I will fuck up so bad I'll ruin my whole career. Oh, 17,000 viewers. All right, run. I'm out. That's it. That's it. Damn, 17,000? Fuck, man. What haircut should we give him? Hassan fell off. Is 17,000 low for him? Probably.
It was low.
He needs to start doing shit like Aiden Ross, getting rappers in here.
Oh yeah, give him a low taper fade.
I'm gonna not talk. I'm gonna not talk the whole time and do the Playboy. I'm gonna do the Playboy Cardi to you. Yeah, I was just saying how I've been sensing like hater vibes from you since I got here. Like, not hate, more like jealousy. Like you.
Why?
I don't know. It's you, bro. It's just you.
Say it, bro. Why am I jealous?
Just seems a bit jealous. Like I'm on fire right now. I'm killing it. Obviously, you're at 17,000 and dropping.
Since you came in.
That's not. I don't fucking understand this shit. I got nothing to do with this.
Yeah, bro. You fucking came in. It went from 20.
Bro, last time I was here, this shit was at 40,000. That's why I came here to do haircuts because I was just pushing my hair
now
products.
You're like, oh, bro, you fucking fell off. You got 17K's bullshit.
17 now. Half the chat's gone. That means you're getting half a haircut, and I'm leaving.
Okay, do half, and then I'll get the other half to be done by a competent barber. Okay. I think maybe we should get her out of here because honestly, she's gonna
get her out. She's gonna get covered in hair.
We got one. First.
Guys,
go.
Did you just win this at the last one?
I think so. Yeah.
This is a 2023 one. Do you have any others?
Yeah.
From different years?
I do. They stole. Carl stole one of mine though. Carl Jacobs.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Damn. You just had to sit at a fucking desk to get one of these. I had to get smacked in the head with a crane. But hey, we both got them. We're both award winning.
Oh yeah, true. You won one too. I forgot.
Let's get to this fucking haircut.
All right, let's get this started, okay?
Yeah.
Enough yapping.
Yeah, I gotta hurry up because I gotta go do Tana's podcast after this.
Oh, nice.
Another Tana.
An actual fun endeavor for you that will be fruitful.
No, this is fun.
Okay.
I want to talk politics. I want to get your opinion on the new Kanye album.
I have not listened to it.
Well, we'll listen to it right now.
We can't. DMCA.
Okay, now let me ask you a question because I wanted to post this on my Instagram, but you tell me if it's offensive.
All right,
just
let's
get
hear
it
it.
cleared with you here first before I go live on the internet.
This is my favorite thing to do.
Kyle, hand me my phone because I was just about to upload it. I had
Where's your baby dick colleague? What happened?
Oh, Steven.
He's a leave of absence.
He's on ice.
Oh, he is?
Yeah.
Oh, damn. Why? What happened?
So, like, I was out running. This is the Kanye song.
No.
But look how happy they are.
Are they listening to Kanye's music?
Maybe.
No, you can't post.
That song's fire.
Bro,
though.
you can't post that. You cannot post that.
Why?
Don't do that.
Why?
Don't post that.
He made amends. He said that he watched 21 Jump Street.
You cannot post that.
He watched 21 Jump Street.
You
and
cannot post that.
And he's good. Oh my god, I forgot the cape.
You have a towel?
Look at these shoulders, bro.
No fucking shot, bro. You didn't even.
I forgot one thing. It's a cape. It's the least important thing for a haircut.
It's the most important thing.
No,
What do you
no,
mean?
The most important thing are the scissors and the clippers.
Do you have a towel?
Jeff is a Nazi? No,
See,
don't spread that shit.
This is what I mean. You fucked up already.
Look, you don't even know what I showed him.
Well, I mean, they heard it. They heard the music.
Yeah, but they don't know what's going on.
Maybe we could put a trash bag over my head or some shit.
Where is that?
Let's just fucking wing it and take the shirt off after for the stream.
Nah, we can't do that. I'm too fat for it.
That's not true.
What, under the sink?
Oh, it's nice of you. Wait, yeah, it's under the sink. I don't even know if I'll fit in it.
You're looking lean.
No, I mean my shoulders won't fit.
Amazon.com, Jeff's Barbershop right now. You guys can have this hair. Amazon Prime, baby. It'll be there tomorrow. I ran out of my own products, so I had to order them myself off Amazon. Fuck. I'm gonna use this baby on his hair today because his hair is looking all dried up and fried up. I want to make it healthy. He's got good Turkish hair. You know, a lot of people go to Turkey to get hair transplants. I don't know if that has anything to do with the Turkish genetics, but probably means something. I'm also going to be testing out a sample product that is, I'm going to be testing on animals first, and then I will just do like homeless people. So I'm going to use this test one on Hassan today.
Wait, what?
Nothing.
Oh, you're testing new product on me? Bro, let's see if this fucking works.
It just got cleared through the animal testing, so now we're going to do our first human testing on you.
Okay.
This is good. This is good.
It's not. I'm not gonna fit though. Oh.
You need like one of those big construction,
Wait, what do you use the
black, like the big black construction bags. You're not going to fit through this kitchen.
Let's see.
garbage bag.
You know what? Corner might be better. Let's see.
Hassan on the trash.
Yeah. Here, sit down. I'll take care of it, you piece of trash. Fucking giant piece of trash.
Here, let's see if it fits. That's what I mean, bro.
Hold on, I got it. I got it.
Nah, it's
I'm gonna
fine.
snip the things in there.
Oh God.
Where the fuck did my? Here, let me see if I can cut these and. This should make it work. I was talking about how people go to Turkey to get hair transplants. So you're blessed to have Turkish hair. Yeah, that's perfect.
This works, bro. Definitely.
Alright.
This is not like a hostage video at all now. Bro, this is the treatment I get because I no longer have 40,000 viewers. That's what you're saying?
No, this is exactly what we wanted. You know, we're gonna give you a nice little shave, a little Colombian necktie. There's no blade in it. There's no blade.
This guy, bro, he's gonna kill me.
Look, there's no blade.
Okay.
Actually, I think. I hope. Ooh. No, I'm kidding. I'm joking. There's no blade. Look. See?
Dude, what are you doing? Okay. All right.
Are you banned?
I hope not.
Let's get him a strike. Take him down. Send him over to the other platforms.
Yeah.
Come
it's
stream
time
on
to,
YouTube.
It's time to go to Kick.
Stream on YouTube with us.
We're gonna do a Kick stream. Wait, you stream on YouTube?
I'm streaming on YouTube now. Yeah.
Bro, you're coming from my fucking territory.
Bro, you came from mine. You took all my fans.
You went to well, clearly I didn't. You went to Mexico and were like trafficking fentanyl and
Allegedly.
shit.
Yeah, that was.
You went to Mexico and allegedly trafficked fentanyl and
That
shit.
was acting.
Oh,
That was
okay.
all acting. No, yeah, I did do that, and I learned my lesson from it because.
What did you learn?
I try to do something good for the world and to save lives, and YouTube spit in my face for it. So, you know what? I'm gonna have to reset and try to find a new angle here. I got to pivot and find something that's gonna make me and my viewers happy. And I think it's this. I think it's just collabing on live
Politics?
streams. Yeah, just going wild on live streams, saying crazy shit. Whose side are you on in the war? Let's get into that.
Which war?
Both.
Both.
All of them.
Why
There's
I
tons
don't
going on.
think you want that smoke, dude. You don't want to. There's always right wing grifting. Yeah, you can get into that. You can be like the next Ben Shapiro.
Is that like an age restrictable? Is that like a strike if you just mention his name?
No.
I was with Ethan and they smacked the button when they talked about.
No,
Ben
because
Shapiro.
Ethan, whenever he brings up Ben Shapiro, he says insane shit. That's why.
Yeah, it got pretty wild.
Yeah, that's probably why he smacked the button.
All right, do we know? So we know what we're doing with your hair.
Yeah, shorter on the sides, long on the top.
Basically, just clean it up like what.
Yeah, that's what I.
Get back to what we were at last time. Can you remove the glasses?
Yeah.
Or you're not gonna be able to see the chat.
I can't see shit, but it's okay.
Neither can
It's fine.
I.
Yeah, we're both blind now. We're both blind now. Fuck it, let's do it. YOLO.
So how's it been going so far today?
Pretty good.
You've been at it for a while. I saw your post on Instagram where you promoted this and you had like 100 different topics.
Yeah, I mean, that's how I do it every day. I talk about the news first, then I get into this, then I get into like more fun shit.
This is like a goofy segment.
Yeah, this is like a more goofy I'm getting my hair cut, you know what I mean? On cameras. It's gonna be a little goofy.
Yeah, by a
And then-
goofball too, by one of the silliest guys on the internet.
That's true. So what's up? Talk to me about this Bachelor stuff. What was happening?
Everything's going great.
You wanna-
know, I
do you-
got
do you wanna
20,
pull that
20
over here?
girlfriends right now.
Wait, but make sure it doesn't fall off, yeah. Okay,
Oh,
that's fine, I think. It's just, it doesn't hold very well. And I don't know how to...
I started off dating 20 women. Now I
Mhm.
narrowed them down to 10. I got a lot of good prospects in there.
Okay.
And I think I'll find. I think honestly,
I want to look through them. I want to give you my advice on it.
I like almost cheated because you're not supposed to. Like some of them live in LA, and then obviously like you could just look at their names and message them to like continue the conversation.
You did
off
that?
The show. I almost did, but I was like, let me just play by the fucking rules for once in my life. You know?
Yeah.
This crew, Ethan, you know, obviously how much work they put into shit. Sam went through 800 submissions. So I was like, let me play by the rules. Let me do this right. They're trying to find me love genuinely. I'm not
You're going
gonna...
crazy out there. Gaia! Enough!
Damn, abusive, huh? I could see you fucking doing that to your kids one day. Just like, fucking...
Okay, bro.
Yeah, that's what I got from that, right? You get flashbacks from childhood?
Flashbacks for sure.
Yeah, bro. That made me think about what my dad used to do to me.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, you turned out all right, so.
But
A little bit of child abuse, and also the Los Angeles County jail system, you know?
yeah. But no, Bachelor stuff is going great. I'm loving it. I'm happy that I decided to do it because I got scared. I almost backed out.
I want to give unprompted feedback to the contenders. How does it work? It's just like Sam went through 800.
850 plus.
850? That's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot of work, and I'm happy I get to work with that team for something like that because, not saying me and the Bathroom Boys over at Jeff FM Productions can't handle it, but we couldn't have handled this one. This one is actually like a real good production, and it's a roller coaster ride.
Unlike Jeff FM.
Remember when I ambushed you with my mom?
Dude, that was
9/11?
bullshit. That was fucking bullshit, dude. How's your mom doing?
She's doing great.
That's good.
She likes you. She actually, like, surprisingly, she really likes you.
Yeah, she was more upset that I wasn't a religious person, I think, than anything I said about 9/11. So.
Yeah.
All right. So how does it work? They went through 800 submissions. 800 independent women wanted to be your date. That's crazy.
Yeah. The fuck is so crazy about that?
That's fucking wild, dude.
What's wild?
Guys out here can't even get one. You got 800 chasing after you. You see how unfair this is, fellas?
You guys look the same.
It's a popular show.
No.
It's a popular show, and I'm a friend of the show.
Yeah.
I'm featured on it a lot. I'm sure if you went on the show and if you did The Bachelor, if you could make amends with Ethan or something,
Make
then
amends.
maybe you can get like.
Yeah, we hate each other.
Maybe they do you, and maybe you get like 100 emails.
Uh-huh. Oh, I get 1/8 of the amount of emails you got?
I mean, maybe you get 150, 200. I don't know. I don't know the math, how it would work.
The number's going up more, but not by a lot.
But it's not happening because you guys can't seem to come to.
Yeah, we hate each
some
other.
sort of- what's going on there?
There's nothing.
Nothing?
No, there's no hate. I talk to Ethan all the time.
Yeah. Do you tell people you talk to me all the time?
No, I hide that. I keep that a secret. I don't want people to know I don't want people to know that we know each other.
So I'm not getting in the way of any relationship. Like, I'm not replacing you. You don't feel like that. Over there in the H3 family.
Wow, Ethan, is this an ambush? You got the camera out and everything? Is that what's going on?
I don't know what he's filming.
Ethan was like, yeah, you know what? With Hassan, I needed someone with better politics and a better head of hair, and you were right there, baby.
No, he needed someone fucking stupider that isn't gonna go against everything that he says.
No.
So he brought me in, and I'm just like, yo, what side are we on? You know? Can Jeff do 7:30? All right, I gotta wrap this up, guys. Gotta get out of your important show I gotta get to.
Yeah.
Let's take this serious. 7:30? I can make 7:30. Yeah. I'm just running around town doing.
Dude, you're doing God's work. I got the Streamer Awards tomorrow, so I'm getting a Streamer Awards haircut. Currently. Yeah,
Thanks for the invite. Thanks for the invite, Streamer Awards.
Well, it's Cutie Cinderella, but you also have to be streaming. Like, you don't live.
I've done 2 live episodes so far.
Okay, that doesn't count, bro. You just started.
20,000 live viewers I had on YouTube.
That doesn't count. You just started.
It goes down after, right? Because they want to see the initial, like, is he gonna fuck up? Is he gonna suck?
But no, there's a novelty aspect to it for sure, but it depends on what kind of content you make live. Like, if you're
hilarious,
yeah,
life changing. Okay, 8 o'clock's good. Motivational,
yeah,
the
alpha
inspiring
shit,
stuff, yeah. And I don't even have to really try. I just like I don't care what you do. You know, I'm gonna show you what I do, and if you want to take my knowledge from my life experience and all the hardships I've had, then cool. If you want to just sit on the couch and eat Cheetos, that's fucking dope too. I don't care.
You're coming from my territory, but before you know it, you're gonna start talking about politics and shit. It's over. It's over for me. You're gonna revitalize Leftovers with Ethan, talking about politics, and you got your own fucking live stream on YouTube talking politics. The fuck, Jeff?
I'm giving you a taste of your own
fucking
fucking medicine.
What are you fucking doing? I'm gonna start cutting motherfuckers' hairs.
Listen, I gotta give a shout out to Angel because she is one of my biggest supporters. I think I've mentioned her to you before, and she changed her Twitter handle from
Whittick Spiker.
Whittick something, and she changed to Whittick Piker now.
It's one person.
She wanted me to mention this, and I don't know what you do with your fans, like if you just ignore them all, but I like to interact with them and treat them like they're real humans. So she wanted to meet up in person. I took her on a hike. I do like a lot of nice things.
You took her on a hike?
Yeah.
You're lying.
Yeah. I'm the fucking most humble guy on the internet, and I could be doing way worse. I could have a way bigger ego if I wanted. I'm so fucking humble that I go out there and I fucking hike with my fans, and you don't even know they exist. So how's that feel, Angel? You change your handle to Piker? He don't even fucking care.
We flew out the deodorant buyer too.
Bro,
we flew out the deodorant buyer, yeah.
It's because you're trying too hard. You gotta try less.
I don't try.
What do you mean?
I was going on that hike anyway.
Oh, okay.
I was like, Angel, yeah, come.
I don't have time to go on hikes. I'm working.
You're a good debater, you know.
That's all I do. No, I'm not a good debater. No, not even a little bit.
I'm not going to get into that type of argument with you over here. Who works more, who spends more time. You definitely have more on-camera time than me. But I like to leave a little mystery.
Yeah.
I don't want to give away everything. You know?
I feel you.
I feel like you share too much yourself.
I agree. I got to be more mysterious. That's what I'm learning.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. People are excited at the prospect of us debating now, though. What could we debate about? What do you want to debate about?
Oh, I have a...
Do you like Kanye's new album?
I haven't listened to it.
Go listen to it real quick and then come back. I'll hold down the chat.
Nah. Do you like Kanye's new album?
I just listened to it for the first time today. And I was listening to it while I was on a run. And then it just stopped playing. And I was like, what the fuck? And I went back and I'm trying to hit play on it. And it got removed as I was listening to it.
Damn.
It got taken down.
The woke corporations are coming for it? Wait, where were you listening to it? Like, were you bootlegging it or some shit?
Apple Music.
It got taken down off of Apple Music?
Yeah.
Why?
Probably because of all the stuff, the anti-Semitic stuff you said.
Yeah, that's what you were listening to it for. You were like, yeah, I love this stuff. This guy Kanye, is that what you said? Were you like, this guy Kanye's got good ideas? Is that what you were saying?
Separate the artist from the music, all right?
What if in the music he's saying anti-Semitic stuff?
I don't think he is.
No, there's some lines apparently. I saw Anthony Fantano.
Oh, did he do a breakdown?
He said it was unreviewable, and then he gave like a little review of like why it sucked, and then mostly just like shit on Kanye and Kanye's fans, and everybody got real mad at him.
Yeah.
They were like, "How dare you? How dare you say that about Kanye?"
I don't know, man. I grew up on Kanye stuff. I think he's a good musician. I think he's a good artist. That's all I'm saying here, you know? I'm not falling into your fucking traps of getting me to...
What?
I don't know.
What are you gonna do? You gonna cut his hair soon or something? What's happening?
Cut Kanye's hair?
Yeah. What are you and Tana gonna talk about? She was a great guest.
Yeah, Tana, she just fills me in on what's going on in the world. Pop culture and stuff. I'm not a real barber, bro. What do you expect? Shit like that's gonna happen.
When's the last time you actually cut hair that's not for... I mean, I guess like you only cut hair for your
content.
YouTube. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's...
You don't even cut other people's hair though. There's like I'm like the only person you like routinely cut the hair of. I
I
think.
gave one kid from Nelk, one of the like Nelk boys, a haircut last week, but it's just, pretty much just you. You're the only recurring person.
Damn.
Yeah.
I'm the only one dumb enough to come back.
Well, it's for. I feel like you do it for the entertainment purposes.
Yeah.
Like
course.
you'll get a little bit of a shittier haircut, just to have something to do on stream.
I mean, it's fun to do on stream.
You got that Nicorette gum in your mouth right now?
I do.
How does it not crack into the mic? Like, you know how Jason Nash does the lives on TikTok? And he's like getting all, come on, guys. I just need one more galaxy. Come on. You don't do that?
No.
You don't crack the gum like that?
No. Why would I do that? I feel like it's annoying.
I don't know. I feel like that's how Nicorette gum chewers chew their gum.
No, you're supposed to pack it anyway. You chew it and then you pack it.
What does that mean?
Like you put it. It's in my horseshoe. It's up in.
And why do you do that? You think it makes you smarter and sharper?
No, I do it because I used to smoke cigarettes. I was addicted. I used to smoke a pack a day.
Ooh.
And then I quit. Did you go to the Super Bowl?
No, I went to Vegas, but then I left during the Super Bowl.
Why'd you leave during the Super Bowl?
On the plane, on a Southwest flight.
Why? Why the struggle flight? Wait, what did you do? What did you do for Super Bowl weekend?
I was gambling with Aiden Ross.
Bro, you hear about this fucking Sean Evans shit? You know Sean Evans?
Yeah, I jumped in that beef. I inserted myself into the beef.
You did?
Yeah.
You were becoming a live streamer. That's good.
Yeah,
That's smart.
Yeah, I had to because I love Sean. Sean's the man. He's a fucking, like, he's just a good guy.
Yeah, but he fucking dropped his girlfriend like a bad habit. What's happening?
What does that have to do with anything else, like his personal life as an entertainer and all that? I don't understand. If his relationship didn't work out, that's like...
No, but the timing of it was weird. Like he like
because
dropped...
it's Valentine's Day, a fake holiday made up by evil corporations to make money.
No, I don't give a shit about Valentine's Day, bro. No, it's right after he like was photographed with her in public, and then everyone was like, "Oh shit, he's dating a porn star," and then he was like, "Oh ew, everybody knows I'm dating a porn star now. Fuck it." And then broke up with her. Don't you think that's kind of dick mode?
He should have knew that before he got into it, but
yeah, don't you think it's kind of dickish to do?
No, I mean I support Sean. He's my boy. He's always looked out for me. You know.
He has?
Yeah. Every time he comes to LA, we'll hang out.
That's crazy.
Yeah, he's the hot wings guy, and I'm the haircut guy from YouTube. We went out actually to a Super Bowl party like 3 years ago, and everybody was like,
he's bald, you can't cut his hair?
Oh, you're the hot ones guy. Yeah, I brought him on the show. We put a wig on him. He's done my show a couple times.
Oh, he is. Nice.
Yeah. So when I see some fucking scumbag talking shit on him,
he's my
starting
enemy.
Beef with him.
He's my enemy.
Sean Evans?
Yeah.
Can you pull it up? You can pull up the tweet that I responded to him.
I haven't. Oh, I can't do it right now.
Because your arms are restricted.
Yes.
I said Sean is a gentleman and a professional. He doesn't know anyone anything, and you don't want the smoke with the hot wings guy or the haircut guy.
No, I'm fucking. I'm giving him the smoke.
And I got no response.
Oh, he didn't even respond to you?
No. And I never get responses when I try to get in beefs on the internet.
Oh, no, he replied to that off of 22 dissing Sean Evans.
Oh, you replied to Adam. Yeah, Adam 22 is whack. No, I have beef. I have fake beef. It's one-sided. He doesn't even know who the fuck I am, but I have beef with him.
Adam 22?
No, not Adam 22. No, it was Sean Evans.
You got beef with Sean Evans?
Fuck yeah, bro.
What am I even doing here then?
All right, listen to this. Listen to this.
That's my boy, bro.
Listen to why. You'll understand where I'm coming from. Okay? I forget what year this is, but you remember there was a thing called the Shorties back in the day?
Like an award show?
Yeah, it was like an award show.
Yeah.
And this is before you became a part of the Dobrik crew. Like you linked up
Yeah,
with the
yeah,
Dobrik
this is
crew.
before. Yeah, I was probably still selling weed at this point.
Yeah, so I'm at Coachella, and I'm supposed to be announcing an award. I'm up for an award, Best Breakthrough News Show or whatever. Best Breakthrough New Show. Okay?
Yeah.
And this
Were
is
you
for
going
my
up
show.
against Hot Ones?
This was my show on the Young Turks. I'm a young gun, you know. I got nothing to my name, and I'm at Coachella, and the Shorties Awards, like they were like, hey, we actually chartered a private jet for the Dobriks. Would you like to come on the private jet? And I was like, get on a fucking private jet? Yes, thank you.
way.
So I got on the private jet. That's where I met all the Dobrik people, like Trisha Paytas was on there, Jason Nash.
What was your impression?
I was so high, I didn't give a fuck. I was like, this is not a good idea. I left like what's the carnival? Electric Carnival?
Oh, yeah.
Is that what it's called?
Something. I know what you're talking
The
about.
nighttime thing. Yeah, I left it and went straight to the private jet terminal with nothing on me. Like literally, just my ID and my wallet. And I was high as fuck off of mushrooms. And so I wasn't even making an impression at all. But I got on there, okay? No, not EDC. It's like.
Are you keeping? It's Neon Carnival.
Neon Carnival, yeah.
What are we keeping these sideburns, or you want me to fade it into your beard?
You can fade it into my beard.
Okay.
But nothing like crazy, because
No, I'm not gonna make you look too cool. Don't worry.
Yeah. It's like too cool. I go natural, as you know.
Yeah.
Anyway, I get on the fucking jet. I fly out to New York. I don't even have clothes to wear for the red carpet. I wear my mom's pants. Okay.
No way.
Yeah. And I'm like excited. I'm like, maybe I'll win. They made me also present an award too, like the top award of the night or some shit. So I was thinking like, oh, I got this in the bag. And then my dreams were crushed because Sean Evans' Hot Ones won the fucking
Obviously, he's got A-listers on there.
No, this was like when he first started.
What, when he had DJ Khaled and
I guess he did have A-listers when he first started.
Yeah, because Complex, because it was owned by Complex.
Yeah, fucking guy, bro.
Corporation.
And ever since then, I'm like, Sean Evans, one day, I'll take you down.
Yeah. Start a competing show. What's the opposite of Hot Wings?
Cold Ones?
Ice?
That already exists, though. They have a show called Cold
those
Ones.
fake ice cubes that Kevin Hart sits in? You know those are fake, right?
Wait, they are?
They're fake ice cubes, yeah. The show's fake.
Oh, nice.
It's owned by Old Spice. I used to work with Old Spice.
Oh, yeah,
So they
that's
put
right.
fake ice cubes and the water's just a little cold so they could shoot the show. It's fucking bullshit. They're lying to you. Don't buy into any of their shit.
Yeah,
Old Spice is a bunch of fucking liars.
Jeff's Barbershop on Amazon.
See, when we sit in cold plungers, thank you. Jeff's Barbershop on Amazon. Fuck Old Spice. They use fake ice cubes. Kevin Hart's show is a lie. You just give up. Stop doing the show. He just does so many movies. Why does he even need a YouTube show?
Yeah, why is he coming into our territory? Does he even have a YouTube show still?
Well, that's the one, cold as balls with fake ice cubes. And the water's warm. They're just chilling and they're faking it.
It's crazy that he does YouTube content and he makes probably like fucking 20 million just for the YouTube content. We're out here fucking struggling in comparison to Kevin Hart.
Yeah, he just rolls up and sits in a fucking jacuzzi and pretends to shiver.
It's fucked up.
Lying to his audience, man.
Yeah, dude,
I could never.
Expose his ass.
I could never.
But anyway, so yeah, that's the beef between me and Sean. That is one-sided. He doesn't know who the fuck I am.
Well, it's
probably
not that
doesn't.
serious a beef. I thought it would be worse.
No, why would it be? What the fuck? He's like the most inoffensive person of all time.
Exactly, and that's why I stuck up for him because.
Yeah, why the fuck would I have real beef with him? He doesn't seem like he's a bad guy at all.
No, he's not. And I remember when we went out that Super Bowl night, we went out together, and everybody was like, "Oh, you're the haircut guy. You're the Hot Wings guy." We both saw our ex-girlfriends out that night.
Why weren't you at the? Why?
We both bumped into. We went to multiple parties. We both saw our ex-girlfriends out that night, and were very respectful to them when we saw them. So I know Sean well enough. I've seen him in action in real life, not just on Hot Ones. and I know he's a good guy on camera and off camera. So
Damn, bro, glaze him up further. Jesus Christ.
And I saw some fucking
guy.
scumbag picking on him on the internet, and I was like, you know what? I don't really
Who,
use Twitter.
Adam22?
Yeah. So I was like, let me
Yeah.
jump in and defend them. I want smoke. I want fucking beef. I want this bad guy. You know, I want him to come my way.
He's not coming your way, though, it seems.
No.
So, yeah, it didn't work out.
Well,
Bro, go on Ethan's show long enough. You'll have like real beef though. Don't worry. He's always starting some shit.
With Ethan,
Yeah.
he got you into his beefs.
Not really. I was pretty good about like staying out of his beef, but I have my own beef. I'm also very similar to
Polarizing
Ethan
figure.
in that same way. Yeah.
Yeah,
Our haters are aligned though. Like they hate both of us. All the same people.
Well, I'm pretty ride or die, you know, with my people.
Yeah, except for me, it seems.
That I collaborate with.
Yeah,
Bro,
except
every time you ask me for a haircut, I drop everything.
That's true.
Even we were supposed to do this yesterday. You canceled, so can we do tomorrow? I said no problem. I got nothing going on in my life. I'll be there. What time do we have to be at Tannis?
8 o'clock.
How much time do we have?
An hour and a half.
No, we got plenty of time.
You're gonna leave me half cut, so you can go on the Better podcast.
She's killing it. I got to give it to her. The girl found her lane. You know, I mean, she's been on her lane, but
Yeah.
she's
good at yapping.
She's good. Yeah. She's funny.
Yeah, she was great. She was great on our podcast. And then she was like, "Oh, yeah, we got to get you on mine." And then she never asked to. So I now I know it was a fake ask. You know what I mean? It was like one of those like, "Oh yeah, I'd love to have you on my podcast, but like,
Come with me tonight.
I'm just gonna show up."
Yeah.
You're like,
She
you're
would
like,
love
what
that.
the fuck? Where's my? You said I was gonna come on your podcast. You never asked me to. It's fucked up.
Bro.
No, I'm not gonna do that. This
None
desperate
of
as-
us care or go into these things with any plans.
It's desperate
so
as
if
fuck.
we
I'm
showed
not
up
doing
with you, it would be just such a good addition to the show. And it would take pressure off my back because now I don't have to carry. You know, Tana and Brooke will, but
They I mean, I can't speak on Tana's co-host. I haven't heard her, but Tana can yap, so you don't have to carry anything.
you're right. That's why I love podcasting with her. And she teaches me all the new terms.
Like what? What did she tell you?
What's the recent one she said?
You learned boo tomato.
The boo tomato didn't really catch.
What the
so.
fuck is boo tomato?
Just shit like stupid shit that we shouldn't be saying at our age. Like it's
Yeah, what the
giving,
fuck?
like when something's giving this, like.
Wait, how old is Tana?
25, 26.
Oh damn,
She's been in
she's
the
young.
game.
She's been in the game for so long. I
Yeah.
thought she was like our age.
Yeah.
She's not.
What's some other bullshit thing she makes me say?
You say 8 in Bible a lot.
8, Bible, slay, but slay's fucking.
Slay's old. Wait, Bible? Why? What do you say?
Bible is like like swearing on the Bible, like swearing to God,
Or if you say
like
on
on
God.
God. Yeah, Bible. It's getting even shortened. What's next?
Dude, what the fuck? Wait, how old are you, Jack?
Huh?
How old are you? My age?
Me?
We're the same age, aren't we?
I think so. Yeah.
How old are you?
How old are you?
I'm 32.
Okay, yeah, we're about the same age.
Wait, how old are you?
I'm 34. But I just turned it, so I'm like basically 33 still.
You old
and you're
fuck.
You're probably about to turn 33.
Yeah, you old fuck. Now I got half a year still for 33. You old as
So
hell,
what are we,
dog.
a year apart?
God damn. Old fucking. They got one working eye. What's happening?
Yeah, bro. My, shit's fucked up. My body is falling apart. I was
No,
just
it's
telling
not,
him.
bro. You're a fucking machine. What are you talking about? You're doing like marathons and shit like Cody.
But that's
Cody
just pure
Co.
heart. That's heart. That's not my body and joints. They're telling me to stop. I'm like David Goggins with his knees. Stop running. Stop doing this to
Dude,
yourself.
I don't understand what the fuck that guy's problem is. I don't get it. He's crazy.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be friends with him.
He's just, he doesn't seem like a fun person to be around. I guess good for motivation, maybe. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
What about, there's another guy, Andrew Huberman.
I love that guy.
I knew you were going to say that. I feel like he's too hot to be a doctor. You know what I mean?
No, I don't know what you mean, but cool.
It's like, bro, pick a lane, okay? You can't.
He's in good shape.
Yeah, he's like fucking, he does steroids, right?
I think he admits openly
Yeah.
to doing steroids. Yeah, science.
I respect that.
It's not like he's just juicing up off the street like
I
buying,
respect that. I
buying
would do
juice at Gold's Gym in Venice Beach,
I would do steroids that he gives me.
like peptides and stuff, like rich
No.
people's steroids.
Wait, is that what rich people do? Peptides?
I don't know. I just want to hear him talk about.
You're like my Tana. You're teaching me new shit about steroids.
You never heard about peptides?
No. Bro, I don't leave my fucking house. What? How the fuck would I learn about peptides? I don't go on
where you
TikTok.
learn everything.
No, but I don't do any TikTok and shit, so I'm like not up to date.
Peptides aren't like it's like a.
Peptides is like you like inject shit into your stomach, or
What
your
the
ass,
fuck?
or something. It's like I think. Does anybody know anything about peptides in here?
Maybe. They probably do.
What's that girl say?
Peptide equals
I think my girl smashed Jeff. No, she didn't. The fuck. What about peptides?
Don't read everything, dog. You don't have to read that shit.
That's the first one I can't
Yeah.
read that good, and that's the first one I caught. All right, we're getting there. Your hair's looking good.
I don't really get too political, but how'd you feel about that Drake?
The penis?
Yeah.
At first glance, I was like, "Damn, he's got meat." Okay, and then
See, he saw it.
and then I think he's like he's got a skinny one. I feel like he's not very girthy, you know. But yeah, good for him. Honestly,
Does it make you jealous?
not really.
He has the money, the chicks, the talent.
I'm pretty confident in myself.
Nice.
But I feel like he's got. Okay, tell me if I'm wrong on this.
Why do you
Doesn't
guys follow this liar?
Doesn't he have small dick energy? Like, am I crazy?
Dude, what if you had enough money to like make it bigger? You know what I'm saying? Like
I don't,
surgery.
I don't think you can do that, man.
I think you can.
They probably do a surgery in Turkey.
Yeah.
Is it dick surgery in Turkey?
I think you can pay for 2 inches.
Is that your mom?
No. Sky.
I was gonna say let's wrap this conversation.
Yeah, let's
up.
not talk about Drake's dick.
He called me in the morning. He's like, "Yo, you see what's going on?"
He was that excited,
that's
huh?
not exactly how it happened.
I'm
I
like,
finished the run
I'm
at
like, what
4
the
p.m.
fuck are you talking about?
And I
What's
called
going
him
on?
and I
I'm
was
thinking
like,
that like a
I said Drake leaked, and he's like, "What? An album?" I was like, "Oh, you haven't seen it."
I thought like another 9/11 happened. You know, it was like that type of phone call. And he's like, "No, you didn't see Drake's dick." I'm like, "Don't ever
Bro.
call me like this again."
Dude, that was his 9/11. What do you mean?
Bro, best day ever.
Bro, this is the kind of hostile entity you harbor in your fucking place of business. This guy said 9/11 was the best day ever. That's crazy.
No, I'm
He
saying
probably
the
wasn't
day
even
the
born for it.
fucking. I'm saying the day, whatever.
You're the one who said 9/11 shit
Dude,
happened
he
again.
said it.
You
He's
want, like,
just.
3 9/11s happened.
He said just now. He said that. I heard it.
I don't know how you still have an audience. after those-
That's what all my fucking haters say too. Then they're like, "Oh, it's because you're fucking hot." And I'm like, "Thank you." That's
what
very-
I get too.
Yeah, I'm like, "That's so nice of you
Once-
to say."
Bro, the looks are fading already because we're at that point, like 32 to 40.
Nah,
looks
I think-
just go down. No,
I think we're good till like 40. Yeah, you're right.
No.
Yeah, 30
Pull
to
up, pull
40.
up a picture of us on at 26, and
Don't do that.
No, we're fucking.
Don't
we're
do that.
fucked.
Don't
We're both
fucking
fucked.
don't do that.
It's all downhill from here.
Fuck.
I don't even know where I was going with that. I've lost my train.
Yeah,
of
now
thought.
I got fucking. Now you're depressing me.
Well, we
You're
better-
like the naked barber, but instead of bringing sexiness to the table, you're bringing depressive topics.
I just keep it real, bro. We're only getting uglier.
Yeah, it's true. We're fucked.
And you know who's coming up?
Who? Young hot guys?
Yep.
Who's the young hot guy that's coming up?
I don't know. Timothy Chamlet.
Aiden Ross.
Aiden Ross, yeah.
Yeah, Aiden Ross is the young hot guy.
Yeah. That kid fucking
Tyson Mack.
Sneeko. You saw Sneeko get his ass whooped?
I did. What did you think about that?
I think, well, I know Strickland's coach. I went out there and grappled with him the next day, and he showed me a lot more video behind the scenes. Like, only seeing the battering is like, oh, that's fucked up. But seeing that they actually sparred, I think Sneeko thought, like, you know, this guy...
Bro, why did he go so fucking hard? He's like a professional fighter.
He knows Strickland is a nut job. He's like...
But that's what I'm saying is like, regardless, is like, I feel like if you're a professional fighter, you should not go that hard.
You should not go that hard, but he's also like, I'm an anti-influencer. I hate influencers. He's clear about that. They met in, like, I think Sneeko and Sean met at a slap fighting event.
Yeah,
And he was like,
where
get the fuck away from you, influencer, or whatever.
No,
So
he,
then-
he said he would do like a friendly bout. That's what that was like a dap up situation where they was like, yeah, we'll do it. He first made fun of him. He's like, yeah, you're a cuck or something.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, no, I don't think you should go in the ring with a motherfucker like that anyway. But having said that, knowing that, knowing that the dude you're fighting against is a wet noodle, you probably shouldn't have gone so fucking hard. I feel like it shows insecurity, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. Yeah, he's just a fucking nut job. Strickland's just a fucking nut job.
Oh, okay.
I feel like, look,
Why does that play insecurity off of Strickland?
because I feel like you're,
it's like a learning.
No, if you watch the full video, it's not. Trust me, it's because he's.
I've only seen him like
time.
opening
He's-
up.
He's playing with them the whole time. He's just like this, like doing
Yeah,
this
he's
little
doing, like,
fucking
3 minutes
like
of guard.
he blocked every single punch, and he's doing a mental like he's talking to him. He's like, right now you're realizing that everything you do cannot hurt me. You cannot hurt me with anything you know. And he's getting in Sneako's head, and he's like, and in about a minute, it's gonna start hurting really bad for you. And just like you gotta watch the whole thing, and it's an enjoyable.
I feel like he could have dismantled him without like actually fucking opening.
Yeah, you could have
up
body
on him.
shot him. He could have hit him in the body, and
he went for the
stopped
head.
him.
Like he was trying to fucking
That was
concuss the
fucked up.
motherfucker. That's
That-
what I mean. It's like, bro, your hands are like weapons. You know what I mean? You know what you're doing. When you
Yeah.
know what you're doing, you should like. It's like if I play basketball against like a kindergartner, right? I'm not gonna fucking I'm not gonna post them up.
I am. I'm dunking on that fucking kindergartner.
That's what I mean.
But that's the difference.
What would be the equivalent? Like what do you I mean, I guess like BJJ, right? You do jiu-jitsu.
Yeah, that's like me going into a competition against Gordon Ryan, the jiu-jitsu fucking steroid
Yeah, and he just like
best guy in
fucking
the
puts
game.
you in a goddamn pretzel and like fucks you up.
Yeah. And he
chokes you and you're tapping and he's still choking
and
you.
I tap and he snaps my arm.
Yeah, that's
and then
what I
I can't
mean.
cut hair here anymore.
Yeah,
that'd be fucked up. Yeah, but the guys throwing in the towel were actually Strickland's coaches. They, you know the
Yeah.
towels that were coming in, that
Yeah.
wasn't Sneako's people. That
Yeah,
was
because Sneako's people hate him. They're like, yeah, it's content if he dies.
yeah. If he dies, we're gonna take over. Yeah, maybe.
Plus, I feel like he has a humiliation fetish, so like this is good for him too. He's probably fucking rock hard the whole time,
And
getting
get
his face
humbling.
pummeled.
Well, there was clips that came out of that whole day of like Sneako was trying to, I guess, collab and film where he was just ignoring him, trying to speed to like even Mike.
Mike ignored him.
Mike?
Yeah, there's like a compilation on YouTube that I saw.
That's so sad.
Yeah.
But also couldn't have happened to a worse person, you know what I mean? Or a better person.
This haircut's looking good.
It's not that he's a Brahmin, bro. He just fucking talks about how he's a Nazi all the goddamn time. Fuck him, you know? Like, what the fuck are these guys doing? Fucking talking to little kids about how being a Nazi is cool and how being a cuck is cool.
Yeah.
The Nazi thing is worse, I think. Okay, bro, come on.
I was waiting for.
I know.
When you would catch on to that that was a prank, huh?
Can I get a clip of you using that?
Yeah, well, I gotta cut the top of his hair first.
This fucking guy.
How the fuck does this thing work again? It's been a while.
It's been a while since you've done this?
Yep.
I'm so cooked.
I'm just the fucking YouTube haircut guy.
That's not true. You're a YouTube haircut guy who also got hit in the head with a crane.
Yep.
So there's that.
I got fucking brain trauma.
Now you're a YouTube haircut guy.
I'm irritable. I'm angry.
You're a
for
YouTube
no
haircut guy who
reason.
got hit in the head with a crane who trafficked fentanyl from Mexico.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Yeah. So what? I went to get some fucking drugs in Mexico. I bought heroin, China white heroin. It was for a good cause.
That's what. What? Giving kids in need.
Bro,
fentanyl?
giving kids, no. I never gave kids anything. I bought the drugs, I tested them, I disposed of them after I tested them. I found there was fentanyl in 66% of the drugs we tested, so we disposed of all of them. And
then the ones that
we
weren't?
showed them where they could get free tests. So if you're going to do drugs, say you know a friend that's a drug addict, right? I'm sure you have one.
Mm-hmm.
If you tell them, yo, bro, stop doing those drugs. They're bad for you. No shit. No shit. Right?
Yeah, they're
the
not
kid's
gonna
gonna
stop.
keep doing the drugs. So at least have that little fucking tester strip. Just put a little tiny strip in there, and it'll save lives.
Harm
But-
reduction.
Yeah,
That's what's-
exactly.
You're right.
Exactly.
Just
See.
make the world a better place, you know?
Yeah. So you want to?
Yeah, you just want people to have that uncut, pure shit. That's what it is.
I just trying to get a good connect down there.
Yeah. Did you get a good connect down there?
Oh, a lot. Yep. They know me as Gringo Dangeroso.
when I come in.
Yeah?
Yep, Gringo Dangeroso. He's got spy glasses on. Did you see that part of the video?
No, I didn't see the whole thing.
When I got caught with spy glasses?
You had spy glasses?
With a camera right there with a red light beeping.
Bro,
And
no
they caught
fucking
me.
way.
Yeah, they caught me.
But they didn't kill you.
Nah, I was like, it's Bluetooth, it's just music. Musica.
They bought that?
Peso Pluma. Yeah, I was just like, I'm listening to music. Yeah. No, they didn't buy it. They made me take off the glasses. And I nearly got fucking...
Bro, when I had a fucking harder time with the Mexican border police than you did with the fucking cartel, apparently.
Probably because you're a political commentator. They probably
Is she
think
barking
you're
at us?
high
What the
risk.
fuck?
Is there something over here she wants?
I think she wants to come in here. She doesn't understand what's going on. She's never seen somebody fucking cut my hair before, so she's probably like...
She was here last time. That was a while back.
Yeah, she was a baby. She's wagging her tail, though. She's happy. She's doing little barks. Like, whoa.
There it is.
Okay. Oh, did you hear Too Mad OD'd?
Who is that?
I don't really know much about that guy.
Yeah,
He's like a YouTube. He's like a YouTube guy. who-
Pedophile?
I think he's done. Yeah, no, I think he's done some fucked up shit. Yeah, he was a weirdo. But dude, everybody was celebrating it. It's kind of
Celebrating his death?
Yeah, dude.
Well, I mean, if there's one thing that you really want people to fucking not respect you for or
Yeah.
hate you, it's being a pedophile. So
Yeah.
I got no problem with that.
I agree.
You want to fucking do shit to kids? I'm glad that scumbag's gone.
Controversial.
Yeah, for 17th out.
Bro, you're trying
16
to.
now.
You're trying to start beef, but the dude's dead. You can't even start drama with him.
He was fucking touching kids.
You gotta start drama with someone who's alive, so that you can have beef.
Who do you want me to go after?
I don't know. I'm thinking.
You know,
Sean Strickland?
No. Don't
I
go
got a
after him.
plate
He's
in
gonna,
my
yeah,
eye
he's,
right now.
he's gonna
Okay.
fucking reorient that shit.
Yeah. Patrick Bet David, they said to start beef with.
Dude, I love him. Valuetainment, he's so funny.
He would fucking destroy me in the debate, though.
No, he wouldn't, dude. He'd be like, "What? Are you gay? Are you gay? Why do you care about how you look?"
Yeah, that is a good impression.
I watch him a lot, dude. I'm valuetained to the max. I'm always fucking valuetained. Yeah, he's wonderful. I should go on his show.
I'm sure he'd love to have you. You
Yeah.
don't do many other shows, though, right?
Sometimes it's just like I don't like traveling too much. I don't have time.
You did that trip to Tokyo, Japan?
Yeah, that was awesome. You ever been to Japan?
Did you go to the forest? Just for a goof?
The suicide forest?
Just for a goof.
No.
Just to be like...
No, I feel like it's bad juju there, bro. I don't want to disrupt the spirits, the forces.
Yeah, but I'm like, not like you would go there and do, you know...
Logan Paul shit?
Yeah, but just like go there and...
I feel like you would do that. You would go to the fucking forest and be like, to do a Logan Paul bit. You're the type of motherfucker who would do that.
Cross it off the list for this month's videos.
Yeah, don't do that. Have you ever been to Japan?
No.
It's fucking awesome.
I heard it's beautiful.
It's sick.
Very clean.
Yeah, come with me next time I go, bro.
I would love to.
Or
you only call me when you need something.
What do you mean? Bro, that's not true. Actually, it is kind of true.
But that's fine. I do that to you too, probably.
You don't need anything from me.
I don't need anything from you.
Yeah.
Just Amazon store shout outs for my hair products.
Yeah.
That's nice, but I don't.
Yeah, you only
do
travel
wanna-
with Mike, dude. That's what it is.
Do you want to mail the hair to a customer again?
You asking me?
Yeah. Grab that hair. Start grabbing it. Start collecting.
Oh my fucking god, bro.
I have it in the trash bag now.
Guys, we're running it back again. Whoever buys a hair oil or a pomade gets all of Hassan's hair mailed to them tomorrow. Express mail. It will be at your house in 48 hours less, I promise.
Better if you're in Los Angeles.
Go to Amazon.com, Jeff's Barbershop. Any product, you will get all of this Turkish hair, which is the best hair, as you know, because that's where everybody goes to get hair surgery. Whoa! Whoa.
She just run.
She was going to attack us for doing a crime on you
Yeah.
right now.
She didn't like that. She didn't like that you were coming after my hair like that.
It's such a ridiculous prize to get. It's just your fucking DNA. We're just sending them your DNA.
I mean, I do, but I have to go grab it. I don't know how to describe where it is.
Is it in the kitchen?
Yeah. It's in the far right corner, cabinet.
Kyle, also keep an eye on the Amazon store so we make sure we get somebody that's buying it now. And we don't just send Hassan's hair to the wrong person, like an actual just regular customer, and they get a bag of hair along with it.
That'd be pretty funny. What if it is a regular customer that just like right now bought it?
Yeah, how can
and
we
then you send them a fucking bag of my hair. They're like, what the fuck is this shit, bro?
How can we differentiate?
Yeah.
It's looking good. All right. Have I put this in your hair yet?
You want to wait for him to film it?
Yeah, you're right.
Bro, see, I'm thinking for you. Dude.
Thank you, I appreciate
You
it.
can't see with your glasses on.
What?
You can't see with your glasses on.
I mean, I can see a little bit. I can see what's in front of me.
I left you with a real natural look, no line up on your beard. Oh yeah, there we go.
That's a lot of hair. That's
Put some
nasty.
other stuff in there too. Put some of this gum in there.
Bro, no.
Yeah.
Drink by the bottle.
What is this? Can I
Stop,
show this?
stop.
Yeah, you can show the gun.
Wait, really?
Put this on in there.
No, don't put the gun in there. No. Come on. It's gonna get nasty.
No, we can't mail that.
Yeah, you.
Show that?
Yeah,
Get some other random little trinkets from here. Like take some shit from back there.
Okay, no, don't take anything from back there. Those are all like fan mail things that my fans send me.
What do you guys want from back there?
What?
What's your least favorite thing on this wall?
I don't know. We'll look at it afterwards. Okay.
Guys, pick something from the wall. We'll put it in there. The basketball, they said.
No.
Zins? You could get them at any store.
But they want his Zins.
They want his Zins, yeah. All right, take it.
Dude, it's not. You should make Zins.
Make Zins. You can do. Don't put the full thing in there. Just put one.
Just one Zin in the hair?
You make so much money.
So they gotta take the take the hair out and put it in
They're
their
not
mouth?
gonna use it.
Which one's your?
There's the one that's open.
Just put,
no, not that one.
Just put
the
one Zin.
The one, open one's in the back.
Back here?
No, it's the third one that you first picked up. That one in the back. Yeah, it doesn't have the top, I don't think. See?
Sorry, I don't Zin.
This is fucking.
Like burns.
This is fucking huge, people. This is huge. We're not just giving you the hair. We're putting a Zin inside the hair so you could have a Hassan hair Zin. You could be sucking down that hair, all the nutrients that are in there inside the Zin. You could be getting nicotine and Hassan DNA in through your lip. Look at that. Look at that. Just pop one of those right in there. Make sure you shake it up nice. That's so gross to put that in your mouth.
All you have to do is go.
It's on Amazon. But look, pick somebody now. Pick somebody.
Oh.
Look at my phone. Just pick a random. Pick a woman, because last time we did actually pick.
Do the Amazon ones come through here?
Amazon should come through there, yeah.
Yeah.
Do not.
Now go to justbarbershop.com.
You got like one gray hair here that's really long.
Yeah.
I just wanted to get rid of that.
Alright. Yeah, I'm graying, bro. At least you're not graying. Are you?
Yeah, fuck yeah, I'm graying.
You're graying?
Yeah, I'm using the hair oil now.
Okay.
Oh, fuck, Kyle.
Somebody look for Amazon orders.
All right.
Yeah, that's right. You're fucking.
Get it. Get the squirts. Look at that. Now
Is it done? Are we done with the cut?
Yeah, but I want to put in a little healthy
This,
hair oil.
this is the new hair oil, huh?
Yeah.
Are you gonna leave me one here, or is this the experimental product?
No, this is for you.
Oh hell yeah! Okay. I use hair oil sometimes.
Your hair looks so healthy now. And smells great, and it's just flowing nice. Bro, you're looking good. You're looking like that 26-year-old Hassan.
Thank you.
Again, when you were on that jet, winning that. What award was it?
I didn't win it. I lost to Sean Evans.
You lost it, yeah.
And clearly, hair didn't play a big role in that, you know?
Well, I wasn't around back then.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I had good hair. He didn't have any hair. So that's what I mean. It didn't even matter.
All right.
Why do we even do this, honestly? The bag.
Your hair's looking perfect. Let me just clean up your neck.
Oh. Let me take the jewelry off.
How low you want me to go down the back?
No, I'm just taking it off so it's not like weird and patchy.
I'm a high-end hairstylist. I'm not a back shaver.
Come on, bro, get the back too.
I got you, fam.
Thank
You know, Aiden Ross takes his shirt off and he has like a patch of hair. Like you could tell his barber doesn't go down. Past
That's
the
what I
shirt.
mean. That's why I'm saying like it's fucked up.
I gotta help Aiden. I gotta fix his
He's
hair.
got like a shirt of hair.
I know he's hairy. He doesn't
Bro,
look like.
God, only God can help Aiden. Okay.
He's the hot new young up and comer.
Do you feel like Aiden has Mr. Beast money now?
No, fuck no. I mean, he has a lot of money from Kick. Those guys like, they're fucking basically shitting money.
What are you guys' thoughts on his hair?
You went short on the top. You went real fucking Turkish.
No, it's just a little wet.
You went real Turkish barber with it. But I think it looks good.
It's a little wet, and it's and I put the oil in, but you look fucking great, bro.
Thank you.
Such negative. Come here and do this for free. 10 out of 10. Look, it's all 10 out of 10s. Jeff always hooks it up. Jeff's the best. 1,000 out of 10. I don't even know. If
They're just hyping you up, dude. They're fucking glazing you for no reason.
Yeah. All right. Love you guys. I'll be back this week on The Bachelor, Batch Thriller.
Oh yeah.
So we don't get sued.
So is that the? How many installations you guys are gonna do?
Oh, we just got order right now.
Kyle will be sending this out to.
Holy shit.
Who is that? High risk fraud detected? Bro, it's crashing the site.
Is it?
What?
Are they DDoSing the site?
Connor, hold on. I guess it's going to.
Bro. You've never. It's a Glock, bro. You've never fucked around. You never touched a Glock before.
I'm starting to.
You've never shot one of these bad boys.
Fuck! How do you find the fucking? Look here. Look.
Hold on, I gotta grab my
See, that just came in. 251 units just sold.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that good?
Yeah. Yeah, that's real good. Thank you guys.
Well, I'm trying to find the person.
I promise you'll love the products. If you don't, come to LA and fucking beat me up at Runyon. Just fucking throw a rock at me. I stand by it.
Hold up, I'm gonna grab my. Alright, wait. I'm gonna grab my.
I'm running the fucking show now. That's right. I took over the Wednesday spot or the Thursday spot on. Listen, I'm taking over everything Hassan does. Oh, what the fuck did I do here? Can they see this?
No.
Should we look up his websites? Does he look at porn? No, that's fucked up. What if he looks at?
Oh, dude, you just exit out or something.
Oh no.
I mean,
there's so many screens going.
If you hit desktop, I don't know which window.
Show us the porn. Yeah, do porn reacts. But what if he actually looked at some really weird shit? You know? Then we might really fucking ruin his life.
Where the fuck is his mouse at? So many damn monitors.
He's watching anime porn?
Yeah.
Fucking cartoon porn?
Who
Yeah,
was?
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, I was watching. Oh, dude, that is a thing that happened with like the guy that Ethan was shitting on.
What?
You didn't. The same week that you went on, he was actually cooking a dude who was watching like who got caught having horse porn on his computer.
So if I would have looked up your porn right now, horse porn probably would have came up.
Fuck no.
You didn't even like research it?
No. I also don't watch porn on this computer anyway. Dude, that'd be weird as fuck to jerk off right here.
It's so scary that everybody be watching you. I think that's gonna be future blackmail. Like that's how they're gonna blackmail people in the future through hacking into cameras and shit.
I think they do that already, don't they?
Catching politicians jerking off and stuff. You know? I don't know. Let me stop talking about this political stuff.
That's the extent of the political stuff. Politicians jerking off.
Oh, right there.
Well, I fucking love this Dyson. I swear to God, it's so goddamn good. Not an ad.
Yeah, they are good.
Anyway, say hi to Tanner for me.
I will.
Ask him, my invite must have gotten lost in the mail. Tell him it's no biggie.
Yo, good to see you, bro.
Alright, brother. You're trying to get the fuck out of here.
Hit me up anytime. You'll be back here for anything. If you want to just talk as a friend, need advice, you want to take a trip somewhere, go to Japan.
Did you go to Australia?
Ooh,
I would love to go to Australia.
We don't have a reason to, but.
What? I want to go.
One of the bachelorettes is in Australia. She's one of the top right now.
There you go, bro. Let's do it. Let's go to
Australia.
Australia.
Yeah, let's do a live show together.
I'm down. Wait, what do you mean live show?
You and I perform live, stand-up comedy. Sitting down, though.
I'm down.
Let's do
I'm
it.
down for it.
Australia tour, Jeff and Hassan. 2020.
Thank you.
7.
20 this year, bro. In a couple, would you go like? Would you go
No,
soon?
whenever.
Yeah, you
Tell
can.
me
You
whenever.
can let her back in. All right, I'm gonna hold you to it. Kai, come here. Good girl. I'm gonna hold you to that 100%. All right, we did it. We freaking did it, boys. Their haircut is done. What do you? Oh, the noise gate came back. Is that why you're like? Is a haircut at home really worth the harassment? Well, one, it's content, and I like Jeff, so the answer is yes. Did you weigh yourself before and after the haircut? I should. You itching for a shower now? I bet a little bit. Chat voice with Jeff and Tana would be interesting. Oh shit, you're right. Chatter, that is a fucking fantastic idea. No joke. That actually is a phenomenal idea. I love that. Please rock the stash tomorrow. I will. Kaya, what are you doing underneath me? She's like in panic mode. She like thinks it's weird that you know, I have people over cutting my hair and stuff. You should go with them on the podcast right now. No, I'm not gonna do that. Tana will 100% make someone cry. That is actually a really good idea. Please adopt Tana into the Hasanabi verse. All right, well, Jeff in Australia, where he completely fucks Alexa and Alex's hair up. I think my mom is watching. She thinks your hair looks good, big dog. Hell yeah. Probably scared of the vacuum. Not really. Shit. Why are Turkish surgeries so cheap? Same reason why food in Russia is cheap. Your hair looks great. You should use oil more regularly. Make the curls really show. I don't really like the curls. Has she gotten a haircut yet? Maybe she's scared for you. She's never gotten a haircut, and she won't. Skull and Bones won't be tonight. I told Will I couldn't do it tonight. One, because I wanted him to do a Seer stream as well. I was like, I think he's supposed to be like linking up with Seer, doing a stream with Seer. And also because Jeff was going to cut my hair before the streamer awards. So hot take, do a month off and do a week each in Australia, China, Japan, and South Korea. Yeah. Helldivers is bugged right now. I did get the tabby socks. Will and Wake are going shopping. What do you mean? Oh, is Wake here? I kind of want to try the Epstein Island game, but I guess we could do that for we could save that for a different day. People said it wasn't good though, right? It was like weird assets or something. It's just assets. Here, let's watch this real quick. It's a survival game. Are you a child? I'm not gonna lie. Ain't nobody who does a fucking Jeffrey Epstein game is doing it and not being super anti-Semitic. Hold on, sorry. What's anti-Semitic about the game? No, there's like a lot of people who will just say like, I don't know anything about these developers, but most of the time when people make meme ass fucking games like this, they're like fucking 4chan losers who will just be like, it's not just Jeffrey Epstein, it's the Jews. That type of shit. You know what I mean? What's the name of this? Nihat Özkaraman? Oh wait, it's this is Turkish. The devs are Turkish. This is a Turkish guy. Nihat Özkaraman. You run into Turks like stand users run into stand users? I mean, this is made by a Turkish guy, I forgot. Bruh, they're 4chan losers until he notices they're Turkish and knows nothing else about them. I mean, what is this? Master Survival Tactics, developer Galaxyverse. What else have they made? Gverse Versus. MMORPG? Yeah, I don't fucking... What is Versus? Offers multiplayer battle experience. There's hella fucking 4chan dudes on... there's hella 4chan dudes in Turkey too, so, you know, I'm not ruling that out. But I think overall, people connect Ghislaine to her father and Mossad, and I wonder all the time, is anti-Semitism to give it credence? Please help. No, Jeffrey Epstein... being a potential Mossad asset alongside the CIA is not that saying that is not anti-Semitic. The fuck? No, it's guys. Ehud Barak literally was at his fucking like compound in 2016. Robert Maxwell was Mossad. These are factual statements. No, the point is when you're like, oh, Epstein is just like the rest of the Jews, like that type of shit is what some people do. That is anti-Semitic. Yeah, the former director of the CIA was literally at Epstein's house, and so was former Prime Minister of Israel, Ehud Barak. Take off the British egg. developers are basing Gaziantep. I mean, maybe they're not like fucking weird 4chan losers. I don't know. By the way, other than playing Helldivers, one thing I wanted to showcase here about Helldivers is that it is a direct Starship Troopers, like it's a very faithful rendition of Starship Troopers, and since that's like popping off, here's a bad thread apparently. Here's a bad thread apparently about Starship Troopers not being a good parody. Watching the movie, it's clear the director was aiming for a campy, over-the-top depiction of Terran Federation. Perhaps not an outright mockery, but certainly a drastic departure from the serious novel. First, let's tackle a writing pitfall that irks leftists to this day. If you make your characters naturally handsome, fit, and well-groomed, then it becomes increasingly difficult to mock them. Beauty is self-evident, and the characters in Starship Troopers are good-looking. Yeah, this guy is dumb as fuck. Never mind, I take it back. I mean, it was already gonna be bad, but it's like, this extends to overall Terran Federation as well. We see clean, beautiful streets. Life is good for Rico and his polite high school. This is a far cry from the crime-ridden and drug-addicted cities. Oh my God, this guy's analysis is literally not getting it. No, he's saying like the aesthetics of fascism are so alluring. I'm exactly the kind of dumbass that likes fascism now. Unless this is like straight up, unless this is a straight up continued like continuing on the bit type thing, like a extra satirical take or something. This guy, I think, is like, he has to be like a straight up white nationalist, right? I can assure you he's not joking. This extends to the overall Terran Federation as well. We see clean, beautiful streets. Life seems good, and Rico is in polite high school. This is a far cry from the crime-ridden, drug-addicted cities we know today, where the homeless encampments, the ghettos. Can we nail the Terran Federation for being cruel? I guess. But when you play off the cruelty as a joke, you're undermining your own message. This isn't a dialogue about the brutal conditions for training soldiers in a futuristic setting. This is a gag, and it's hilarious. All right, what about the critique of comparison? Perhaps the enemies of the Terran Federation have a better system. Oh, wait, no, they're bugs. I've seen people genuinely argue that the bugs are supposed to be sympathetic, but they're still bugs. This is not a phase I can relate to, sympathize for, or even have dialogue with. Oh my God. Oh my God. This guy literally is like, I'm a Nazi, so I liked Starship Troopers. Like he's like, he watched it and was like, no, this is sick. Like, it makes my people look good. And he can't see it for like how stupid it is. The only thing you can really critique about the Terran Federation is the propaganda and incompetence. But when everything is so slapstick, it fails at landing a serious point. These guys are badass in a funny movie, not a warning about the dangers of fascism. Media literacy, don't make me laugh. I cannot tell if this guy is like too dumb for media literacy or if he's just a fucking fascist and was like, this is actually good. This is actually good pro-fascism propaganda. Even Looper Video Dude, get it? It was satire.
A satirical slap in Heinlein's face, a love triangle that doesn't exist, and a seriously gutting happy ending. Maybe the bugs were the real heroes after all. Most filmmakers take on book adaptations because they enjoy the source material. That wasn't the case for Paul Verhoeven when he agreed to direct Starship Troopers. He interpreted Robert Heinlein's novel as ideologically fascist and pro-war, and since Verhoeven grew up in Nazi-occupied Holland during World War II, it's understandable why he lambasts these ideas. In an interview with
Yeah, this is like Japanese understanding of Protocols of Zion, levels of misunderstanding, but in the worst possible way. He took the exact opposite route. He was like, wow, dude, I love the fucking satire of fascism. I love the satire of fascism, but like in the direction of loving fascism.
Digital
Sick.
Spy, the director explained that he wanted to make a movie about a fascist utopia where citizens aren't aware of what was really going on. In the film, Casper Van Dien's Johnny Rico and his mobile infantry unit are happy to risk their lives on the battlefield,
Service guarantees citizenship, baby.
despite how they're viewed by their higher-ups.
Fresh meat for the grinder, eh?
While Starship Troopers is mostly a cautionary tale about totalitarianism, the movie boasts a cast of likable characters who are easy to root for. If you overlook their enjoyment of blasting through bugs and how they blindly follow a questionable regime, the heroes are regular people. This drives home the idea that everyday folks easily become spokes in the wheel of an authoritarian state if they don't hold their leaders accountable. Starship Troopers isn't exactly subtle in how it skewers fascism. The film is littered with Nazi imagery and nods to German propaganda films from World War II. The opening shot was pinched from Leni Riefenstahl's infamous propaganda film Triumph of the Will, and the officers' uniforms are reminiscent of the Nazi SS and Gestapo. While these visuals were included to get the film's point across to the audience, Verhoeven's crew also appreciated the aesthetic appeal of the uniforms. According to an interview with Entertainment Weekly, screenwriter Ed Neumeyer claimed, "Germans made the best-looking stuff." This appealed to the film's art directors and costume designers, with Verhoeven adding that the goal was to deconstruct propaganda films, giving the viewers some food for thought regarding the bigger issues. Verhoeven said, "I tried to seduce the audience to join Starship Troopers society, but then ask, what are you really joining up for?" Hollywood likes a good romance story, especially if it involves a love triangle, increasing drama and conflict between the characters. Starship Troopers was going down that route until test audiences reacted poorly to the subplot where Denise Richards' Carmen couldn't decide if she wanted to be with Rico or Patrick Muldoon's Xander Barkalow. While a love triangle is teased, with Rico often acting jealous, Starship Troopers is more interested in Carmen's personal qualities than her love life. She's depicted as a smart, career-driven pilot who's good at her job and doesn't need to be romantic.
This chatter nailed it. Here, this is it. This chatter nailed it. This 1 minute and 20-second sequence will teach you everything you need to know about the film, okay?
Consequences of this oath. Enroll in federal service for not less than 2 years, and as much longer as may be required by the needs of the Federation.
Thank you. Fresh meat for the grinder, eh? So how'd your kids do?
I'm gonna be a pilot.
Well, good for you. We need all the pilots we can get.
Hey, did you get Starside R&D?
No, I don't believe it. I got games and theory.
Games in theory? That's military intelligence.
Way to go, Carl.
Next time we meet, I'll probably have to salute you. How about you, son?
Infantry, sir.
Good for you. Mobile infantry made me the man I am today.
Get it? Do you understand? Here, let me run it back again for people who don't get it.
Sir?
Good for you. Mobile infantry made me the man I am today.
It's not even subtle, but I mean, it's as subtle as a heart attack, but I think for people like, they just don't understand it. But I guess, like, if you're a fascist, you look at that and you're like, what is he saying? It made him bald? Is that what it is?
Romantically involved with anyone to be
Explain it then. What do you mean? He says mobile infantry made me the man I am today, and it fucking zooms in on his legs, dog. The fuck? He's saying, like, it is cast as a positive light, but the juxtaposition is that he has got no legs and he has one hand. The point is, don't fucking join the military for fascist purpose. It's all hyper-nationalistic fascist nonsense. It's not just that scene. If you look at any character over 30 in the movie, they're disfigured in some way. Yep.
Interesting.
I think I'm gonna go career. I want to command a ship of my own, and you know.
What is this? This reminds me of the time Nick Fuentes watched my video about him, and during the part where I gave a lift of what a fascist believes, he paused and said, "But that's literally all true." You're shocked that fascists can be so oblivious, but if they had the capacity for awareness and growth, they wouldn't be fascists. A political tendency which explicitly rejects complex thought. Fascists filter everything through their fucked up aesthetics reality lens. They view everything as a work of art 100%. Literally, the good guys are the good guys because they're right in the story. It's not as simple as that they miss the subtext. It's that the very notion of subtext is the anathema to their entire worldview. Great take from Thought Slime on this. Yeah, no matter how well or effective a propagandist might be, when they're fascist, there's like something inherently broken about their brains that, I mean, the more reactionary someone is, the less they're the less they recognize the subtlety, even when it's like not so subtle, like the fucking thing I just showed you guys. The movie is riddled with inferences such as that one. But yeah, one can appreciate aesthetics without being fascist. Yeah, of course. That's not what I'm saying. What the fuck? Yes, of course. You can have an eye for beauty. I've never said that like aesthetics inherently are fascist concept. Fascists do care about aesthetics, however, but there's nothing underneath it. What you see is what you get. But I guess that's part of the reason why people look at people probably look at One Piece and are like, what do you mean? It's a fucking gum man. And not because like every single person that doesn't understand the subtext in that circumstance is fascist, but instead a lot of liberals also lack that quality, which is why I think they find themselves so susceptible, so in the throes of fascism. Fascism can come across very alluring to liberals because it's like on the same wavelength as liberalism in the sense that it has the same underpinnings. It operates off of like good bad, the good bad dynamics, which is why I think a lot of liberals actually got mad at Starship Troopers originally, partially because they literally said the same thing that this guy was saying, where they were like, why does this fascism look so good here? They look so hot. Why did you show them as like good characters?
According to The Guardian, Richards described Carmen as a strong woman and a great role model, noting that the lack of a romantic resolution for her character was the best decision. Young love is messy and everyone gets their heart broken at some point. If there's any message about love inside Starship Troopers, besides fascists loving war, it's that there's no such thing as living happily ever after. We all clearly noticed the room full of naked people, regardless of what age we saw this movie, but we may not have appreciated the subtext until later. There's an argument to be made that the co-ed shower scene in Starship Troopers isn't necessary, designed to incite thirst and nothing more. Let's not forget that Verhoeven directed Basic Instinct and Showgirls immediately prior to this film. However, this scene isn't as gratuitous as it might first appear. The main group of recruits discuss their reasons for enlisting in the military. One of them wants to escape the farm life and see the universe, and another has political aspirations. The scene highlights the camaraderie between the troopers, and at no point do they showcase any physical desire toward each other. This scene reinforces the idea that all of the soldiers are regarded as equals, quite progressive for a fascist military-industrial complex. Starship Troopers is considered so refreshing in its portrayal of gender politics, it passes the Bechdel test several times over. Starship Troopers has a nearly all-white main cast, and most of them are good-looking. But the movie's lack of diversity was certainly intentional. Verhoeven spoke directly to the idea when talking about casting Van Dien as Rico. Mark Wahlberg and Matt Damon auditioned, but I was looking for the prototype of blonde, white, and arrogant. And Casper Van Dien was so close to the images I remembered from Leni Riefenstahl's films. That said, it's worth—
That's so crazy that the dude who grew up in like fucking Nazi-occupied Holland was like, you look like the poster boy for the Aryan race from the Nazi propaganda I was forced to watch as a child. When he's right.
Worth noting that there's more diversity in the original novel. The book's lead character is a Filipino man named Juan. While this aspect was overlooked for artistic reasons, it still makes Starship Troopers one of the many Hollywood blockbusters to have whitewashed people of color from the original source material. At the same time, commenting on fascism wasn't the only reason for casting 90s heartthrobs like Van Dien, Richards, Neil Patrick Harris, and Jake Busey in the main roles. According to Screen Slate, Verhoeven wanted actors who looked wholesome, innocent, and classically beautiful, further enhancing the notion that war makes good people do right.
I do think that, honestly, I guess it's because this is why like aesthetics are so important for fascists. Because I guess they like low-key recognize, or maybe they're just like playing to their audience without even realizing it. But like that's how you can just like make this more alluring and compelling.
While it
for
can be
liberals.
argued that adding more diversity could have similarly illustrated this point, there's no denying that Starship Troopers has clear intentions.
Let me tell you something. I'm from Buenos Aires, and I say kill them all!
It's no secret that Starship Troopers is a subversive movie. It was Verhoeven's intention from the very beginning to satirize both the original pro-war novel as well as the increasingly imperialistic nature of the United States. To that end, the movie made some key changes from the book that seek to show how evil the military-run government really is underneath. One of the biggest examples of this is the Buenos Aires plotline, which can easily be taken at face value until you rewatch it as an adult. The mysterious enemy race of aliens known as the Arachnids are seemingly capable of hurling asteroids across vast distances of space to attack human targets. So when an asteroid decimates the Earth city of Buenos Aires, where Rico's parents live, it sets humanity on a bloodthirsty path of revenge against the aliens.
The only good bug is a dead bug.
Yet the filmmakers hint at more going on with this event than the characters would make it seem. Many have speculated that the destruction of Buenos Aires was a false flag attack by the human government to justify an invasion of the Arachnid homeworld, Klendathu. The only information about the Arachnids' capability to send asteroids towards Earth comes from the fascist military government, which casts doubt on the credibility of their claims. Humanity's militaristic society does everything it can to paint the arachnids as the most heartless creatures imaginable. Multiple propaganda scenes exist solely to degrade, devalue, and disrespect the alien foe as part of humanity's war effort. But how true are the claims? Fans know that Verhoeven intentionally made the film seem like a piece of propaganda, portraying a utopian fascist society that to audiences in 1997 would look absurdly nightmarish. Because of the satirical nature and propagandistic tone, it's no surprise that the characters of the film are so merciless to their enemies. In one scene, we see children on Earth
children squashing bugs,
real-life cockroaches. This is framed as a patriot act for the war effort, symbolizing humanity crushing the arachnids. But it becomes clear that the bugs are largely misunderstood creatures, forced into fighting a defensive war against aggressive human colonization. The end of Starship Troopers...
Arachnids equals Iraq? No, man. This came before the American invasion of Iraq. I don't think he was... maybe he had a Desert Storm in mind, potentially, but like, I think that just comes from... I don't think it comes from... Desert Storm, more so that it was isn't it just from the book?
Shows just how victimized the bugs actually are. After capturing the massive brain bug, Carl Jenkins, played by Neil Patrick Harris, is able to feel its emotions and relay them to the army of troopers.
It's afraid. It's afraid!
While the end of the movie features all the explosive action that fans enjoy, the first half of Starship Troopers focuses on how these attractive young humans are trained for war. Rico, along with his friends Carmen, Carl, and Dizzy, are all taught by a roster of intimidating...
Again, look, see that? A dude that like survived.
Instructors who have experienced combat firsthand. On first viewing, these scenes are overshadowed by the love rectangle between Rico, Dizzy, Carmen, and Xander. But it isn't until revisiting Starship Troopers as an adult that the depressing nature of the film's teacher-student dynamic becomes apparent. The instructors fought against the arachnids, suffering horrific physical disfigurements in combat. Michael Ironside's John Rochek is missing an arm, and the biology teacher, played by Rue McClanahan, is blind and heavily scarred. These physical conditions foreshadow the fates of many students who will go off to war. Starship Troopers seems to have a happy ending, with our heroes defeating their enemies and going off to successful military careers. But thanks to the film's satirical edge, this excitement feels hollow. Rico's character arc throughout the film shows us just how sad of an ending this really is. At the start, Rico is a conflicted character who is unsure of his place in the military machinery. He joins the mobile infantry, but not out of any sense of patriotic duty. While it's true that his military service will guarantee him citizenship, his desire to continue a romantic relationship with Carmen is what draws him into the war. He shows compassion and conscientiousness during his training.
Wait, are they trying to cancel Starship Troopers now? What the fuck? No, it's not.
As well as deep regret when he directly contributes to the death of a fellow soldier during an exercise gone wrong. It's not until the invasion of Klendathu, after his parents are killed in the Buenos Aires attack, that Rico drastically changes into a killing machine. Starship Troopers ends with an in-universe propaganda video encouraging new recruits to join the military so they can be heroes like Rico. For a man as initially open-minded as Rico, this is an unhappy ending. He is now truly just a cog in the war machine.
Hassan's channel is destination canceled now. I like that it was a all for some pussy tragic. Does the Donkey Yakuza one have spoilers
new protagonist?
In it? I don't have time for games here.
Then you really picked a bad game to be in.
When it comes down to it, you're just like me.
Well, we are both level 1. This is my house. I was the president of the #1 largest company in the world in the last game. I don't even have a PlayStation to play Yakuza. Yeah. Oh, bowling ball kill. Oh my God.
The bowling ball kills are so fucking fun. Like, lining up your enemies is one of the most rewarding things you can do in this fucking game. And I'm like 15, 20 hours in at this point. And I'm gonna be honest with you, it's still, despite the fact that I hate turn-based, lining him up still feels good. Lining up an enemy against another party member is also fun.
Get him with him. Oh my God. No, why is he still standing up? I just elbow dropped him. Cool. This game has the greatest enemies of any game. Number jump. Number kill him with the broom. Oh, nice.
No way. It's been a while, Peachy. Holy shit.
Who is this guy? I forgot who this is.
I thought you were in the slammer. You were found guilty. You killed the Seiryu chairman.
Okay, now I'm back up to speed.
I was the one who killed Chairman Hoshino 4 years ago.
To be fair, as someone who didn't play 7, it basically it knows that many people will play this for the first game as their first game. So it doesn't really matter. It has a lot of moments like this where it just like immediately reveals why this character is significant.
Now I'm back to square one. Damn, I can't find a taxi. What about this one?
Hawaii? Who is it?
It's a country. City Slicker, don't you use that attack. The devastation. Well, this guy's at least level 7. Nancy.
That's my pet crawfish, of course. Nancy.
I want to eat at this place. Don't you put a car battery on the floor. Cool. That's not
Roughneck.
cool. Now these are cool. Look at this. Latte, $5.75 for a large. Now you talk to her. $6.25. Sega is dead to me.
Just search for sickos hiding themselves in a crowd of North.
Period. Should I play the whole franchise and start here? I mean, 7 and 8 are turn-based. 0 through 7 or 0 through 6 are not. But start at 0. 0 is incredible. I played 0, 1, 2, the Kiwami edition. Kiwami 1, Kiwami 2. I played 0 first, then I played Kiwami 1, and then I played Kiwami 2. I did not play 3. I played 3 a little bit, and I dropped it because it was like on the old engine, and I couldn't deal with it. And then I skipped. I played Like a Dragon Ashina, which was a lot of fun. And then 0 doesn't have English voice acting. It doesn't matter. It's better. Honestly, I really liked it. Or not Ashina, sorry, Ishin. Like a Dragon Ishin. 0 is not slow. No, 0 is not slow at all. It's awesome. And then I'm playing this dubbed. It's fine. It's a little corny, but I think it's fun because it's corny. Yakuza 0 is one of my favorite games of all time, to be honest.
Normal, ordinary people and snap a photo. Smile.
Look at this sicko.
Smile. Smile.
God, he's so hot. He's still so hot.
Smile. 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 Smile.
Thank you.
Do a silly face. Do a silly face. Do a silly
Thank you.
face.
What's this doggy barking at? Oh. If you manage to photograph golden sickos in a signature pose, you'll get a gold bonus.
Be sad. 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 These are the finest photos I've ever taken.
Golden sicko coming through. Holy shit.
Look at this thing goes.
Yeah. Watch out. It's Bogus Barney. He's nearly invincible in the stance. I want coconut. A suspicious man fell from the palm tree.
Show me what you got.
Dude,
Now I
it's
haven't
so
played that new Final
asshole Coco Nut Job. Dude, the game is so dumb. It's so funny. It's so dumb. Yeah, do you think you fell from a coconut tree? You exist in the context of everything that came before you, but also literally this guy did fall from a coconut tree. It is like, it's the funniest, dumbest, silliest fucking game. All of the side characters are awesome. The mini games are awesome. The Old Man Ice sub story makes me tear up a little bit. I haven't finished it yet. It's just great. It's a video game attached to a soap opera. Yeah. The main story is compelling enough. I don't know. It's so good. I don't do enough Sujimon battles, to be fair. I don't fully understand the Sujimon battle concept.
But this is 100 times better than that game. Tony Stark. I gotta kill your uncle first. With this bench. Level 22. No.
Sega bass fishing. Yes.
Enjoy your fishing.
Okay, I will.
Select the lure.
Now, normally I would go with the floating minnow, but you have to remember this one is a turn-based RPG. This is one of the greatest fishing soundtracks. Come on, fish. Get him! Get that fish! Fish! Get that fish! Come on, hit him! Shoot him! Come on, grab him! Get him at the thing! Get him and shoot him at the gun!
No! Small one.
Is this some kind of sick joke? God damn it, you gave me hope, you know that? You can't just toy around with people's emotions like this, come on! I'm sorry. Please, I'm so sorry.
Some of the dubs are so bad. like the one woman at the Revolver bar, like the way she talks, it fucking like it gave me an aneurysm when I was first playing. Like she's like, totally, dude. That's right. She's like, I'm from North Carolina. It's a VTuber. That's a VTuber that won a contest. Please don't cancel me. I didn't know.
Should have used a floating minnow.
I liked it. I literally hit up Gene. I was like, dude, what is I hit up Gene and I was like, what is going on? Like, what the fuck is going on with the dubs? I like it because it's like it's very faithful to like a Japanese dubbing, if it makes sense. No, no, it's not even I'm not even walking back and saving it. Guys, I love this game. The game doesn't take itself too seriously. And like, I thought it was, you're making it worse. No, it's like, whatever. I don't give a shit. I like Dasani. He was a good guy. She's actually from Georgia, but used a weird accent for her persona in English, so it comes off as a bit weird first. I thought it was great.
Okay, an average size.
Yes,
Good
Gene
job.
Park from Washington Post. If you hear her character speak, you'll understand what I mean. I'm sure there is a voice line that I can play for you so you get it. Hold on. It's Kei-san? Oh, here it is. No, but not in Japanese, in English. Do you have it in English? No, I wanna hear it in English. Oh, here it is. Yes. Look. No, this is in Japanese. I need to hear it in English. Oh, here it is. Here.
Oh, are you a customer? Aren't you a friendly one?
Just doing what I can.
Hey, are you a customer? I don't think we've met before.
Oh, yeah. I'm Ichiban Kasuga. Kiryu-san said this place was his favorite, so I wanted to check it out.
Kiryu-san? Are you two friends? Oh my god, isn't he the coolest? Kiryu-san, I mean, he's so refined, but also so dark and doleful. The way he sits at the bar mulling over his drink like the whole world's hanging over him. I know better than to practice.
New cancellation just dropped. I mean, I'm not shitting on it. I like it. It's like very it's very goofy. It's like what do you call it? It is exactly how it would be if you just like yeah, it's funny but its camp is correct. Exactly. It's like a dub. You know what I mean?
Cry about his pack horse, then gets by me knee, promise you that. Fact is, I just melt into puddles every time he looks into the distance and goes, Soka. Of course. Don't think I haven't noticed he's got that cute, naive side to him too. Like
God, I love this game so much. It's such a fucking good game. I really recommend you guys play it. And honestly, I mean, you definitely play 0, but 8 is really good. And I skipped 7, and I thought because I liked 8 so much that I can't believe I'm recommending a turn-based game. You guys know I literally hate turn-based games, but I loved 8 so much I just kept playing. This is Glazing. Why are you not sponsored by Sega? Free promo. I don't think a Japanese company will sponsor the boy. I'll be honest. I feel like I'm far too controversial for a Japanese company to. I feel like Japanese companies are way more particular about sponsorships.
Sweet.
This is not as good.
For what it's worth, I thought it might make the boss happy. So, what do you think, boss?
Play more fishing.
Actually, you know what? They did sponsor XQC, so maybe I was just thinking of Tekken. I mean, yeah, you're a rich hypocritical socialist. Yeah, exactly. That's true. They did sponsor XQC, so maybe they're not. Maybe Sega is different.
I'll grab that.
A big one's close by.
I know that you like this. Come on.
It's gone. It's gone. It's coming in. Time's up. Try it again.
Jesus Christ. Well, when you ask like that, I guess I gotta try it again.
Look out your window real quick. Look out your window, Hassan. Fuck. Are you okay, chatter? That's a weird ass fucking thing to say. It was the top of the hour bait. God, dude, this is not fun.
Switch to the floating minute. Turn the Fish around. Turn the boat around.
Dude, this is so funny. Lolly's checking his cameras. Bro's checking his security cameras. Okay, get fucking banned, dumbass. Like, good bait, guys. Good funny bait overall. Yeah, dude.
Oh, a big one. Super big. This one's huge.
Guess what? I did it! You did finally did it!
Sega Fishing changes a man for the better.
Sachan! Nothing.
Okay.
Sachan!
Good night.
Lower the rocks.
Sachan! Listen.
Your bass fishing technique is great.
Will you marry me?
Good night.
Okay, I'm only doing the main storyline now.
Nancy? Are you in love?
Well, I gotta do this side quest.
Call me Charlie.
That side quest is incredible.
Well, now I know that character. That's Crazy Taxi, of course.
I'm talking about delivering crazy. Hey, it's time to make some crazy money. Are you ready? This is crazy. Sweet. Give me the fun.
Chungus Jim. Now this guy ordered chicken strips.
Super crazy delivery.
Don't eat Kevin's hot dogs. Eat this pizza.
Super crazy delivery. This is crazy.
It's a really cool. It's a really cool side mission.
This game is a masterpiece. I gotta swim back to my bike now. Revenge! Get that guy! Get that guy off the street! Get that car out of my way! Hey! Don't eat Big King pizza. Eat this pizza instead.
Delivery.
That was hard work.
$59,000.
Oh, hey, let me give you this.
This is not $59,000. Oh my god, he's using his dinner bell technique. I should use health potion, but that was almost a game over. Storage facility for radioactive waste? Huh?
Hold up. What were you doing in a friggin' reactor?
You had to play the Yakuza with zombies for it to make sense. This is the main storyline now, right? This is the main mission. Sandman from Spider-Man 3. Throw a bucket of water on him. Good job, now start cleaning him up. This is wedding day. It's the Beach Ball Man from Spider-Man 3 also. He's using his pump it up technique. Careful, Curie. When this thing goes off, we're all dead. Alright, we're all dead.
Dude, I never even got to use that fucking baseball bat because I immediately got an upgraded weapon, or I got a different weapon and I upgraded it, and now I'm using the. What am I using? I'm using another thing with a shocker, but.
I brought the baseball.
Something in my hair.
No, all
Okay,
combat
after I
is
do
not
this, then I'll do
turn-based.
The main storyline. Well. Macho Man Randy Savage from Spider-Man 1. People are emailing me about where the dog food is in this game. There it is. Oh no, he's leaking our secrets. He's hacking Curier's phone. Ha! Miss. Curier doesn't have any secrets, except that he faked his own death, but everybody already knows about that.
I had to retire from comedy. Know what it's like to be all over social
Aw,
media?
this guy.
Someone got 10,000 likes for saying Mamioka's reputation's darker than he takes his coffee.
Dude, to be honest, this also was sick. This part was also sick. There's a lot of online harassment in the game. What made you accept this turn-based combat? I'll tell you what it was. One, I don't play the Yakuza game for turn-based for the combat anyway. I don't play the Yakuza games for the combat. I play the Yakuza games for the side stories and the main story anyway, and the characters. So it doesn't take away from the game at all. And as a matter of fact, the fact that it's like the combat being turn-based actually makes it still pretty fun and maybe not even as repetitive, as a matter of fact.
Same thing happened to me, except he got 10,000 likes for saying I couldn't understand the darkness of Shadow's past. Dog, eat your hot dog. Nope. They're looking like they want something. What have I got? Eat your coconut. Momo. You are now friends with Guillaume.
I will tell you this much. If you appreciate the goofiness of One Piece, like, you would love Yakuza, because it's just as goofy with the characters and the enemies.
Baby! Save the baby!
This is a very slow escalator.
Save the baby! Save the baby!
For real?
Get that baby! How did it jump? Get that baby!
Hey, buddy! You okay in there? Oh, Kasuga-san, wasn't it? How about that?
I haven't played this side mission yet, but it's so funny.
Boss! Sick bastard. What about Sadachi-san here?
He's got way more experience
Oh,
than me.
Sujimon Professor.
Not a bad trainer, but he's never been popular with the fans. I mean, doesn't he just have that dull-witted creator wrestler look about him?
God damn, what the hell? I have to pick a starting Pokemon now. Do I want Squirtle, Charmander, or Bulbasaur? I pick Charmander.
There you go. Token of friendship. How about it?
Eat your back.
Bro, hang on. All right, I'll help you out.
Yes! Yes, I got it!
All right, I caught a Sujimon!
It's so funny that you enslave humans and make them fight each other, and they love it. And it's as always in the most Yakuza fashion. It revolves around an underground homeless fighting ring, basically.
They're called pals now.
You must travel across the land, searching far and wide. Catch Sujimon, become a man. I'll wait here inside.
Let's go over to the gumball machine. You can buy more men out of it.
Yeah. Wait, what the fuck? What was his gum? Why is his gumball machine have basic type gacha? I didn't. Maybe it's that one specifically, but I only have basic gacha, Japan gacha, and Kiwami gacha.
Buy more men out of this. Gardener. A gardener that never misses a day of mowing. People from the neighborhood are shocked to see him wield his lawnmower in battle.
I spent so much time working. I could have spent it with you.
Oh, this is sad.
I should have. It was supposed to be time now. That was the deal. But a prince wouldn't have made you wait.
You were always my prince. From the first day we ever met. There were times you were gone longer than did. I always felt you with me.
This story is sad as fuck. She has
I
dementia.
can't believe this is the most emotional part of the game.
No, he's not even wrong. Like I didn't even finish the side quest, but
Mr. Gandawara.
The fucking men in diapers side quest.
Boss, what if we run out of diapers? Dumb question. If it comes down to it, we'll use the ones we got on to.
oh my god, that's Frankie. That's Frankie's dub actor, right? That's the guy. Dude, what's going on is a great question. You will never be able to understand it. Don't worry about it.
He's got a knife. We should capture him.
Not like your style. Count me in.
Nice. Look at this. We gotta get this guy.
Sure. I'm with you.
How the fuck is he snagging all the Sujimon? Bro, every time I beat someone's ass and I try to snag him, I have a hard ass time fucking snagging the
We
Sujimon.
need him. This is a character from the Wonderful 101, I think.
Who is this thing?
But that's a pineapple.
Time for a Sujimon battle.
My team is getting powerful. That one is a gun! It's from Pale World! SWAT team member, use your Destructo Beam. I got
Yeah,
black.
you need good treats too. I only have the basic Sujimon, and I got a good Sujimon tree, but it still doesn't work.
My name is Laura Maeda. I'm right this way. Laura, John.
What is that dance? Sega proficiency test. Who is the main character of Super Monkey Ball? Gan.
It's gone.
What does Sonic collect? Cans. Which of the following characters has family that runs a grocery store? The one with the apple. Oh shit, what is this called? Virtual memory unit, whatever.
That's crazy. Donkey does a pretty good job. Donkey does a pretty good job of showcasing some of the fucking side mini games. It's so stupid. It's awesome.
Damn. Oh, jeez. What a shame.
But I played every video game ever made.
Yeah, I'm so confused with the name like Yakuza. I thought it was gonna be a serious game. It's goofy as hell. Oh no, as always. The previous Yakuza games were more serious, I would say. I'm running the last 3-minute handbrake here, by the way. The previous Yakuza games were a little bit more serious, but it was never serious. You know what I mean? Like the main line missions are in the previous Yakuza games, or in all the Yakuza games, the main missions are like kind of serious. It's like a soap opera. But the side quests are always silly. Tomorrow before the Streamer Awards, I might stream. I'm gonna try to stream. But I think I'll be able to stream. But I'll be on Sunday. So hope you guys have fun today. I love you all, and I will see you tomorrow. All right. That's all I got for now. Peace.
The starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. There he is. is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Euger's face. Sudden discord at your prop. Great names take on race. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ efforts. The whole left at your fingertips, on it at your door. The H3 Crowder debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this and plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mess riot at DC. There he is again, the sun is streaming. The sun is streaming. There he is again, the sun is streaming. The sun is streaming. Reading live stream fail comments, Austin show chat